The Scully Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Scully Oil Company, Scully Jobbers and Dealers. Always watch for that red, white, and blue sign with the big letter S that stands for Scully Service. But first, listen. Did you ever see an airplane pilot start the engine of his plane? Well, listen. I'll show you how it goes. First, of course, he winds up his inertia starter. Then he turns on the switch, releases the starter, and... There. That's the way an airplane motor starts, fast as a flash. But now listen. Does your family car start like that? Does the motor in your family car snap right into action the minute Dad steps on the button, just like an airplane motor does? Or does your car sound more like this when Dad goes to start it up in the morning? Well, sir, I don't know whether your car sounds like that or not, but if it does, here's something for you to tell your dad. Something to help make your car start like an airplane. Your dad doesn't want your car to be slow starting. He wants it to be the fastest starting car in your block, just like you do. So listen, the chances are 100 to 1 all your car needs is a faster starting gasoline. So, if you want to do Dad a big favor, ask him to try a tank full of Skelly tailor-made Aeromax gasoline. And here's why. Skelly Aeromax gasoline is tailor-made for quick starting in your weather. It's weather right for your car. Say, won't you and Dad both be proud of your family car when it starts like an airplane? You just watch and see if Dad doesn't turn to you with a great big smile when he sees how fast your car starts with that tailor-made Skelly Aeromax gasoline. So remember, if you want your car to start like an airplane, fast as a flash, tell Dad to stop at your Skelly service station for some good old Skelly Aeromax. The gasoline that's tailor-made for quick starting in your kind of weather. And now to Captain Midnight. Last time you remember, during the parade of Fiesta, Chuck Ramsey and Patsy Donovan went outside the courtyard and into the plane formerly flown by Ivan Shark's chief pilot, Gardo. Chuck tuned the plane's radio to the wavelength used by Captain Midnight's Spartan, and he and Patsy distinctly heard a feeble voice calling for help. It is now early the following morning. Captain Midnight and Chuck are in the cockpit of the plane, and the famous pilot is trying to tune out the static on the radio. Listen as Chuck exclaims,
"That's strange, Captain Midnight. We can't hear anything now except that static."
Oh, I can't understand it, Chuck. Either this set isn't working right or those signals you heard aren't being transmitted anymore.
It sure seems funny. The words came through distinctly last night.
You mean very clear?
Well, no, not terribly clear, but still clear enough for Patsy and me to get the meaning.
And then you said a voice faded out, huh?
Yes, it did. And I tried everything I could think of to get it back again. But I couldn't do any good.
Well, now, wait a minute. Did you change the tuning any?
Yes, I moved the knob back and forth, but just a little bit. And I also tried the volume control.
The first time you undoubtedly had the set tuned perfectly. But some weather condition caused it to fade. Then, when you changed the setting, you couldn't get it back again.
Oh, gosh, Captain Midnight, I guess you must be right. If I'd only waited and hadn't touched the dials, the voice would probably have come in again.
Yeah, it's about the size of it. You know yourself how delicate a tuning you have to make on shortwave stations.
Boy, I'll say. I remember back at Black Gulch. Well, you saw the radio set Steve had. Oh, it was a peach, too.
Yes, I remember. I got stations from all over Europe one night.
Well, what I was going to say was this.
Yeah?
Lots of times I used to get stations, and the tuning was so sensitive that if I moved the tuning dial about 1/100th of an inch, I'd lose the station altogether.
Yes, and that's the situation we're up against right now. Well, I don't think there's any use fooling with this the way it is.
Gosh, are you going to switch it off?
Yes, right now.
Gee, well, what are we going to do?
Now, let's think back a little. You were tuned in to the wavelength we always use in the Spartan. Now, there are only a few people in the world who use that wavelength. And I don't think any of them are within 3,000 miles of us.
Except Major Steele and Conley.
Right. And another thing. Major Steele and Conley are the only ones using that wavelength who are probably in trouble.
Then it must have been Major Steele or Conley.
No, not definitely now. There may be others using that same wavelength. But reviewing all the facts, I think the chances are 100 to 1 that it was Major Steele.
Oh, gosh. They must need help badly. Well, hadn't we better take off and see if we can find them right away?
No, wait a second, Chuck. We don't know where Major Steele headed. All he said was that he was going to try to get to some airport across the border.
Gosh, you're right. We're not sure which direction he went.
And another thing. We've started to check this plane over, but we haven't finished. And you know the kind of country we're going to have to fly over.
I'll say. It's bad. Rugged mountain ranges and desert.
So you see, it'd be foolish to take off over a stretch of bad country without having any idea what course to follow and not being sure of the condition of our plane.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so hasty. But what can we do?
I'll tell you that right now. Now, you know how radio reception is. Usually when the sun's out and it's nice and warm, there's a lot of static and signals don't come in very well. But at night, when it's clear and cool, they come in fine.
And it was about 11 o'clock last night when Patsy and I heard that voice.
Exactly. So we're going to wait until tonight and try again. In the meantime, we'll have an opportunity to get a couple of jobs done. We'll check this plane thoroughly and be sure it'll stand up under a long cross-country flight. And the next thing, we'll find out the direction those signals are coming from.
Gee, how are you going to do that?
Doesn't Senor Pareda have a workshop around here?
You bet he has. And it's well equipped, too.
Well, where is it?
It's on the eastern side of the garden wall. Don't you remember that little building north of the courtyard?
Oh, yes. Now I remember. Okay, now I'll go over there and see if we can make what I have in mind.
Gee, what is it?
I'll see if you can guess. But just as a clue, I'll say what I said before. Now, if possible, I'm going to make something that will tell us the direction from which those signals are coming.
Good morning, me Capitan. Hi, sir.
Here's Pebbles. Good morning, Pebbles.
Hi there, Pebbles, you old stick in the mud.
Oh, I am not the stick in the mud. I am Don Pablo Ronaldo Garcia Carasso Ponte Parane Pebbles.
all right. Well, I'm going over to the shop. Why don't you stay here for a few minutes, Chuck, and talk to Pebbles? Then, if I don't come back very soon, you come on over. I'll need you to help me.
Okay, Captain Midnight.
Oh, and another thing. Don't give Pebbles any flying lessons until we finish checking that plane.
Right you are, Captain.
Oh, mi amigo, that's the big disappointment to me. It's such a good morning, I think perhaps you'd take me up and give me the flying lesson.
Gosh, Pebbles, I'd sure like to. But you heard what Captain Midnight said.
Oh, but the plane, it fly before. It must fly now.
Well, it'd probably fly all right. But Captain Midnight's figuring on a long cross-country trip. And we've got to know it's in good condition before we take off.
Then you go with El Capitan?
Well, I guess so, Pebbles. At least I hope so.
Oh, that's the excellent thing, mi amigo. For if you go, then Pablo go too. You see, the plane, it holds 4 passengers.
Gosh, Pebbles. You'll have to ask Captain Midnight about that.
Oh, but you see, I am already the flying man. I will be the big help to you and El Capitan Midnight.
But you don't even know how to fly yet, Pebbles.
Oh, Poof, what's that? I've already decided to take the aviation course, so that makes me the flying man. You will ask El Capitan Midnight to let me come along, Chuck?
Well, I think you'd better ask Captain Midnight yourself.
You go on the trip to find this Major Steele and Connolly, no, Don?
That's right. We're going to see if we can't find them.
Oh, Patsy tells me about them. She thinks they've had the crash.
Yes, and that's what Captain Midnight thinks. You see, their landing gear was damaged, so they couldn't let it down. But they were already in the air. So Major Steele said he was going to fly to some airport across the border, repair the plane, and bring help back to us.
But, mi amigo, how does Major Steele make the landing when the gear cannot be lowered?
Well, a good pilot can do that, Pebbles. You see, the tires of the wheels stick down below the body a little bit, even when the gear is in the retracted position. You just have to be careful to keep the plane absolutely level. Well, otherwise, one wing will dig into the ground.
Oh, I see, mi amigo. Well, it's not so difficult after I have the flying course. Then I will be able to do that, too.
Well, of course you will, Pebbles. I think you're going to take to flying like a duck to water.
Oh, you bet the sweet neck, Chuck. I will be much better in the air than the duck is in water.
Oh, that a boy, Pebbles. Captain Midnight says there's one thing that's most important in flying. You've got to have a lot of confidence. You've got to believe in yourself.
Oh, say, I am so excited, mi amigo. I can hardly wait to get to the Spartan Flying School.
Oh, then it's decided you're going there.
Oh, see, my uncle Don Juan, he says he wishes me to go to the best flying school in the world. And he says the school El Capitan Midnight says must be the best one.
Oh, gee, Pebbles, I'm sure glad. Well, you'll have a swell time there. And before you know it, you'll have your license. Oh, what kind of a course are you going to take?
Well, that I do not know, mi amigo. Well, is it not one course to learn to fly?
Oh, gosh, no. They have many courses. You can take a short one, which will give you a private pilot's license. Then you can take the longest and best one, which will give you your transport license.
Oh, but there is only the one course I wish to take.
And which one's that, Pebbles?
I wish to take the course which will make me the Lindbergh.
But gosh, Pebbles, they don't have any course like that. Whether or not you become another Lindbergh depends on you.
Oh, then, mi amigo, it's very simple. If it's up to me, then I have already decided. I will be the Lindbergh of Mexico.
Oh, that's the stuff, Pebbles. If you work hard enough, maybe you will be another Charles Lindbergh. Well, I guess I'd better go over to the shop now. Captain Midnight said if he didn't come back very soon that I was to go over and meet him.
Well, let us shake the dogs then. I will go with you.
Hours have passed. It is now almost 11 o'clock at night. Captain Midnight, Chuck Ramsey, and Pablo are gathered together about an apparatus which Captain Midnight has made and which has been placed on a table outside the workshop. Let's listen as Chuck says.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, I should have guessed it right away. Why, it's the same kind of an outfit you use to triangulate a position for a lost ship.
Oh, but mi amigo, I do not understand.
Well, I'll explain it to you, Pebbles. This apparatus is nothing more than a movable antenna on a circular base. Now, on the bottom of the base here are marked the points of the compass. I've taken a shortwave radio set which your uncle had here, and I've constructed this base and antenna to go with it.
But, mi Capitan, I do not see how it works.
Well, you'll see in a minute, Pebbles. Now, we all set there, Chuck?
I think we are, Captain Midnight. The set is connected to the battery, and the battery's just been charged, so we have plenty of juice.
Mm-hmm. All right, now. I'm going to switch it on. See what we can get.
Oh, gosh, I can't hear a thing but static. Are you sure it's tuned to the Spartan's wavelength?
Well, I'm as sure as I can be, Chuck, with this dial. Of course, it might be a little bit off.
Well, how about increasing the volume a little, then shifting back and forth close to the Spartan's wavelength?
Okay. Now, wait. Turn up the volume a little bit there.
Right.
Easy. Oop, that's enough.
Okay.
But, mi Capitan, why do we not hear the signal?
We'll get some, Pebbles. That is, if there are any.
Of course, something may have happened to Major Steele and Conley. And also, maybe the battery in the plane has gone dead.
Yes, I know it, Chuck. Lots of things may have happened. But we're going to keep trying just the same. There now. I believe I have it tuned as well as I possibly can get it. Next thing is to orient the antenna now.
But gosh, if we don't get any signals, that won't be of much help, will it?
No, Chuck, not very much. Static can come from any direction. But we do know this much, that Major Steele and Conley are somewhere north of us. They might be a little bit northeast or a little bit northwest, but the general direction is north.
Well, maybe we do not get the signals at all. Maybe.
Oh, listen, the static has decreased.
Mm-hmm.
We must be getting close to a station.
Listen, Chuck, you work the tuning now while I handle this antenna. Maybe we can get something that way. What?
Listen, what's that?
Quiet, Pebbles, quiet.
Can you hear me?
We've got something. You hear that voice? Can't we bring it in sharper?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can...
What voice is this which Captain Midnight and Chuck have succeeded in bringing in on the shortwave radio set? Is it actually the voice of Major Steele? What will Captain Midnight do? Tune in Monday to Captain Midnight. Now, don't forget that tip I gave you just a few minutes ago. You want your family car to start like an airplane, I know. You want your car to be the fastest starting car in your block. Then remember, won't you, tell your dad to try some fast-starting Skelly Aeromax, the gasoline that's tailor-made for quick starting in your kind of weather. Stop by your Skelly service station tonight. Tell your Skelly man you want your car to start like an airplane. Tell him to fill that tank with tailor-made Skelly Aeromax, the gasoline that gives you quick starts because it's weather right for your car. Now, don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Someone is in dire distress, but how can Captain Midnight and Chuck go to his assistance when they can get no clue whatever as to the location of the voice? If they do succeed, will it be too late? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. See, we have another swell treat for you tonight. You all seem to enjoy hearing from Captain Balfour so much last week that I told the captain we'd like to hear from one of his own student pilots there at the Spartan School of Aeronautics. Well, it was no sooner said than done. So here's young Henry Rankin, flying student from the Spartan School of Aeronautics in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Where's your home, Henry?
I live in Gastonia, North Carolina, sir.
Gastonia, North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
Well, listen, Henry, if you live in North Carolina, how'd you happen to choose the Spartan School of Aeronautics way out in Tulsa?
Oh, that is easy. I'd heard of the Spartan School for years. It's one of the best flying schools in the country. It's fully government approved, and they teach all branches of aviation, so a student isn't limited to just one phase of the industry.
Well, you seem to have some good reasons, all right. By the way, are you a member of the famous Dawn Patrol there at the Spartan School?
Yes, sir. Every student pilot in the school is a member of the Dawn Patrol. I think it's one of the greatest flying clubs in the country. The biggest thrill of belonging to the Dawn Patrol is going on one of our big cross-country flights when we start out with as many as 15 planes and hop off for some city 500 or 600 miles away.
Say, boy, that must be a thrill. By the way, I understand you're training pilots for Uncle Sam there at the Spartan School as well as private flyers.
Yes, that's true. We have a staff of 50 instructors and 67 training ships for the use of a student pilot.
Say, I had no idea the school was that large.
Oh, yes, and that's not all. We have 17 modern buildings and 5 separate flying fields.
Boy, I can see that's really some air school. But tell us now, Henry, what part of your student training do you like best?
Well, of course, the flying, the actual flying, is the most fun. But all the work is mighty interesting to anybody that believes in the future of aviation. We study radio, navigation, meteorology, airplane mechanics, and even learn all about airplane construction there at the Spartan factory where they make those famous Spartan monoplanes.
Well, you certainly should be well trained when you graduate from the Spartan School. Say, when I buy my first plane, maybe you can be my chief pilot.
Okay, Don Gordon. And we'll use nothing but Skelly Aeromax gasoline and good old Skelly Tagaline motor oil, just like we do down at the Spartan School.
All right, Henry. Boy, it's a deal. Thanks a lot for coming up here tonight. And I'm speaking for every Flight Patrol member when I say happy landing. And now to Captain Midnight. The famous pilot constructed a revolving antenna with a circular base on which are marked the points of the compass in the hope of discovering which direction the mysterious radio signals are coming from. As our adventure opens today, the scene is late at night outside the workshop of Senor Paredes' hacienda. Captain Midnight, Chuck, and Pablo are gathered around the crude apparatus which Captain Midnight and Chuck have made. The sound of a voice speaking indistinctly is heard coming from the radio. Listen.
What can we do, me Capitan?
There's only one thing we can do, Pebbles. We've got to get this radio tuned sharper. Now then, Chuck, here's what you do. I'll see if I can tune it in clear, and if I do, you turn the volume up while I rotate the antenna.
Right you are, Captain Midnight.
I just can't seem to get it on the nose.
Well, the whole trouble is it requires a too sensitive setting.
Yes.
Injured man.
Oh, listen to that. It's much better now.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Quiet now, quiet. I'll see if I can improve on that. No, that won't do. I should have left it where it was.
Help. We must have help at once. Injured man needs attention. Our location as follows.
Well, why does he not continue?
Oh, he is continuing, Pebbles, but we can't hear him.
It must be Major Steele or Bud Conley. No one else would be using that wavelength.
Well, I'm going to give this thing a rest. I'm going to cut the switch. Now, I want to look at this antenna, and we'll make some calculations.
I saw you moving the antenna. Did you get the position where the signals came in loudest?
Yes, as well as I could. Didn't have much time, though.
Oh, see, the time was very short. The voice came in, and then it goes.
What kind of a reading did you get?
Here it is. Here, take a look at it.
Jiminy crickets. It's almost straight north.
No, wait, Chuck. No, it's a little bit east of north. Now, look, I have the base marked in units of 10. You see? It's almost at 10 degrees.
No, not exactly. I'd say that 12 would hit it closer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just about it. All right, we call it 12.
Oh, but me amigos, I do not understand.
Well, it's like this, Pebbles. I turned this antenna until those signals came in loudest. Then I left it that way. Upon reading the degrees at the base, we find out the exact direction from which those signals were coming.
Oh, that's the wonderful thing. Now you know the direction in which to fly.
Mm-hmm. That's the whole thing, Pebbles. It may not be exact, but it's as close as we can get with what we have to work with. Now, where's that map we were looking at?
Oh, here's the map.
Oh, fine. Now, right now, spread it out on this table. There.
Now then, let's see what kind of a direction 12 degrees would be.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, there's a board with a straight edge over there, Pebbles. Hand it to me, will you, please?
Well, see me, Captain.
Ah, that's it, thanks. Now then, here we are at Senor Paredes' Hacienda. Now, we draw a line straight north.
But how do you find the 12 degrees, mi Capitan?
I'll show you that, Pebbles. Now, here's a circle I made with a piece of cardboard. You see, now it's marked off in degrees, starting with 0 and going to 360. This is what we call a protractor. It's used to lay off courses on a map.
So you see, Pebbles, your aviation course is beginning right now.
Now then, you see, we put the protractor on the map with the center at the hacienda. The 0 point, or true north, is turned so it coincides exactly with the true north line on the map. Now then, here. I put a dot with my pencil at 12 degrees right there.
Shall I take off the protractor?
Yes, Chuck, go ahead.
There.
Now, Pebbles, I take the straight edge. I draw a line from the hacienda to the dot which I made with my pencil. Now, that will be the direction from which the signals came in loudest, and will be the course which we will have to follow.
Oh, gee, when will we start?
Well, at daybreak, and let's pray for good visibility, because that's something we've got to have in order to do any good.
Oh, please, mi Capitan. I should like very much to go with you.
Oh, listen. Someone's coming.
Oh, see, it's Don Juan and Senorita Patsy.
Ah, mi Capitan. You have had the success?
Well, Senor Paredes, yes and no. We heard a voice all right, but we're not absolutely sure it was Major Steele or Bud Conley.
But did you hear someone? Was it on the Spartan's wavelength?
You bet it was, Patsy. Right on the nose.
See, and we hear the voice call for help, Patsy, and he tells about the injured man.
An injured man? Gosh, Captain Midnight, it must be Major Steele or Bud Conley.
You have made a decision, mi Capitan? You take off in the airplane?
Yes, Senor Paredes. I'm taking off at daybreak. Chuck and I have checked that ship left here by Gardo. Seems to be in good condition.
See, I have asked El Capitan Midnight to let me go along.
No, Pablo, you should not do that. If El Capitan Midnight wishes you to go with him, he will ask you.
Oh, that's all right, Senor Paredes. Pablo is eager to do some flying, and I don't blame him. Yeah, but the more I think of it, the more certain I am that we'll have to leave him behind.
Oh, it's the big disappointment, El Capitan.
No, Pablo, you must not say that. You should have not asked in the first place.
Oh, now you'll have plenty of chance to do some flying later on, Pebbles. And here's the situation. The plane will only hold 4 people. And we'll have to take some supplies with us, too.
Gosh, if somebody's hurt, we've got to take along a first aid kit.
You bet we have. And we've got to be prepared to camp out if necessary.
But who are going, Captain Midnight?
I'll answer that, Patsy, by outlining what we need. Now, we're going to fly a course that at best is none too accurate. We'll have to fly high. And I need 2 persons, one on each side, to watch over the side of the ship. Well, they should be persons who have had a good deal of experience in picking out ground objects from the air. Well, very definitely that means you and Chuck.
Gee, that's swell.
We'll do the best we can.
If Major Steele and Bud Conley have had a forced landing along this course, we've got to locate the plane the first time over. We won't have any time to waste making circles and flying back and forth.
Si, senor, es verdad. It is the truth.
And besides, we won't have any extra gas.
Well, but mi Capitan, that makes 3 people. There's still room for 1 more.
Yes, I know it, Pebbles. And I know how anxious you are to go, but that other place must be taken by someone who's an experienced nurse. That means Patsy's mother.
Ma's a wonderful nurse.
And another thing, Ma knows how to set broken bones and fix up injuries.
You bet. Well, that makes up the crew.
But, mi Capitan, you will return again?
Certainly, senor. I don't know exactly when, but we'll come back sometime.
But gosh, Captain Midnight, what about Pinky Drake and Slim Pool? They've got to have some way to get home.
Well, I'll either fly back or send Chuck for Pinky and Slim, and Pebbles here at the same time.
Then you will take me to the Spartan Flying School?
Yes, Pebbles. Either Chuck or I will see that you get there.
Oh, whoopee! It's the cat's mustache.
Well, I guess we'd better break up now. We've got a lot of packing to do, and we've got to get some sleep.
Just the 1 minute, El Capitan. I have the good news for you.
Yes, Senor Paredes? What is it?
I have delivered the prisoners to the authorities. Some of them will be in the jail for the long time.
Well, gee, Senor Paredes, what happened to that fellow named Rossman?
They do not have the record on the man Rossman, so they turned him loose.
Oh, that's swell. He told us everything he knew, and he promised he'd go straight.
Yes, and I hope he keeps that promise, Chuck. Well, come on, everyone. Let's get together the things we'll need for the flight tomorrow.
And come on, Patsy. Let's get packed right away.
Captain Midnight and his friends packed the plane and got a few hours' sleep. Then, at daybreak, they took off from Senor Paredes' hacienda, and as we find them now, they're flying at 5,000 feet. Captain Midnight is at the controls with Chuck in the other forward seat, while Patsy and Ma Donovan are in the rear. Let's listen as Patsy exclaims.
Gee, Captain Midnight, we've flown for over 3 hours and haven't seen a thing that looks like a wrecked plane.
Yes, I know, Patsy. we're still a long way from the border, so don't become careless. If we should fly over the ship without seeing it, we'd be out of luck.
We can't let that happen. If we did, we never would find Major Steele and Conley.
Oh, sure, me eyes are getting tired from watching the ground below. After you look a while, it becomes just a blur.
My eyes get to feeling that way, too. And I have to make myself pick out different objects beneath us.
I don't look at everything. I just try to figure out which would be the most logical spots for a ship to try and land in.
That's the system, Chuck. That's what we all can do.
But if Major Steele's motor stopped, well, he wouldn't have much choice.
Well, you see, Mrs. Donovan, it's like this. Now, it was daylight when Major Steele and Conley headed for the border. Now, I warned them about the gasoline in that ship. That being the case, Major Steele would certainly fly high enough so that if the engine quit, he would have a choice of places in which to make a forced landing. So, as we fly along, I just asked myself what spots I would make for if this engine should quit.
Why, sure. If we look at every possible landing field, we can't possibly miss them.
Oh, yes, we can, too. Don't forget, we're flying this course, but it may not be absolutely correct. They might have been forced down farther out on either side of us.
That's true enough. All we can do is to keep going on this course and hope that we're close enough to see them.
What will we do if we don't see them?
Well, we'll keep going, Patsy, across the border and land at the first American airport we come to. Then I'll organize a search party and we'll come back and comb this country thoroughly.
You mean with planes?
Yes. I'll get so many ships in the air that one of the pilots is bound to see them.
And you can set up radio listening posts to try to get those signals again.
Yes, Patsy, we can do that, too. And by having several different posts like that, we can tell their position within 5 or 10 miles.
Sure. You can get their position by triangulation. Whereas now, all we know is that they're somewhere along a straight line.
Oh, sure, and why don't you turn on the radio again? Maybe we can hear them now.
Well, I've tried several times, but we haven't had any luck.
Quick, Captain Midnight. Look down on the left. I think I see something.
Where, Patsy, where?
Oh, I see it. But it looks like an airplane wing.
Yes, it does. And we're going down to look.
Well, what have Patsy Donovan's keen eyes picked out? And is it, as Chuck Ramsey has exclaimed, the wing of an airplane? Has Captain Midnight's crude apparatus led them to Major Steele and Bud Conley? Listen Wednesday and find out. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Say, wasn't that something to hear from a real flying student from the Spartan School of Aeronautics? Gee, who knows? Maybe some of you fellows and girls will be going to that famous flying school yourself someday. But now, I want to tell you about the big treat that's in store for us tomorrow night. You see, every single member of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol is going to receive, absolutely free, a great, big, beautiful...
Wait a minute, Mr. Gordon. Mum's the word.
What? Oh, I can't tell him, huh? Say, come to think of it, that's right. Well, you listen to the next adventure of Captain Midnight, and I'll tell you all about it first thing, I promise. And oh boy, is it some surprise. You just wait and see. It's for every member, and it's absolutely free. So don't forget, tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Have Major Steele and Bud Conley been found? If so, have they been rescued in time? Or is this one of Ivan Shark's planes? Be sure to listen Wednesday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight.
Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But first, I know you're all waiting to hear about the big surprise gift I started to tell you about Monday. That swell new gift for every member of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. And say, you'd never guess what it is. It's something you couldn't get anyplace else in the world. It's really 3 presents all in one. 'Cause listen, it's a picture of 3 of your very best friends. Captain Midnight and Chuck Ramsey and Patsy Donovan. Yes, sir. A swell big picture of all 3 of them, all standing together there in front of Captain Midnight's big monoplane. And what's more, this picture is autographed to you. Captain Midnight and Chuck and Patsy have all signed their full names under their pictures with a special greeting to every member of the 1940 Flight Patrol. Say, wouldn't Ivan Shark give a lot to get his hands on this picture with all our friends' names signed in their own handwriting? But believe me, Shark couldn't get this picture for any price. No, sir. They aren't for sale. They're for Flight Patrol members only. But now listen. Here's how to get your swell new picture of Captain Midnight and Chuck and Patsy absolutely free. You just stop in at your Skelly service station the next time you're out in the family car. Show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card, and he'll give you your free picture right then and there. That's all there is to it. You don't need any seals or labels or box tops or anything like that. All you do is show your Flight Patrol membership card to your friendly Skelly man. He'll give you your free picture and a good big smile thrown in besides. And say, boy, won't you be proud to have your very own autographed picture of all 3 of your famous friends. A big, clear picture to put up in your own room or on the wall over the radio or in your secret hiding place where you keep all your other valuable treasures. Well, I know this much. You'll surely treasure this brand new picture of Captain Midnight and Chuck and Patsy. And think of it. It isn't going to cost you a single penny, not even for a stamp. Say, whatever you do, don't forget to ask Mother or Dad to stop by your Skelly service station with you the very next time you're out in the car so you can get your own free picture right away. And now to Captain Midnight. The voice heard indistinctly over the radio asking for help is believed to be that of Major Steele or Bud Conley. In an effort to find them, Captain Midnight, Chuck Ramsey, Ma, and Patsy Donovan have taken off in the blue-winged plane formerly flown by Ivan Shark's chief pilot, Gardo. After flying for 3 hours without any success, Patsy calls out suddenly that she sees something below, and then Chuck exclaims that it looks like an airplane wing. Listen as Patsy says,
Gosh, Captain Midnight, it's an airplane wing, all right, but it's all torn to pieces.
There's no question about it. It's a broken wing of a plane. But whether it's from the Spartan or not, I can't tell.
Sure, and I think I see some numbers on it.
What? What's that, Mrs. Donovan? Where do you see numbers?
On that thing hanging in the tree.
I see what she means. It's a different piece, not what we were looking at before.
Oh, sure, I see it, too. It must be part of the other wing.
And there are numbers on it, all right.
Those will be the plane's identification numbers. We should be able to tell right away whether it's the Spartan or not.
Oh, quick, Captain, look. I can see only 3 numbers. The rest must have been torn off.
Where are they, Chuck?
Oh, wait. I see them. And, wait a minute. I'll bank the ship a little bit. Oh, yes, now I can see better. The first numeral is 7. The next one is 2, and the one following that is 3. It must be the Spartan. Those were the last 3 numerals of our identification number. There can't be any doubt about it. And that's what's left of it.
Oh, but if you heard Major Steele's voice, he must still be alive.
Well, now watch it now. Uh-oh, we're down plenty low. I'm going to circle around, see if there are any signs of life. Now watch it.
I can't understand why Major Steele picked this place.
He didn't pick it, Chuck. Something must have happened.
Look, Captain Midnight, look. I see something down between the trees.
So do I. Hey, it's the fuselage. That's what it is.
You're right, Chuck. The body of the plane is down between those trees.
Now I can see the nose. And even the propeller.
Yeah, I saw it, too. Now I've lost it.
Oh, the poor fellas. I guess they can't be alive.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, how are we going to land and find out?
I don't know yet, Patsy. I'm beginning to wonder.
I think I know what happened, Captain Midnight. Major Steele was trying to get in that open place just beyond and didn't quite make it.
You're right, Chuck. I've been looking at that spot myself. I think Major Steele was trying to get in there, and he just couldn't stretch his glide far enough.
Gee, do you suppose we can land there?
I don't know. We'll have to look it over first.
Oh, sure, and I think I saw something. A man.
What?
Where was he, Ma?
Down between the branches of those trees.
Hold it now, hold it. I'm going closer.
someone down there. What? Why, he's right in the cabin door.
He's trying to get out. He's looking up at us. I can see him so clearly.
Watch it, everyone. I got to pull up.
Oh, what can we do, Captain Midnight? That was Major Steele. I'm sure of it. He must be injured, and there's no telling what's happened to Bud Conley.
We've got to get first aid to them right away. But we can't take any chances of cracking up ourselves.
What about this open place? Don't you think we can get down there?
Oh, it's pretty small. But I think you can do it, Captain Midnight.
Yes, I know I can do it, Chuck, but I'm thinking about getting out again. But wait, I figured out a plan. We're going down for a landing, all right now? Buckle your belts, everyone.
There. Mine's buckled.
So are mine and Maud.
Which way are you going to land?
It all depends on the direction of the wind.
Well, the wind was from the south when we started.
Sure. We had a tailwind then.
Wait a minute. Still blowing from the south, see? See the leaves in those trees? They're turned backwards.
Oh, that makes it swell. You can go downwind, then side slip and land against the wind. And you'll also be going uphill.
That's the idea, all right, Chuck. All right. I'm throttling the engine now.
Boy, are we losing altitude fast now.
Be sure your belts are buckled. That ground looks very rough.
I'm pulling mine up tighter. You better do the same, Mom.
Oh, sure, mine's so tight now I can hardly breathe.
Oh, we're turning back into the wind. Oh, gosh. Look at Captain Midnight side slip.
Oh, look out, Captain Midnight. The wings are going right into the ground.
No, they aren't. You wait and see.
Look at that wing come up, Ma. And we've turned into the wind.
Oh, we're down below the treetops now.
Oh, look out. We're going to hit those trees.
No, we won't, Ma. Look.
See? Captain Midnight's changing direction. And the plane's straightened out.
Watch it now, watch it. We're going to hit.
That was sure swell. You might think we were landing on a big airport.
Oh, praise the saints. That ground sure feels good again.
All right. I'm going to let the ship coast as far as possible because the south end of the field is nearest to Major Steele and the Spartan.
Oh, you're not even going to be able to get there without using your engine.
Yes, I'll have to give her a burst or two, all right.
A little bit more and we'll be there.
Now, the first aid kit is in the baggage compartment behind the rear seat.
I know where it is. I'll get it out.
That's the stuff, Patsy. We'll have it ready as soon as we bring the ship to a stop.
Shall we bother to turn the plane around?
No, we won't do that. We haven't got time now. All right, here we are. I'll cut the switch.
I've got the first aid kit.
All right, come on now. Let's pile out. Looks like rough going, so we'll have to help Mrs. Donovan.
Okay, I'll get the door. Come on, let's hurry. Come on, we're almost there. I see the nose of the ship.
Look, Major Steele seems terribly weak. He can hardly walk.
Oh, Major Steele! Major Steele!
I'd hardly know him. Look at the beard on his face.
Captain Midnight.
Chuck. Barry, what in the world has happened to you?
Conley. He's inside. Help him first.
Oh, what's the matter with him, Barry? Is he hurt bad?
He didn't get hurt. Plain. He's sick. Some kind of a fever.
Oh, have you got any water, Major Steele?
Yes. Donovan. In a thermos jug inside the cabin door.
Oh, quick, Patsy. Give me that first aid kit.
Go in. Help him quick.
Are you all right, Barry?
Yes, I'm all right. Just a little bit weak. Go in with Conley. He's in the cabin.
All right. We'll be out in a minute. Come on, Mrs. Donovan. You and I'll go in first.
Is there anything Patsy and I can do?
Yes, Chuck. Go back to the ship and bring back that small alcohol stove. Open a can of bouillon and fix some broth for Major Steele.
Well, that'll be fine. But hurry. Hurry to Conley.
Patsy and I'll be back in a jiffy.
All right, Mrs. Donovan. Let me help you into the cabin. Yeah, that's it.
There now, I'm all right. Oh, sakes alive. There's Conley on the floor, lying on some blankets.
Yes. He's got a high fever. I can see that.
Oh, there's some quinine tablets in the first aid kit. We've got to get a couple down his throat.
Oh, yes. There's the thermos jug that Barry spoke of.
Oh, here's the bottle of quinine tablets. Now, give me the cup and the thermos jug.
Oh, wait a minute. All right. Here you are.
We won't be able to get him to swallow these tablets the way they are. We'll have to grind them into powder.
All right. Drop them in this cup. Here's a little stick. I'll grind them into powder with that.
There you are.
Yeah, it won't take a second to grind them up.
Oh, sure, they're crumbling up good. Now, there, that's enough. Now pour some water into the cup. There, that should be enough. Now hold him up if you can, and I'll try to get this down his throat.
Come on now, Bud. Come on, old boy. We're trying to help you now. We're going to bring you out of this, Bud.
Oh, sure, he won't open his mouth.
Well, I'll see if I can force it open. Come on, Bud.
Oh, there, now you've got it open.
All right. There, Bud, there. Now you're all right. Now lean back in these blankets.
Sure, he got it down all right, and it'll do him a lot of good.
How high a fever do you think he's got?
Oh, about 104, I guess. But I'll take it in a couple of minutes to be sure.
What do you think we'd better do with him, Mrs. Donovan?
Oh, I don't think it's safe to move him. That is, unless you can fly him out of here in the plane.
I don't know about that. When I landed here, I figured if necessary, I'd have Chuck fly the ship out empty and go for help. Now, with Conley this sick, I may have to change my plans.
Oh, sure, and what you ought to do is to get Connie to a hospital right away. And Major Steele, too, for that matter.
I don't think we can take both of them out at the same time. We may not be able to take off even one. I'll have to go and take a look at that field first.
Well, in the meantime, we've got to break up this fever if we can. If it lasts much longer, well...
Yes. You stay here, Mrs. Donovan, while I go out and see Major Steele. Between us, we'll decide what's best to do.
All right, Captain. I'll be giving Connie some more quinine in a little while.
Good.
How's Conley, Captain?
He's in pretty bad shape, Barry.
Yes, he's got some kind of fever. Just what kind, I don't know.
How long has he been sick?
Well, about 5 days. But the fever's been getting worse every day.
Well, what happened to the first aid kit? I always used to keep one in the Spartan.
We threw it overboard.
Threw it overboard?
Yes, we were having engine trouble. We were getting lower and lower. Finally, just clipping the treetops. We kept throwing out things to stay in the air. Those blankets Conley is lying on were all we had left.
Yes, I guess something like that must have happened. Otherwise, you never would have landed here.
I was trying to get to that open place, straight ahead. The place where you landed. But we just couldn't make it.
You're lucky to be alive, judging by what I see.
Both wings were torn out and settled into the trees. Luckily, the engine wasn't hurt. We had some gas left. Not very good, though. That's what let us down.
Yes, I was afraid of that gas. Remember, I told you about it.
We thought we could get to the border, but she kept overheating and finally cut out. Twice a day, I've been running the engine for about 5 minutes and calling for help over the radio. But we're down here so low and engines kept missing, I didn't know whether the signals got out.
Yes, they got out all right. That's the only way we found you.
What are you going to do, Captain? I know you won't have an easy time taking off from that small clearing here. There are too many of us for your ship. And, well, just what are you going to do?
It's a tough problem, Barry. But it's got to be answered. Because a man's life depends on it.
Well, in coming to the help of Major Steele and Bud Conley, Captain Midnight has again made a dangerous landing in a small jungle clearing. The lives of several people are now at stake. What can be done? Tune in to Captain Midnight. Now, don't forget, get your free autographed picture of Captain Midnight and his two young friends, Chuck Ramsey and Patsy Donovan, at your Skelly service station the next time you're out in the family car. It's a swell big picture photographed right in front of Captain Midnight's big silver monoplane. Boy, you'll sure be proud to show your friends your very own picture of your three most famous fellow members of the 1940 Flight Patrol. But remember, none of this is going to cost you a single penny. It doesn't cost anything to join. And it doesn't cost anything to get this swell new picture of Captain Midnight and Chuck and Patsy. It's absolutely free to members of the 1940 Flight Patrol. So, the next time you're out in the car, ask Mother or Dad to stop by your Skelly service station. Show the Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card and get your autographed picture tonight. And don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. With Bud Conley dangerously ill and hundreds of miles from medical aid, Captain Midnight is faced with another baffling problem. A human life is at stake. What will he do? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But say, fellows and girls, have you got that grand free gift I told you about the other day? That swell big new picture of Captain Midnight and his 2 young friends, Chuck and Patsy? Well, if you haven't, you better stop by your Skelly service station for your copy the very next time you're out in the family car. Because you'll certainly want to have one of these marvelous pictures as soon as you see them. Remember, you can't get these pictures anyplace else in the world. They're not for sale anywhere. And they're autographed to you by Captain Midnight and Chuck Ramsey and Patsy Donovan themselves. They're standing right in front of Captain Midnight's speedy monoplane. And they're all dressed in their flying suits and helmets, ready to take off. It's the kind of picture every air-minded fella and girl will be proud to own. So listen, why not be the first one in your room at school to have one? Wouldn't that be fun? Well, here's all you do to get this swell new picture absolutely free. It isn't going to cost you a single penny, even for a stamp. You don't need any seals or labels or box tops or anything like that. You just have Mother or Dad stop by your Skelly service station the next time you're out in the family car. Show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card, and he'll give you your free picture right on the spot. If you're not yet a member of the new 1940 Flight Patrol, tell your Skelly man, and he'll show you how to join and get a free spinner medal of membership. That's all free, too. Yes, sir. Just ask your friendly Skelly man about it the next time you're out in the car with Mother or Dad. Now, don't forget, you'll sure want to have that swell autographed picture of Captain Midnight and his 2 young friends, Chuck Ramsey and Patsy Donovan. And they're absolutely free to members of the 1940 Flight Patrol. So stop by your Skelly service station and get your very own free copy of this marvelous new picture tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. The famous pilot, accompanied by Chuck Ramsey and Ma and Patsy Donovan, has found Major Barry Steele and Bud Conley in a deserted part of Mexico, several hundred miles below the American border. Conley, however, is dangerously ill with some kind of tropical fever. Major Steele himself is weak and thin from lack of food. It is now an hour after Captain Midnight made his landing. Patsy and Ma Donovan are caring for the rescued pilot, while Captain Midnight and Chuck are looking over the small clearing in which Captain Midnight landed the plane. Let's listen as Captain Midnight says.
To tell you the truth, Chuck, I knew when I landed here that I couldn't take off again with the plane loaded as it was, even under the most favorable conditions. And now, since I've been on the ground, I know such a takeoff would be impossible.
Gosh, then what are we going to do?
You're going to make the takeoff, Chuck. After watching you take that plane out of the small square in front of the temple, I'm well sold in your ability. And don't forget this. There's 50 pounds difference in weight between us.
You want me to take off with Conley?
Well, I'm not so sure yet, Chuck. It depends on what Mrs. Donovan says about his condition. I may have you take off alone, go for help, and return. Or we may decide to take a chance in sending Conley with you.
Is Conley's condition very serious?
Yes, Chuck, I think it is. Mrs. Donovan hasn't said much. But what she hasn't said carries more weight than spoken words. I've seen a lot of tropical fever, Chuck. It's bad.
But Ma Donovan's doing all she can to check it, isn't she?
Oh, of course she is, Chuck. But don't forget, we're not equipped like a hospital. All we've got is a few quinine tablets.
Oh, gosh. If the wind would only change.
Yes, we'd better pray for that. Because I'm afraid Bud Conley's life depends on it.
I've been looking at the field again, Captain Midnight. But there just isn't any other way to get off.
No, Chuck. I've studied this clearing from every angle. A shift in the wind is our only chance.
Of course, if I'm to take off alone, or even with Conley, we can do a few things to lighten the plane without dumping any gas.
Sure we can, Chuck. I'm taking that into my calculations. Now, I figure we'll take out the right front seat, the 2 rear seats, and clean out the baggage compartment. We could even take out part of the wall leading from the cabin to the baggage compartment and fix a place for Conley on the floor.
Sure, we can do all those things, and they'll help a lot, too. Oh, gee.
What's the matter now, Chuck?
Well, I was just thinking. We don't know how far away from civilization we are, and it certainly isn't likely we could get Conley out on foot. Or do you think we could?
No, Chuck, no. I don't think there's a chance. We might start and find it would take a couple of weeks to get out. We haven't got enough provisions for a trip like that. And our very existence would depend on our ability to shoot game for food.
And in the meantime, Conley would die.
Yes, that's certain.
Well, so our only hope lies in using our plane. And we're even prevented from doing that.
Yes, I know. Well, come on, Chuck. Let's go back to camp and see how Major Steele and Conley are getting along.
Okay, let's go. Well, I certainly hope he's going to be all right. How's everything, Patsy? How's Major Steele?
Well, I can speak for myself now, thanks to Patsy and Mrs. Donovan. That broth they gave me has made me feel like a new man.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that, Barry. Yeah, you look a lot better, too.
Yes, I feel I'm going to live now. But before you got here, I had my doubts.
How's Bud Conley?
You'll have to ask Patsy about that. She was in to see her mother a couple of minutes ago.
What about her, Patsy?
Well, I just helped Ma give him some more quinine, but I'm afraid he isn't any better.
Did Mrs. Donovan take his temperature?
Yes, it was 104.5.
Good night. 104.5. Well, that's pretty high, isn't it?
Yes, it's plenty high, Chuck. You can't stand that very long.
Yes, I know we can't. We're going to get him out of here just as quickly as we can. But for the time being, our hands are tied.
Well, that doesn't sound very good. What did you find out when you looked at the field?
We found out this much. A takeoff can't be made until the wind shifts to the north.
What direction is it blowing from now? I can't feel any breeze down here.
No, we're protected under the trees. But the wind is coming from the south.
And it's got to shift around to the north, you say?
That's it.
But gee, Captain Midnight, the wind might not shift for days.
Yes, I know. That's true, Patsy. And if it doesn't shift, it's going to put us in a bad situation.
You mean us or Bud Conley?
Well, primarily Bud Conley. But it may put us in a bad situation, too. We only have provisions enough for a few days. And so far, I haven't seen a bit of game.
No, it's plenty scarce, and I can't understand it, because this is a wild country.
Oh, by the way, I was going to ask you, have you done any exploring? That is, before you became so weak?
Yes, both of us. Before Conley got sick, tramped around for miles, but we didn't find a sign of human life. We could only estimate our position roughly, and from the map, we were afraid we were some distance from any town. We considered starting out on foot, but finally decided it would be more dangerous than staying with the ship.
I think you made a wise decision. If you had started to walk out and then Conley got sick, you'd have been sunk.
Yeah, there isn't the slightest doubt about that.
Gosh, Major Steele, you probably thought that when you didn't come back to us, that we'd start looking for you.
No, Chuck. I had very little hope of that. The situation being what it was, when I left you, I was afraid your hands would be full.
They were, Barry. Only too full. As a matter of fact, I think we were lucky to get away as quickly as we did.
Well, go ahead. Tell me about it. There isn't anything we can do for the time being. Mrs. Donovan is taking care of Conley, and you can't make a takeoff until the wind changes. So let us know what happened.
Well, the thing you'll be most glad to hear is that Senor Pereda and his daughter Dolores are safe.
Well, thank heaven for that.
That's the good news we have, Major Steele. But we've got some bad news, too.
Bad news? What could be bad news after that?
Chuck's right, Barry. We do have some bad news for you. Now, you remember that you and Conley were trapped in that deserted cabin on the edge of that little mountain field where you landed?
I'll say I remember. That was one of the narrowest escapes I ever had. We couldn't get out of the shack because the place was surrounded by armed men. And then, the dirty rat set fire to it.
And if you hadn't found that hole in the floor leading to the old mine shaft, you wouldn't have had a chance.
No, Chuck. Conley and I would have been just as dead as that old tree trunk that you were sitting on.
But I still haven't told you the bad news. Who do you think those men were working for? The ones who had you trapped?
I haven't got the faintest idea. Mexican bandits, I suppose.
It was a lot worse than that, Major Steele.
You tell him, Chuck.
Okay. Well, Major Steele, those men were working for Ivan Shark.
Ivan Shark? Well, what do you know about that?
Yes, it was Ivan Shark. He'd stolen Senor Pareda's hacienda and was trying to make away with both the Pareda treasure and the huge herd of cattle owned by the Pareda estate.
Why, it seems almost incredible. But what's the bad news?
Well, when things ended, Ivan Shark escaped.
Escaped? Huh. Well, cheer up, Captain. After all, you're all alive and have your health. We'd better be thankful for that.
And we are, too. But it would have been a lot better if we had captured Ivan Shark.
And we almost had him in our hands, too, Major Steele. The morning he escaped, Captain Midnight and I missed capturing him by about a minute.
Well, a minute can be like 24 hours sometimes, Chuck. Some of the minutes I've been through lately have been like that.
And another bad thing. Shark's chief lieutenant, his daughter Fury, an Oriental named Fang, and a fellow named Gardo all escaped with him.
Did he escape by plane?
Yes, Barry. In that same plane Shark was flying when he was going under the name of Douglas Chadwick.
Yes, I remember. A bi-motored silver-wing monoplane.
That's it.
Same plane passed over this place the day before yesterday, about noon.
What?
I thought sure the pilot would see the torn wings of the Squadron on top of the trees.
Loopin' loops. What do you know about that?
Wait a minute. Which direction was he flying?
Almost straight north. The same course that you were flying.
Oh, gee, Captain Midnight. Why, Shark must have headed for the United States.
Evidently, because Conley and I were flying on the same course. We were headed for the nearest United States border.
Well, of all the nerve.
Oh, I wish I knew where he was headed.
Well, there's no telling about that.
Well, I wish I had known who was flying that ship. I'd have tried to broadcast a warning. So I guess it wouldn't have done any good, because you're the only ones who heard my call for help.
But you haven't told us what happened to you, Barry.
Well, there isn't very much to tell. As I said, we were headed for the nearest point on the border. About 100 miles after we left you that morning, the engine began to overheat. But it was very gradual, otherwise I would have turned back.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. The gas you had wasn't suitable for the Spartan's engine. But then what happened next?
Well, as the engine got hotter, we started losing revs. And then, little by little, we started losing altitude. There was only one thing to do, keep on going. I thought there might be a chance to keep the plane in the air until we got across the border. But finally, even after we'd thrown out everything that we could, we were right over the treetops. At last, I saw we couldn't make it. I was trying to pancake into that clearing ahead when we mushed into the trees.
That must have been a terrible moment.
We thought we were finished, I can tell you that. But we had strapped ourselves in tightly and weren't going very fast. And when we started scraping the treetops, I started pulling the nose up. Succeeded in killing some speed that way.
Well, Barry, you and Conley are lucky to be alive. Come on, Chuck. Let's get back to the plane. We've got a job to do.
Okay, Captain Midnight. What is it?
I'm going to send a code message to the authorities to be on the lookout for Shark's plane. Then, we're going to start lightening the ship so we can be ready when the wind shifts.
Look, there's Ma in the doorway of the Spartan.
Oh, Captain Midnight, can you come here?
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Donovan. Wait a minute, Chuck. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What is it, Mrs. Donovan?
Please come inside. I want you to look at Mr. Conley.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
I'm afraid Mr. Conley isn't any better.
Yes. His face looks very flushed. Oh, I see you have the thermometer in his mouth.
Yes, and I want you to look at his temperature. Here's the thermometer. Can you see? What is it now?
Yes. Yes, I see. It's 105.
Captain Midnight, we've got to do something for Mr. Conley. I've done all I could, and yet his temperature keeps going up. That can't go on much longer. If it does, you know what that means.
Bud Conley is in a very critical condition, or Mrs. Donovan wouldn't have brought Captain Midnight into the cabin to tell him what she did. But what can Captain Midnight do? The only chance of helping Conley is to get him to a hospital at once by plane. But the plane cannot take off until the wind shifts, if then. What will happen? Tune in Monday to Captain Midnight. Remember, get your very own free picture of Captain Midnight and his two young friends, Chuck and Patsy, at your Skelly service station the next time you're out in the family car. It's something every young friend of Captain Midnight should have, because it's autographed by the three most famous members of your own 1940 Flight Patrol: Captain Midnight, Chuck Ramsey, and Patsy Donovan. They're all dressed in their flying suits and helmets, too. Say, people sure will know you're a real aviation fan when they see this picture up on the wall of your room. And, of course, the best part of it is, this swell picture is absolutely free to every member of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. You just show your Skelly man your membership card and get your free picture right then and there. So remember, when you're out in the family car tonight or tomorrow or Sunday, have Mother or Dad stop by your Skelly service station for sure. Have your membership card all ready so your Skelly man can give you your big free picture without a single moment's delay. Now don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Can some way be found of saving Bud Conley's life? With the takeoff by airplane impossible, are Captain Midnight and his party stranded, beyond reach of help? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Skelly, you know, was the originator of tailor-made gasoline and motor oil. The famous Skelly Aeromax gasoline and Skelly Tagoline motor oil. Tailor-made for your weather. But first, tell me this. How many of you fellas and girls stopped at your Skelly service station this weekend to get your free picture of Captain Midnight and his 2 young friends, Chuck and Patsy? Well, if you haven't got yours yet, let me urge you to get one from your Skelly man the next time you're out in the family car. Because, look, these aren't any ordinary pictures, you know. You can't even buy pictures like this anywhere in the world. But you can get them free at your Skelly service station if you're a member of the 1940 Flight Patrol. And say what's more, this picture is autographed to you by all 3 of these famous members of your own big radio club. Captain Midnight, Chuck Ramsey, and Patsy Donovan. They're all dressed in their flying suits and helmets in the picture, too. And they're standing right beside Captain Midnight's sleek monoplane. Boy, oh boy, will you be proud to show this swell picture to all your friends. You'll pin it up on the wall of your room, too, I'll bet, and you'll think more of it than almost any picture you ever own. But look, did you know this? You don't have to spend a single penny to get this marvelous picture of Captain Midnight and his 2 young friends. No, sir. Not even a penny for a stamp. You don't need any seals or labels or box tops or anything like that either. All you do is show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card, and he'll give you one of these swell pictures absolutely free right then and there. Just stop at your Skelly service station the next time you're out driving with Mother or Dad. Now, if you're not a member of the 1940 Flight Patrol, your Skelly man will tell you how to join. And that's free, too. Why, you even get a free Flight Patrol Medal of Membership that spins. But above all, you'll want your swell new picture of Captain Midnight and those 2 grand youngsters, Chuck Ramsey and Patsy Donovan. So remember, to get your own free copy of this marvelous picture, ask Mother or Dad to stop in at your Skelly service station the next time you're driving by. Show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card and get your very own autographed picture of Captain Midnight and his friends absolutely free. And now to Captain Midnight. Unless medical attention is obtained for Bud Conley, who is stricken with fever, Conley is liable to die. He, his chief, Major Barry Steele, and Captain Midnight's party are far from civilization in old Mexico. The clearing where Captain Midnight landed his plane is so small that a takeoff from it cannot be made except in one direction, and then after the wind shifts. It is now early afternoon, and Captain Midnight and Chuck Ramsey are standing near their plane on the edge of the field talking things over. Let's listen as Captain Midnight says.
No, Chuck, no. There hasn't been any change in the wind at all. If anything, it's stronger.
Oh, gosh. I was sure hoping that wind would shift. Now there doesn't seem to be any chance.
I'm afraid not. Sky is clear. Certainly looks as if conditions are going to stay as they are indefinitely.
From what Ma Donovan says, I guess Bud Conley must be pretty sick.
She didn't say in so many words, but I don't think she believes there's a chance for him if we can't get him out of here right away.
Gee, isn't there something we can do? Something we hadn't thought of before?
I don't know what it'd be, Chuck. Of course, we might have overlooked something.
You radioed a code message about Ivan Chuck's plane, didn't you?
Yes, Chuck, I did. And at the same time, I sent a message telling him about our situation here. Well, there's nothing more I could say.
They could drop provisions for us.
Sure. That wouldn't help Bud Conley.
Well, they could drop medicine for him.
Yeah, they could do that, too. That isn't getting him to a hospital, and that's what he needs. It wouldn't do any good for anyone to land here. They'd be in just as bad a fix as we are, unable to fly out again.
Has Conley got a family?
Yes. He's got a wife and 4 children.
Oh, gosh, Captain Midnight, that's terrible. We just can't let him die.
Well, listen, Chuck. I've thought of one thing, but it might take too much time.
What is it, Captain Midnight?
Now, look down the field here. You will probably be the one who has to take off. Now, the plane will be turned around with its tail right between these trees. The takeoff will be straight ahead toward the north. You see that, don't you?
But I see those tall trees in the way.
Yes, you're right. And that's the plan I had in mind.
Well, gee, Captain Midnight, what about those trees?
Now, look. Take a careful look, Chuck. and just try to imagine what it would be like if some of those trees weren't there.
Why, if it weren't for 3 or 4 of those high trees, there'd be a lot more room for a takeoff.
Absolutely, Chuck. As a matter of fact, if just 3 of those trees were out of the way, it'd make all the difference in the world. In fact, I think that you, weighing less than I, could take off with Bud Conley, even downwind, with those trees gone.
I could do it. I'm sure I could. But how can we get rid of those 3 trees? Look how big they are.
Yes, that's the whole trouble, Chuck. All we've got is a very small hatchet. It would take days to chop through those big trunks.
And also, you wouldn't know which way they were going to fall.
Well, I don't think that'd make much difference. The wheels of the plane would be off the ground before you got that far. If those 3 trees were out of the way, we could get Conley out of here even if the wind doesn't change. Yeah, but I'm afraid there's no way to get them down short of a tornado.
Do you suppose there's anything else we could take out of the plane to make it lighter?
Oh, no. We've done all we can. Anything else would weaken the structure.
Yes, I guess you're right. But gosh, Captain Midnight, what are we going to do anyway? I mean, when we do get out. We can't stay here forever, even if we are too late to save Conley.
Well, the first thing we've got to do, that is after we get across the border from here, is to go back to Senor Paredes' hacienda for Pinky Drake and Slim Pool. Then put Pablo in that flying school. And then
Yes, but what about you? What's going to happen to you?
I've still got that big job on my hands, Chuck.
Ivan Shark?
Yes. I don't know what the pursuit of Shark might lead to. It may take me around the world again before I'm through.
But can't I come along? I've helped you before. Well, at least a little bit.
You've no idea how much you've helped me. And it isn't just the actual help you've given either. It's the company, the companionship that has meant more than anything else to me.
I'm glad to hear you say that. After all, I'm just a kid. I know I make a lot of mistakes, and I'm not, the sort of a companion an older person would be.
I've come to rely on you so much that I wouldn't quite know what to do without you.
And you've been just like a father to me. To be truthful, you've been more than a father to me.
What do you mean, Chuck?
Well, it's like this. I don't know whether you've ever noticed it or not, but lots of kids never have any fun with their fathers. They respect them too much. Oh, gosh, I'm getting sort of all mixed up.
No, Chuck, no. You mean that lots of kids respect their fathers so much that they're afraid to have any fun with them.
Well, that's it. That's it exactly. Mm-hmm. A kid looks up to his father so much that his father seems too far away from him.
Yes, I know only too well what you're talking about. Now, Chuck, I've seen hundreds of fathers and sons like that. And I've always said that if I had a son of my own, he certainly wouldn't be like that at all.
You wouldn't be, and you haven't been with me. You take me into your confidence. You let me know what you're thinking about, what you're trying to do. And I guess that lots of fathers don't do that.
No, Chuck, they don't. That's where they make a big mistake. They gradually grow apart, and they finally live in different worlds. The boy doesn't know anything about his father's problems, and the father doesn't know anything about his son's. Except when the boy does something wrong.
And then he gets punished.
Yes. And that tends to separate them farther than ever.
Maybe if the father and son were closer together, the son wouldn't do things that he'd have to be punished for.
Chuck, you're getting to be quite a philosopher.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you and I aren't that way. You know what my problems are, and I know what yours are.
Yes. That brings me back to what started this discussion. It may be that much as we both would dislike it, it would be better if I would work alone for a while.
But why? Honestly, I don't see why.
Well, now, listen. You want to be a pilot, don't you, Chuck?
Well, of course. I can fly some now. At least I can get a ship up and down.
Don't say you can. Not at plenty tight spots, too.
But merely being able to handle the controls of a ship, it doesn't make a pilot.
There, you're right. Merely being able to handle the controls of an airplane doesn't make a pilot. That's only a very small part of it. There are probably thousands of pilots who could take a big airliner up from the field, circle it, and then make a perfect landing. But do you suppose that same pilot could take that same airliner off, loaded with passengers, fly from one city to another 700 miles away through tough weather where he had to fly by instruments and radio, and get his passengers there safely?
There are probably less than 1 out of 10 who could.
Less than 1 out of 10? The percentage is much smaller than that. To be a perfectly competent airline pilot, it takes the ability to fly. That's elementary. Then, beyond that, it takes absolute presence of mind, quick thinking, and above all, the thing that's known as character.
Character? I've heard that word a lot, and yet I don't think I know exactly what it means.
Stability. The thing which can be relied upon. Reliability.
I guess that's important in anything, not just airplane flying.
You're right, Chuck. I rather think that reliability is the most important characteristic in the world.
But to come back to what we were talking about, you spoke about a separation, and you asked me if I wanted to be a good pilot.
Well, now, look here, Chuck. Going around with me, you learn a certain amount, that's true. But you don't learn as much, as thoroughly, as you would if you were going through the regular routine of a flying school.
You mean you want me to go to a flying school?
I think it would be an excellent thing for you. Oh, I'd see you often. During part of the year, your vacations, we could be together. And I'd test you out to see how much you've learned. Then when you get through, I'll put the finishing touches on you.
Gee, and then what?
Well, I don't know. I've got to stay in the flying business, I know that. There are plenty of opportunities for new airlines, Chuck. Yes, I might start one. You could be one of my pilots. I'll give you an interest in the business, and then when you get good enough, you could be chief pilot.
Gosh, wouldn't that be swell?
You bet. Yes, Chuck, that sounds pretty good. But then, I guess we'd better quit daydreaming and get back to business here.
Oh, just one thing more.
Yeah?
Patsy Donovan can be one of our stewardesses.
That's good. It's a foregone conclusion. And we'll get Steve Donovan and make a pilot out of him, too. And, well, let's see. Are there any other members in the family?
Well, there's Pinky and Slim. What do we do with them?
Oh, yes, Pinky and Slim. Say, I know. We'll have them ride back and forth on the line to amuse the passengers with their squabbles.
They sure keep them amused all right. Oh, and don't forget, there's Pablo. He's almost one of the family now.
Oh, sure. Well, we might have a branch going down here into Mexico. He could fly on that division.
Oh, look. Here comes our stewardess.
What in the world have you two been doing all this time?
Well, to tell you the truth, Patsy, I think we've been doing a little daydreaming.
Oh, so that's it. What about the wind? Is it just as strong as ever?
Gosh, I'm afraid it is, Patsy.
Yes, it is. Oh, any change in Bud Conley's condition?
No, he's just about the same.
Well, I'm going back to talk to Major Steele. You better stay here, Chuck, and let me know if that wind changes.
I'll stay too then, because Ma doesn't need me for a while.
All right. You stay here with Chuck. I'll see you both after a while.
Tell me the truth, Patsy. Is Mr. Conley worse?
Yes, Chuck, I think he is. I can tell it by the way Ma acts.
Oh, gee, Patsy, this is terrible. Mr. Conley's going to die of that fever if we don't fly him out of here. Say, what are you looking at?
Quick, Chuck. Look over there.
What is it? What are you looking at? I don't see anything.
The top of that ridge on the right, Chuck. See? Floating up in the air. Why, it looks like smoke.
Smoke? Blazing beacons, Patsy. It is smoke. Maybe this will show us a way out. Maybe it will mean help. Come on, let's investigate.
Well, can Patsy and Chuck be right? Is it really smoke they see at the top of the nearby ridge? Major Steele said he had explored the region and had found no sign of human habitation. What will Chuck and Patsy discover when they climb to the top of the ridge? Tune in to Captain Midnight. Say, have you got a big brother or a big sister that's away at college? Well, if so, you know how college students like to have pictures of their friends all over the walls of their rooms, don't you? Well, look, they're not the only ones that can have pictures of their friends up in their rooms. No, sir, because you can have a picture nobody else but members of the new 1940 Flight Patrol can even get hold of. A swell big picture of Captain Midnight standing in front of his speedy monoplane with Chuck Ramsey and Patsy Donovan. It's a picture that anybody would be proud to own. And listen, it's free to members of the 1940 Flight Patrol. So remember, to get your free picture, this is all you do. Just stop by your Skelly service station the next time you're out riding with Mother or Dad. Show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card, and he'll give you your very own autographed picture of Captain Midnight and his friends absolutely free. Now, don't forget, stop at your Skelly service station for your free picture tonight. And don't forget to listen Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Have Chuck and Patsy found a means of escape from the forest wilderness in Old Mexico so that Bud Conley's life can still be saved? What does the smoke mean? Be sure to listen Wednesday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Watch for the big red, white, and blue Skelly sign when you're out driving. The sign with the big letter S that stands for Skelly Service. But say, I got a swell letter today from a wide-awake young Flight Patrol member, and I want you to hear it. Listen.
Dear Don Gordon, I just want to tell you how much fun I've had being a member of the 1940 Flight Patrol. I carry my membership card and my spinning medal of membership with me all the time, and I can make my medal spin for over 3 minutes, steady, without stopping. I like the Flight Patrol reporter, too. But best of all, I think, is that swell new picture of Captain Midnight and Chuck and Patsy. I was one of the first kids around here to get one, and boy, they all wanted to know where I got it. I put it on the wall of my bedroom, and I covered it with a big piece of cellophane that came on a box of cookies, and it really looks pretty swell, I think. But say, I've got my dad using Skelly gasoline and Tagaline oil now, and he says he's glad I told him to stop at the Skelly service station, because the Skelly man gives such good service, and he likes the Skelly products a lot. So goodbye, and thanks a lot for the swell program. A regular member of the 1940 Flight Patrol, Eddie Ovaltine.
Well, thank you, Eddie, for that fine letter. I'll bet there are lots of other dads that'd be just as happy as your dad if they once found out about Skelly tailor-made gasoline and motor oil and good old Skelly service with a smile. But say, fellas and girls, did you hear what Eddie Tollefson said about the new autographed picture of Captain Midnight and his friends Chuck and Patsy? Well, have you got yours yet? It's absolutely free, you know. And boy, will you be proud to have your very own picture of Captain Midnight and his 2 daring young friends. They're all dressed up in their flying suits and helmets, too, ready to take off in Captain Midnight's speedy monoplane. Now remember, this is all you do to get this swell big picture. Just stop by your Skelly service station the next time you're out driving with Mother or Dad. Show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card, and you get your free picture right that very minute. And you don't even need as much as a penny for a stamp. It's absolutely free. So remember, don't miss getting your copy of this grand picture. The time's getting short, so you better stop over at your Skelly service station with Mother or Dad tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. The famous pilot is faced with a seemingly insurmountable problem. The forest clearing where Captain Midnight landed is too small for a plane to safely take off from. And Bud Conley is dangerously ill of tropical fever. It is now early in the afternoon, and Chuck and Patsy are on the edge of the clearing, anxiously looking for signs of a change in the wind which might facilitate a takeoff. Suddenly, Patsy and Chuck see smoke floating up over the top of a nearby ridge. Excitedly, the 2 start running forward. Listen as Patsy exclaims.
It is smoke, Chuck. It can't be anything else.
You know what that means, Patsy? Smoke just doesn't happen of its own accord.
Gosh, maybe we should have called Captain Midnight.
Well, we can find out about this ourselves. That column of smoke seems to be right on the other side of the ridge. It can't be very far.
I can't understand it, Chuck. Major Steele said there wasn't anyone around here. And yet...
No, Patsy. Fires don't start by themselves. There must be somebody near us.
Gee, these rocks are sure hard to run over.
We're going to have to take it easy. We'll have to climb over these bigger rocks.
Well, I'm over this one.
Well, I'll be up with you in a second.
The others aren't so bad, Chuck. Come on, hurry up.
Okay. I'm right with you. Oh, gee, that smoke's getting closer all the time.
It can't be a forest fire, Chuck. Look, it's only a small fire because there isn't very much smoke. Now, just a little bit more. We'll be at the top of the ridge.
Gee, the others will sure be surprised when they hear about this.
Well, Major Steele will certainly be surprised. I don't see how he could have missed finding anyone. At least, anyone as close as this fire is to where he wrecked his plane.
Oh, it sure got me. I just can't understand it. Fires certainly don't start by themselves.
Now, we're up at the top. Where in the world?
Hey, look. That's where it's coming from. Down in that ravine.
Sure. Now I see.
Hold it a minute, Patsy. We'd better take it easy. We don't know what we're getting into.
Maybe we'd better not go ahead. Maybe we'd better get back.
Well, here's a big rock right ahead. Let's get behind it and sort of look things over.
Okay. I'm right with you.
There. Now we're in a position to see without being seen.
Yes. We can look over the top of this rock and see everything below.
Come on now. Let's take a peek, but be careful about it.
Okay. Let's slide up a little higher.
Blazing beacons, Patsy. Look down there.
Loops. Why, there's a tent.
Yes, it's a camp. I don't see a soul around.
There must have been somebody here recently because there's fresh wood on the fire.
Oh, do you see? Back of the tent, in those trees. It looks like a mule.
Now I see. It's a burrow, Chuck. That's what it is.
Chimney crickets. You know, that looks like a prospecting camp. I've seen dozens of them in the mountains near Black Gulch.
Do you suppose they're Americans?
You've got me there. The equipment would be the same, either there or here.
Look, Chuck. I thought I saw the wall of that tent move.
Oh, there. There's a man coming out.
He's looking at the fire. Now he's looking around. I wish I could see his face better.
He's turning this way. Now we can see his face.
He looks like an American, Chuck. I'll bet anything in the world he's an American prospector.
I'll bet you're right. There's lots of them down in Mexico.
What in the world will we do?
I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to call out to him. And if we find out that he isn't friendly, we can always run back to our camp where we have him outnumbered and capture him.
Well, I don't think there can be very many, because that's just a small camp.
Okay, here goes.
Hello there! Hello!
Gosh, Chuck, look at him jump. I think he was scared to death.
I don't blame him much. He can't see us behind this rock. Well, look, he's glancing all around.
We better stand out from behind this rock.
Yes, that's the thing to do. Then I'll call out to him again.
There. Call out again.
Okay.
Hello there! Hello!
He sees us. Gee, he looks as though he was seeing a ghost.
Gosh, he's a lot more scared than we are.
Hey there!
In the name of creation, who be you?
We're friends. We're Americans.
He's an American, Chuck. Listen to that.
We're Americans, I tell you. We're friends.
Jump from gooseberries. I'll be darned if you don't talk like Americans. If you're friends, come on down here.
What do you think, Chuck?
I think it's all right. I'll go ahead and you stay behind me. Come on.
Sure in tarnation, I thought you was a couple of ghosts. But if you're amigos, as they say down here in Mexico, come on down.
Okay, we're coming.
Well, I'll be darned if it ain't a boy and a girl. Now, what are you two doing down here in this wild country? Don't tell me you're waiting for friends.
Well, in a way we were. Oh, but we might as well introduce ourselves. I'm Chuck Ramsey, and this is Patsy Donovan.
Well, I'm sure glad to be a-meeting you. That old American lingo sure sounds good. My name's Ben Gillis. I'm down here doing a bit of prospecting.
Are you all alone, Mr. Gillis?
Well, I am right now. There was a couple other fellas with me, but they've gone back to get a new supply of grub.
Gee, Mr. Gillis, how long have you been here?
We just got here a little while ago. I found this good place to camp, and my partners turned back to get us a new supply, like I was telling you.
Didn't you and your friends see an airplane in the sky this morning?
An airplane? Well, by jumbo, I guess old Tom must have been right at that.
Gosh, Mr. Gillis, what do you mean?
Well, it was like this. When we was back about 2 miles to the north, old Tom said he could hear an airplane in the sky. But me and Chubby, that's the other fella, we laughed at him. We said, what in the dickens would anybody be flying an airplane around here for? Of course, we was down the holler and couldn't see very good.
Well, your friend Tom was right, Mr. Gillis, because we landed in an airplane about 3 hours ago. The ship is in a small field just the other side of this ridge.
Well, what in tarnation do you know about that?
You must be expecting to stay here for a long time, Mr. Gillis.
Well, we sort of figured on it, yes. We run across some pretty nice lookers. Yeah, but then why am I a-blabbing to you? You ain't alone, are you?
No, we aren't. There are 3 men and Patsy's mother. But one of the men is awfully sick.
You ain't prospectors, then?
No, of course we aren't.
Tell me, Mr. Gillis, how far is it to the nearest town?
Oh, 'tain't so fur, but this country is mighty rough. I reckon take you maybe 6 or 7 days. Then you'd be plumb wore out time you got there.
Is that where your partners are going?
Yes, but I don't look for them back for a couple of weeks.
Gee, Chuck, that doesn't sound very good, does it?
Seems like you said something about a sick fella. You ain't in trouble, are you?
Well, yes, Mr. Gillis, we are. A couple of friends of ours were flying over this country and their engine overheated, forcing them down. They didn't get hurt, but one of them's awfully sick with some kind of a tropical fever.
Fever, huh? That don't sound so good to me. You say you landed in an airplane? Then why don't you put him in it and fly him to a hospital? They tell me them airplane things cover a lot of ground in a short time.
You bet they can. But here's the trouble. We landed in such a small field that we can't get out again unless the wind changes. And even then have to be awful good to make it.
Unless the wind changes? Well, what in tarnation do you know about that?
You see, Mr. Gillis, an airplane has to take off against the wind, especially when it's in a small field.
You see, that's the only way you can get enough lift under the wings to get out.
Yes, sir. A fella sure can learn something new every day.
So you see, Mr. Gillis, we're in a pretty bad fix. Even if the wind isn't just right, we could take off in the plane. Well, at least I could, if it wasn't for some trees in the way.
Yeah, I guess I sure don't understand this flying business very good, but then everybody to his own trade. You say if it weren't for some trees, you could get into the air, huh?
Well, that's the size of it, Mr. Gillis.
How many trees are there?
Well, if we could just get 3 of them out of the way, there'd be enough clearance for the ship to get through.
How about chopping them down?
Gosh, Mr. Gillis, they're great big ones. It would take too long.
Yeah, I guess 'twould, all right. Well, I guess you're just going to have to wait for that there wind to change.
But gee, Mr. Gillis, we've just got to find some way to get this sick man, Mr. Conley, out of here soon. If we don't, I'm very much afraid.
Yeah, lad, I know what you're going to say. This here friend of yours is going to kick the bucket.
Oh, he's liable to. His fever's awful bad.
Isn't there something we can do? There's just got to be some way of getting him out of here.
I sure wish I could think of something, Miss Donovan, but darned if I know what 'tis.
Well, listen, Mr. Gillis, I've got a plan.
Shoot, lad, what is it?
And you're a miner, Mr. Gillis. Have you got a lot of supplies with you?
Well, sure. We're pretty well equipped, if I do say so myself.
There's just one thing, and if you've got it, it might help us.
Okay, my boy, what is it?
You don't happen to have any dynamite with you, do you?
Dynamite? Well, lad, I reckon I got a little. But what in the world do you want with dynamite?
Yes. What in the world can Chuck Ramsey have in mind? What could he use dynamite for that would help them get Bud Conley to a hospital right away? Yes, Chuck has a plan, and it might possibly work. But first, does the prospector, Ben Gillis, have any dynamite with him? Be sure to listen to Captain Midnight. Say, what's the next best thing to having a friend of yours right with you? Why, it's having a picture of him, isn't that right? Well, I wish you could all see and know Captain Midnight and his grand young friends, Chuck Ramsey and Patsy Donovan. But if you can't have them with you, you can at least have their pictures. So look, the next time you're out with Mother or Dad in the family car, be sure you ask them to stop by your Skelly service station. Have your Flight Patrol membership card all ready to show to your Skelly man the minute he steps up to the car. Then he'll be all set to give you your very own free picture of Captain Midnight and Chuck and Patsy that he's been saving just for you. Because there's one for every single member of the 1940 Flight Patrol. Remember, it isn't going to cost you a single penny. It's absolutely free. Say, why don't you get that big free picture from your Skelly man tonight? And don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. What is Chuck's plan, which he hopes will soon get Bud Conley to a hospital? And what has dynamite got to do with it? And what about Captain Midnight? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Skelly, you know, was the originator of tailor-made gasoline and motor oil. Skelly Aeromax gasoline and Skelly Tagoline motor oil. Tailor-made for your weather. But now, listen closely, fellas and girls, for a very important announcement. This is the very last chance I'll have to offer you that exciting new picture of Captain Midnight and Chuck and Patsy. It's your last chance to get that marvelous free picture at your Skelly service station. So listen, if you haven't already called for yours, be sure you get it tonight or tomorrow or Sunday. Because after that, we can't promise you that your Skelly man will have a single one of them left. Now, I know every fellow and girl listening in wants one of those swell autographed pictures of Captain Midnight and his 2 fun-loving, adventurous young friends. It's just the kind of picture every typical wide-awake flight patrol member would like to own. You see, Chuck and Patsy and Captain Midnight are dressed in their regular flying suits with the aviator's helmets on, and they're standing beside Captain Midnight's high-powered monoplane. It's a real aviation picture that any air-minded young fellow or girl will be proud to have up on the wall for everybody to see. And don't forget this. It's autographed by all 3 of our famous friends themselves, Chuck, Patsy, and Captain Midnight. And remember, you don't have to spend a single penny to get it. You don't even need any labels or seals or box tops. You simply stop at your Skelly service station the next time you're out driving with Mother or Dad. Show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card, and you get your big autographed picture absolutely free. And look, if you're not already a member of the 1940 Flight Patrol, just tell your Skelly man, and he'll sign you up without 1 penny's expense. You see, we want every fellow and girl who loves adventure and is interested in aviation and likes to listen to Captain Midnight to have one of these swell pictures with the compliments of your Skelly man. So stop at your Skelly service station in the family car and get your free picture tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. When Chuck and Patsy saw smoke rising over a nearby ridge, they rushed over to it and discovered a prospector by the name of Ben Gillis. To him, they told their plight in regard to Bud Conley, who is very ill of fever. Help for him seems impossible because there's not enough room for Captain Midnight's plane to take off in the forest clearing where he landed. After explaining about Conley's illness, Chuck suddenly asks Ben Gillis if the miner has any dynamite. Listen as Gillis replies,
Dynamite? Well, what in thunder and tarnation do you want with that?
Gosh, Chuck, what in the world do you mean? Patsy, I want to blast those 3 big trees out of the way so the plane can take off. Have you got any dynamite, Mr. Gillis? Just a little bit?
Yes, sirree. We always carry some dynamite just in case of emergency. Just a minute. I'll take a look.
Gee, Chuck, do you suppose it'll work?
Well, there's no harm trying. Captain Midnight said that if those 3 trees could be gotten out of the way, I could make a downwind takeoff.
But wouldn't the trees be in the way? I mean, on the ground?
No, I don't think so. The wheels of the plane would be off the ground before they got to the trees.
Oh, gosh, I hope Mr. Gillis has got some. But gee, Chuck, those trees are awfully big. Maybe he hasn't enough dynamite to blast all 3 of them down.
We'll have to hope for the best.
Look, here comes Mr. Gillis. And he's grinning.
Gee, I hope it's good news.
Well, my boy, I got some dynamite all right. Just 3 sticks, to be exact.
Isn't that swell, Chuck?
I'll say it is.
Now, where are these here trees?
Right across the ridge to the left, Mr. Gillis. Down at the bottom of the ridge, there's a small clearing, and that's where the plane is.
Hadn't we better go and tell Captain Midnight?
Captain Midnight? Who in tarnation's he?
Well, that isn't really his name, Mr. Gillis. His name is actually Red Albright, but he's called Captain Midnight, and he's a swell guy. You'll like him.
Well, I guess if you like him, so will I. Now, I'll tell you what you kids do. You run and get this here Captain Midnight. I'll bring the dynamite and some tools along and meet you in this here field across the ridge.
Oh, that's swell, Mr. Gillis. We'll see you in a little while. Come on, Patsy. There isn't any time to lose.
There he is now, Captain Midnight. There's that Mr. Gillis.
Well, that's him, all right. Oh, isn't it swell that he's willing to help us, Captain?
You bet it is, Chuck. I certainly hope your plan will work.
Don't you think it has a chance, Captain Midnight?
Well, yes, Patsy, it has. But the principal thing is to get that dynamite placed right. If it isn't, it'll just go off and not do the work we want it to.
But this Ben Gillis has had a lot of experience with dynamite. I think he'll be able to do it.
Well, I know something about it, too, Chuck. Between the 2 of us, we should be able to get the job done right.
Hi, Mr. Gillis.
Hi there, folks.
Oh, I guess you're Ben Gillis. I'm awfully glad to meet you.
Well, there sure ain't no one else around here by that name. So you're the one they call Captain Midnight.
That's right. I certainly want to tell you how grateful I am for your help.
Shucks, that ain't nothing. I'm sure glad to do anything akin to help save a man's life. Now, where's them trees you want out of the way?
There they are, right ahead, between us and the timber at the far end of the field.
Yeah, I see 'em. They're sure in the way, too.
Yeah, they are. Well, do you think we can move them with the dynamite you have?
Yeah, I don't know. They're mighty big fellers, but we can sure take a crack at 'em.
All right, let's get to the first one. Oh, here, let me carry some of that stuff for you. We've got to work as fast as we can. Our friend is a pretty sick man.
I can carry something.
You fellers carry them tools, and I'll carry the dynamite.
All right.
Jiminy crickets, look at Mr. Gillis throw that dynamite around. Won't it explode?
No, miss, not if you handle it right. There's a trick to it.
Well, come on, let's go. We've got to get those trees out of the way.
A few minutes later, we find Captain Midnight and his friends at the foot of the 3 trees which prevent the plane's safe departure. Chuck is speaking.
Here's the first tree. What do we do next, Mr. Gillis?
Well, now, let's see. I got to take a look at them roots. What do you say, Captain?
Well, wait a minute. Look at this side. 2 big roots branch away from each other here.
Yep, that's the place, all right. I'll start in with the pick. After I make a hole in the ground, we'll try and tunnel in underneath the trunk with this here small spade. And if I can get the dynamite under the main part of the tree, I think we'll be all right. Now then, I'll start right in here.
Oh, look, here comes Major Steele.
So I see, Patsy. He's still a little weak. I don't think he should have come this far.
I guess he's too anxious to see whether we're going to get these trees down. He probably couldn't stay away.
Is there anything I can do to help you there, Mr. Gillis?
No, not right now, Captain. Not till I get this here hole a little deeper. Anyway, there ain't room for 2 of us to work here at the same time.
All right, then. Oh, maybe you can help him scoop out some of that dirt, Chuck, while I talk to Major Steele.
Sure. I'll help Mr. Gillis.
Good.
Well, how are you coming, Captain? How long do you think it'll take?
Well, we just started in, Barry. You shouldn't have come out here. You're not strong enough yet.
Oh, all right now. Is there any chance of ever getting Conley out of here? Can you get these 3 trees out of the way?
And we'll find out, Barry, in a short while. If we can get this first one out of the way, I'll feel encouraged about the others. These are mighty big trees.
Yes, this first tree is the smallest one. But look at that one down the slope. And I'm sure we've got to get it out of the way, too.
Absolutely. It's the most important one. It'll be the last.
Well, I'm afraid that one's going to be a pretty tough job.
Maybe so. But I think this Ben Gillis knows how to handle dynamite.
Well, if this plan works, it's sure going to be a lucky break for us. And I'm going to tell you something, Captain.
Yeah, what's that, Major?
We've got to have a lucky break if we're going to save Conley's life.
Is he worse?
Yes, definitely. His temperature's still as high as ever. He's out of his head most of the time.
Oh, the poor fellow. We'll get him out of here if it's humanly possible.
Oh, I hadn't been thinking of anything else. I brought Conley down here with me, and it's up to me to see that he gets out.
We'll get him out, Barry, some way.
Well, there's another thing. But look, that fellow Gillis, he evidently needs something.
Oh, yes. Come over here with me.
All right.
What'll you have, Gillis?
Come here a second, will you, Captain?
Yes, you bet I will. Come on, Barry.
All right.
I think we're getting along all right. I got a right good hole open up here.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, I want you to meet my friend, Major Steele.
Right pleased to meet you, Major.
I'm glad to meet you.
We've got a swell hole cleaned out, Captain Midnight. It's right between these big roots.
Oh, that's good. Do you think it'll work, Gillis?
Yeah, I sort of think it will, Captain. All right, now, I got the stick in there. I'll just pack some of the dirt back.
Gosh, I sure hope it'll work.
Now then, here's the fuse. There now. She's all set.
Are you ready to light it?
Yeah, all set. Now, this ain't a very long fuse, so you better start making tracks.
Which way do you think the tree will fall, Gillis?
Well, I ain't sure it'll fall at all. What's more, I ain't got any idea the direction it'll go. But here goes for the match now. Then we'll all scram up that hill.
All right, we're ready. Go ahead, light the fuse.
There she starts. Scram for it.
Hurry up, everybody, run. Chuck, here, come here. Help me with Major. Come on.
There, that's far enough.
Oh, gee. Something must have happened to the fuse.
No, it didn't. We didn't take much time getting away from there.
How are you, Barry?
I'm all right. Just a little bit tired.
Laser beacons. There she goes.
But the tree, it isn't falling.
I don't know about that. The tops are moving.
Yes, it is.
You're right, Gillis. It is moving.
The wind. It's blowing it over.
It's going down. It's going down.
You bet she is. You hear them roots are crackling? Hi, Cracky, look out. She's going over.
was easy, but I don't know about this third one.
Well, I don't know about it either, Chuck. This tree is way bigger than the first one.
Yes, and if it hadn't been for the wind, that wouldn't have gone over.
Well, I'm sure going to do my best. But if this here stick doesn't do the job, I ain't got none left.
Well, you all set now?
No, not quite. Hand me that there spade, will you?
Here it is, Mr. Gillis.
That's much obliged.
Say, Captain, step aside with me a moment, will you?
You bet I will.
There's one thing that I'm worried about.
What's that, Billy?
You're figuring on having Chuck take off alone with Conley, aren't you?
Well, yes, that's my idea. I think it'd be dangerous to try to carry any more weight in the plane.
Well, that's not what's got me worried. I know Chuck will do the very best job of flying that he can. If he makes it, that's swell. But if he doesn't, well, let's not think of that. The one I'm worried about is Conley.
Conley?
Yes. He's out of his head now and getting worse all of the time. And you know how a delirious person is. They sometimes go completely crazy. And think of it. Chuck will be absolutely alone with him in the plane.
Yes, Billy, I realize that. It's a dangerous situation.
Chuck will be too busy occupied in handling the controls. He won't be able to protect himself from Conley.
Yes. Well, we've taken out the rear seat. We're fixing a place for Conley on the floor. They've got to tie him up so he can't possibly interfere with Chuck.
Well, I don't like to do it, but it's absolutely the only thing to do.
Okay, we're all set.
Well, Billy, here comes the big test.
Get ready to scram, everybody. I'm lighting the fuse.
Everybody's all set, Mr. Gillis. Go ahead.
There she goes. Run, everybody.
Are we far enough?
No, a little bit further. That's a mighty tall tree. There, that's now we're all right.
There she goes. Watch. Oh, the tree. It isn't going to budge. It's standing still. Oh, something must be wrong.
Well, has the splendid work done by Ben Gillis and Captain Midnight been all in vain? Will this last gigantic tree remain standing to defy all efforts to save Bud Conley's life? Don't miss the next adventure. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Now remember, here's your last chance to get your very own autographed picture of Captain Midnight, Chuck Ramsey, and Patsy Donovan absolutely free. And I really think you'll be mighty sorry if you miss getting one, because it's just the sort of picture we knew every wide-awake young Flight Patrol member would really go for. And the beauty of it is, this swell big autographed picture is absolutely free. There's really no reason why you shouldn't get it. Now, all you do is show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card the next time you stop at your Skelly service station in the family car. You get it right then and there. But be sure you call for that picture tonight or tomorrow or Sunday at the latest, because the chances are by Monday they'll be gone, and we don't want a single Flight Patrol member to be disappointed. So the secret is to get it now before it's too late. And don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Will the final tree prevent the taking off of the plane in order to save Bud Conley's life? If it doesn't fall, what else can Captain Midnight do? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Say, the other day I told you how to help your dad make your family car start like an airplane, fast as a flash. Remember? I told you to tell him about Skelly Aeromax, gasoline that's tailor-made for quick starting in your kind of weather. Well, tonight, I want to tell you what it means sometimes to have a car that starts like an airplane. So, first, I want you to think about some of the times when it might be very important to have a quick-starting car. Times when a few minutes' delay might be extremely serious. There's catching trains, for instance, or times when Dad has to get to work right on time for some special big job and the car won't start. Or there's times of real serious emergency, fires, accidents, or something like that. You sure want a fast-starting car then, don't you? That's why it's mighty important to know about a gasoline that's tailor-made for quick starting in your kind of weather. A gasoline that helps your car to start like an airplane. Yes, sir. And of course, the gasoline we mean is good old Skelly Aeromax. The gasoline that's always full of pep and ginger, just waiting for Dad to touch that starter and let her go. But don't forget now how really important it is to have a real quick-starting gasoline in your family car. You better tell your Dad tonight that if he wants a car that's always ready for any emergency, to fill the tank with Skelly Aeromax, gasoline that's tailor-made for quick starting in your kind of weather. The gasoline that helps your car to start like an airplane. And now to Captain Midnight. The saving of Bud Conley's life depends on Captain Midnight's ability to remove 3 tall trees which stand in the way of the takeoff. The only method is to blast them away with the aid of dynamite, furnished by a prospector, Ben Gillis. As our scene opens today, the first 2 trees have been blasted down, and the third one, a gigantic tree, still remains. The last charge of dynamite has exploded, and yet the proud old tree remains perfectly erect, straight as a flagpole. The small group of watchers is standing out of the danger zone just after the explosion at its base. Listen as Chuck exclaims,
"The tree's not moving. Oh, it's not going to come down."
The tarnation, she's a whopper. Yeah, it just ain't no use.
Oh, this is a disappointment, Captain. That one tree is the only thing that stands between us and Bud Conley's chance for life.
There's still a chance, Barry. That tree may fall yet.
But look, if it was going to fall, the wind would have blown it over. That charge of dynamite just wasn't big enough.
And it's the last stick I got.
There must be some way. There's just got to be.
Say, you think we could go near and examine it? Would that be safe, Mr. Gillis?
Oh, sure it is now. That old tree's going to stand there for many a year to come. Anyway, if it was going to fall, one of the safest places is right at the base of the trunk.
Gee, Mr. Gillis, how could that be?
Well, it's like this, miss. If you're at the foot of the tree, you can look up and see which way it's going to fall. Then you can get on the off side in just a step or two.
Well, come on. Let's take a look at it.
Jiminy cricket. Look at that hole in the ground. Well, you can see clean through underneath the tree.
How in the world can that tree still stand?
Just look at them 4 big roots there, Major Steele.
That's right.
There's your answer. That's all that's a-holding it.
Quick, everybody. I see a way to get this tree down. Where's that hatchet, Chuck?
Oh, there it is on the ground.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, what's your idea?
Yes, Captain, what is it?
We haven't got any time to waste if that plane's going to take Conley out of here before dark. Chuck, you and Ben Gillis take the big axe there and go over to one of those 2 fallen trees and chop out a stout limb about 10 or 12 feet long.
Sure, Captain. We can do that. Come on there, lad. Let's get going.
You bet. We'll have it for you in a jiffy.
Right.
What are you going to do, Captain?
Oh, here, I'll use the hatchet. While I'm working, I'll explain it to you.
All right.
Loop from loop. You're going to chop that root through.
That's it. I'm going to chop that root through, and all that'll be holding the tree up is the other 3 roots. When I get through with this root, I believe the wind will blow the tree over, and it'll fall away from us.
But what's the idea of the limb you sent Chuck and Mr. Gillis for?
I'm going to use that as a brace against it falling our way. We can't take any chance of anyone getting hurt now.
Gosh, you're almost through that root already.
Say, look, here comes Chuck and Ben Gillis.
Boy, they've got a swell log, too.
Well, I'll take this spade and start digging the hole for one end of the log.
Oh, that's enough here. Oh, no, Barry, don't do that. You're still pretty weak. Let Chuck or Ben Gillis do it. Besides, we've got to see how long the log is before we can dig the hole.
Well, you're right at that.
Yeah, how do you like this one, Captain Midnight?
Oh, couldn't be better, Gillis. All right, now, come on. Let's see how long it is. Brace it against the trunk at about the angle we'll want there.
There.
There. How's that?
Oh, that's excellent. Make a mark there with a spade, Chuck.
Here you are, Chuck.
Oh, thanks a lot.
That's it. All right, that's fine. Now drop the limb on the ground and make a hole there for one end of the pole.
There. That's swell. How deep a hole do you want, Captain Midnight?
Oh, not very deep there, Chuck. About 8 or 10 inches.
Okay.
I see your idea, Captain Midnight. It may work, too.
I believe it's our only chance.
Aren't you going to chop the rest of the way through the root?
About 2 blows will finish it, Patsy. I don't want that tree to fall before we're ready. How you coming there, Chuck?
How's this?
Oh, that's fine. Now then, let's hold the log up and ram it down into the hole. Come on.
Here, I'll help you.
All right. There we go. All right, now wait. That's high enough. All right, now into the hole with it.
Gee, it goes down about a foot.
Yeah, that's fine. I noticed you cleaned some dirt out from the side toward the tree. That's good. All right, now, let's put the other end against the tree trunk. Easy.
How's that?
Couldn't be better. Now then, Chuck, you and Gillis lift the limb up about 4 or 5 feet there.
Come on, lad. How's that, Captain?
That's fine, hold it. Now, I've got room to chop through the rest of the root. As soon as I cut through the last bit, you two lower the limb against the tree.
Right you are.
All right, here goes then.
Look, the root's through.
Quick, lower the limb.
There. Now she's braced. That tree can't fall this way.
Oh, I'm afraid it's no-go, Captain. The tree isn't moving.
I don't know about that. Look up above.
Yes, I think she's beginning to go.
Well, you're right, Patsy. She is going.
Stand still, everyone. You and Gillis, Chuck, keep pressing down on that brace hard.
The wind is forcing her over. Look, she's gathering speed.
The fog doesn't do any good now.
All right, grab it. You go and stand back there.
Gee, what a sight to see.
I'll say. It sends chills down your back.
Yes, there's a tremendous amount of power let loose when one of those things goes over. Well, the last obstacle is removed now. We haven't any time to lose.
You sure figured her out, Captain Midnight. Looks like you're going to get your friend out after all.
What will we do now, Captain Midnight?
Just a second, Chuck. Would you do me a favor, Gillis?
You betcha. What is it?
Go with Major Steele and Patsy Donovan and help carry the sick man to the plane. You stay here, Chuck. I want to talk over some things with you.
Okay, Captain.
Well, come on, Major Steele. Come on, Mr. Gillis. We'll have Mr. Conley back here in no time.
Right. All right, Chuck. Let's walk over to the plane.
Sure, Captain Midnight.
In the first place, you've got to make one of the most difficult takeoffs that any pilot could attempt.
I know. And there's another thing I know I mustn't do.
Huh?
And that is to try to get off the ground too soon.
No, Chuck, no, that's absolutely fatal. Now, here's what I'd do. I'd keep the ship's nose down, easing it up very gradually, getting just as much speed as you possibly can, and allow the wheels to stay on the ground until you're almost up to the first tree trunk. Then I'd pull her off, but not too abruptly.
All right. I'll do just that. Oh, and there's something else I've just noticed, Captain
Now,
Midnight.
what's that, Chuck?
The wind. It's changed direction slightly. It's coming a little bit more from the west quarter.
Mm-hmm. And, what does that mean to you?
Well, it means that I must turn that side as soon as I can, so as to gain the benefit of the lift from that side.
Right, Chuck, right. And it works in fine, too, because there are no trees on that side to worry about. Well, here we are. While the others are bringing Conley, we'd better lift up the tail and turn the ship around. Here, that's it. Get over there. We've got to have as much room as possible for the run.
Okay. I'll take this other side.
That's it. All righty now. All right, come on, lift.
All set?
All right. Come on now, around with it. Easy. There, that's fine. Let her down. Easy now.
Oh, this is swell. The tail is almost touching this tree trunk.
Yes, you've got as much room for your takeoff now as you could possibly have, Chuck. Well, there isn't anything more we can do for you.
Well, I'll do my best, Captain Midnight. But they'll be along with Conley pretty soon.
I know.
Hadn't we better get up into the cabin and warm up the engine?
Absolutely, Chuck. There isn't anything more important than that. All right, come on.
And do you want to warm it up?
No, Chuck. You're going to do the flying. You get in the pilot's seat and take charge right now.
Okay. Well, I guess I might as well get her started.
Yeah, sure. We haven't any time to waste.
I'll crack the throttle open a little bit and let her warm up.
All right. Now then, Chuck. While the engine's warming up, I want to give you some instructions. We worked out your course on the map. Now, you're going to head straight for Ridgeville, Texas. That's the nearest good airport.
Yes, and I should get there with about a half hour's gas to spare.
Yeah, that ought to be about right. Now then, after you get in the air, you must contact Ridgeville by radio and tell the field to have an ambulance with a doctor and nurse waiting for you.
Okay, I'll do that.
Now, another thing. We'll be anxious to know how you're getting along. The Spartan's engine can still turn over. There's a little gas left in the tank. And I can talk to you over the radio, but not after you get any distance away.
I'll be broadcasting on the Ridgeville wavelength, so you can listen to that. But for our own conversations, I'll transmit on the Spartan's length.
Right, it's a good idea. Let's talk to each other every half hour. On the hour and on the half.
Okay. Anything else?
Now, let me think.
Oh, look. They're bringing Conley now. I'll run up the engine to be sure it's turning over okay.
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
She's turning over like a sewing machine, and I tested her on each mag.
Yeah, so I noticed. I believe the engine's all right, Chuck.
Well, here we are. Here's Conley.
Oh, okay, Major Stu.
We'll lift him up in there, Captain Midnight.
All right, but be careful, be careful.
Yeah.
There. How's that?
Wait a minute. Yeah, that's fine.
Did you notice, Captain? We've got him tied.
Yes, I see that. Well, it's the only safe thing.
Everything ready?
Yes.
So long, Chuck. Good luck.
Good luck, lad. You'll get him through.
I'm relying on you, Chuck.
I'll do my best, Major. Goodbye, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow.
Well, Chuck, nothing more to say. Everything's up to you. A man's life is in your care, and I know that somehow you'll get him through.
All right, Captain. But there's one favor I want to ask.
Now, what's that, Chuck?
Don't send me away to flying school.
Well, we'll talk that over later, Chuck. Right now, you've got a job to do. Now, set your brakes. Open that motor, and when I wave to you from the outside, take her off.
Okay, and so long.
Yes, the thin thread of a human life is in Chuck Ramsey's care. Will he be able to get off the ground safely? And then, if he does, will he be able to fly the lonely sky trail to Ridgeville Airport? Don't miss coming adventures. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Say, suppose your dad was going to take you out to a swell movie tonight, and when you went out to get in the car, the motor wouldn't start. Say, wouldn't that be disappointing? Well, listen. If you want to help keep things like that from happening in your family, here are two things to do. First, tell Dad about quick-starting, tailor-made Skelly Aeromax gasoline. Gasoline that's tailor-made for quick starts in your weather. Second, tell him about easy-starting Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil. An oil that doesn't get thick as glue, but lets the motor turn over easy on coldest mornings. So there. I've given you a real combination to keep your car in quick-starting condition. Skelly Aeromax gasoline and Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil. Tell Dad about them both tonight. Now, be sure to listen to the next adventure of Captain Midnight. We're going to hear from the world-famous auto speed driver, holder of 147 world's auto speed records, Ab Jenkins of Salt Lake City. Don't miss this thrilling special feature of our next program. So don't you forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Can Chuck successfully make the dangerous takeoff from the small clearing in the center of a deep forest, and with a dangerously sick man in the plane with him? Be sure to listen Wednesday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 5 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But say, fellas and girls, have I got a real thrill for you tonight. I brought an old friend of mine here to the studio that I'm mighty proud to have you know. He's the world-famous automobile speed driver, Ab Jenkins. Now, Ab Jenkins, as you know, is the holder of more speed records than any other man in the history of sport. He's driven more cars over more miles at faster speeds than any other man alive. And boy, that's saying something. Now tell us, Ab, what's the fastest speed you've ever driven out there on those Utah salt flats where you set all those world records you hold?
A little beyond 225 miles an hour. You know, my records are on a circle.
Boy, I understand you hold every existing world speed record on a circular track. Is that right?
That's right.
Well, listen, Ab, what about the famous 500-mile race at Indianapolis? What's the world record in that race?
Well, that record is 117 miles an hour, while my record for 500 miles is 171 miles an hour.
Boy, oh boy, that's traveling. But listen, Ab, what's the farthest you've ever driven a car in one day?
3,744 miles.
3,744 miles in one day?
That's right.
Man alive, how far is that?
That's just about 700 miles farther than from New York to San Francisco.
You mean you never got out of your driver's seat during the entire run?
That's right.
Well, don't you make stops at the pits or something like that?
Yes, we stop every 2 hours for gasoline, and the average stop is below 1 minute. That's changing 4 tires, taking on 100 gallons of gasoline, checking the oil and water, and greasing the car thoroughly.
Boy, all in 1 minute. Say, that's a mark for even a skelly man to shoot at. But listen, Ab, I haven't told these fellas and girls quite everything about you. We all know that you're the world's greatest speed driver, and also that you're known as the world's safest driver, having driven over 2 million miles without as much as a single accident. But what I haven't told them is that you've just been made the mayor of Salt Lake City, Utah.
You're right, and only by 51 votes. And if it hadn't been for the boys and girls, I don't think I would have gotten the 51 votes.
Well, listen, how could the boys and girls elect you mayor of Salt Lake City?
Well, you know, they sort of had straw votes in the schools, and then would go home and almost compel their parents to vote for me.
They kind of got out and campaigned for you. How about you? Did you make some campaign speeches?
No, I never made one campaign speech, never had a paid worker, and never spent a cent.
Well, boy, all I can say for those fellows and girls out there in Salt Lake City is that they sure like you. Ab, just one more question. You do an awful lot of driving in different kinds of weather in different parts of the country. What do you have to say about the kind of gasoline a person should use?
Yes, I do cover the entire country and did a lot of driving last year for the American Hammered Piston Ring Company. I always try to get the gasoline that's specially blended for the kind of weather they have in that part of the country in which I'm driving.
Oh, tailor-made gasoline, is that right?
You're right.
That's all I wanted to know, Ab. Well, say, thanks a lot for coming up here tonight, Ab. It was a real treat to see you again.
You're entirely welcome. And say, I'm going to be out there, although I am mayor, trying to break the records that I now hold next April. Why not come out and take a ride with me?
Well, now, thank you a whole lot. We'll sure try to do it. And thanks a whole lot to you, Ab Jenkins. And now to Captain Midnight.
With Bud Conley sick and delirious and tied on the floor of the plane, Chuck Ramsey is attempting a downwind takeoff from the narrow forest clearing in order to fly the dangerously sick Conley to a hospital. Captain Midnight, Major Steele, Patsy Donovan, and the friendly miner, Ben Gillis, are watching with bated breath. Listen as Patsy says,
Hurry, Chuck, hurry. Get that plane up. Look, Captain Midnight, look. If the plane doesn't start climbing now, it'll crash into those trees.
He's trapped in that dead air in the hollow.
Well, we don't know for sure. From here, we can't tell how fast he's going. He may have built up more speed than we think.
I can't stand here and watch him bust into them trees. He's too swell a kid.
Look, Captain Midnight. Look, Major Steele.
Great Scott, look at that nose come out.
That boy, that's doing your stuff.
By cricky, I didn't think it was possible.
He's up. He's clearing those trees at the end of the field. He's safe.
Yes, he's safe. And so is Bud Conley, at least for the moment. Well, I'm glad that's over. I'm all dripping with perspiration. I'm so weak I can hardly stand.
I'm no better off, Major.
Well, I'm kind of shaky myself after watching all that.
I'm so happy I could sing. Chuck's out of his field, and I know he'll get through now.
Say, that was one of the prettiest takeoffs I ever saw in my life. I'm telling you, Captain, it was tough. I know many a pilot that wouldn't have been able to make the grade.
So do I, Barry. Plenty of them.
Well, that there kid Chuck sure knows a lot about these here airplanes. Hey, where'd he learn all that?
Well, the reason Chuck can fly so well, Mr. Gillis, is standing right beside you.
Yes, Mr. Gillis. Captain Midnight here has taught Chuck all that he knows.
Thunderation. Well, then I guess Captain Midnight must be even better than Chuck.
Oh, come on now. Enough of that. I showed Chuck a few things, too. But it wasn't handling the controls perfectly that looked so good to me, as it was the exhibition that he gave of quick thinking. When he felt himself sinking down in that dead air in the hollow, he didn't get panic-stricken and fight against it. Although he saw those trees at the end of the field rushing at him. He waited until he knew the plane had enough flying speed to stand it, and then he pulled her up.
Well, I'll be willing to bet this. If he hadn't been able to pull the nose up when he did, another 10 feet forward and he'd have been sunk.
Gosh, I'll say. He sure didn't have anything to spare.
I still don't know how he done it.
There's another thing that I like. Did you notice how Chuck turned to the left just as he came to the trees?
Yes, I saw that. And I think it was the one thing that gave him lift enough to get over those trees.
I saw Chuck do that, but I didn't understand just why.
Well, as you probably noticed, the wind has been blowing straight from the south. Well, a little while ago, when Chuck and I were talking over the takeoff, Chuck called my attention to the fact that the wind had shifted slightly to the west.
Say, you're right. I hadn't noticed it before.
Chuck said that he would have to turn to the left of it in order to use the extra lift from the wind on that side. And he was absolutely right. You've always got to turn into the wind if you want to climb fast.
Oh, you sure got to hand it to Chuck. He notices everything.
Well, he's safely on his way. We'd better get back to our camp. Thank goodness the Spartan's radio is still functioning so we can communicate with Chuck, at least for a while.
Well, I guess I'll be leaving you people. I got to be getting on back to my own camp.
Well, you're welcome to come over with us if you'd like to.
Much obliged, Captain Midnight, but I got to be getting some work done while my partners are away. So I'll just be getting on back.
Well, I can't tell you how grateful we are for the help you've given us.
Shucks, that wasn't nothing at all. To think that a fellow's life may be saved is sure good enough for me. Say, tell me one thing. Is there anything else I can do for you? You sure you got enough grub?
Yes, and thanks a lot. Chuck will be back for us tomorrow. We've got more than enough to last until then.
Well, so long then. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Gillis.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Gillis.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, where's your mother?
Well, she stayed at the camp, Captain Midnight. She was worn out from taking care of Mr. Conley.
Yes, Mrs. Donovan needs a good long rest.
Yes, she does. She's been through a lot the last few weeks. When we get back to the States, I'm going to see that she takes it easy for a while.
Well, I certainly hope Chuck makes it to Ridgeville. He's got to make it. Think of Conley's wife and those 4 children.
Gee, Major Steele, Ma said it might be too late already. She said she didn't know whether Conley could stand the trip.
Well, if Chuck can get through without any trouble, I think there's a good chance. I told him to radio ahead and have an ambulance with a doctor and a nurse meet the plane.
How often is Chuck going to radio us?
Every half hour.
Oh.
On the hour and then a half. Now, wait a minute, let's see. 25 minutes after 4 now. His first broadcast will be in 5 minutes. We don't want to miss that. So come on, let's get over to the plane.
Gosh, look. We've only got about 30 seconds to go.
Oh, sure, I'm anxious to hear Chuck's voice. I couldn't bear the thought of something happening to him now.
He'll be all right, Mrs. Donovan. You wait and see.
He's probably talking to Ridgeville right now. As soon as he gets through, he'll call us.
Is he going to call us on the Spartan's wavelength?
Yes, that's what we agreed on. I thought it was better because there's no chance of any mistake. Well, wait a minute here. I'll switch the receiver on now.
How long do we have to wait now?
Only a very few seconds.
We'll hear Chuck's voice very shortly, Mrs. Donovan. Don't worry about that.
Come on there, Patsy. Why the faraway look on your face?
Oh, gosh, Major Steele. I was just thinking back to the last few days at Senor Paredes' hacienda. We sure had a swell time. And you know, I don't know why, I was thinking about a certain person.
Oh, who's that? This nephew of Senor Paredes? The one called Pebbles?
No, Major Steele. Although Pebbles is a swell kid. I was thinking about that pilot named Zollinger.
Yeah. It's a coincidence, Patsy. I was thinking about him this morning.
There was sure something mysterious about him. I wonder why he was working for Ivan Shark.
Well, he didn't tell me the whole story, Patsy, but he promised he would sometime in the future. But I can tell you this much. He was just as anxious to see Shark captured as we were.
Some personal motive, I suppose?
Yes, that's it, I imagine. But he's going to tell me all about it when I go back for Pinky Slim and Pebbles.
Gee, what's going to happen to Zollinger?
It's something I don't know, Patsy. But after what Zollinger did for us, I'm going to see to it that he gets anything he needs.
Is he a good pilot?
Yes, I think he's an A1 pilot.
Well, if he needs a job, I'll see that he gets it.
Well, I'll talk to him when I get...
Ramsey calling Captain Midnight.
There's Chuck now.
Captain Midnight. Answering, Chuck Ramsey. Go ahead, Chuck.
Everything okay. Flying at 2,000 feet. Engine turning over swell. Visibility unlimited. Special report. Just after making takeoff from small clearing, passed over excellent landing field about 2 miles north. May be necessary to use on return. We'll call again on the hour. Chuck Ramsey, signing off.
Well, that's that. I'll switch the receiver off.
Oh, praise be the saints. Maybe Chuck will get to Ridgeville after all.
Oh, you bet he will, Ma. That takeoff was the worst part.
No, he'll get there all right, Mrs. Donovan. You wait and see.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, if Chuck is coming back for us tomorrow morning, shouldn't we be doing a lot of things to get ready to leave?
You bet we should, Patsy. We'd better get at them right away, too. But we'll come back here every half hour to hear how Chuck's getting along. Come on now, Patsy. You and I will...
It's almost time for another radio message, isn't it, Captain Midnight?
Yes, Patsy. We should be hearing from Chuck in another few seconds.
Why, of course. You might be ahead of time.
Oh, sure, and don't. Let's be missing them. Hadn't you better switch the radio on, Captain Midnight?
Yes, Mrs. Donovan. I'm going to do that right now. I just didn't want to waste any juice.
This ought to be Chuck's last message, hadn't it? Didn't he say the last time that he was getting close to Ridgeville?
Yes, Patsy. He estimated Ridgeville at 10 minutes after 9. Yeah, it's almost 9 o'clock right now.
Listen. Something's coming in over the radio.
Yes, I hear. I'll see if I can tune it in a little sharper.
Chuck Ramsey calling Captain Midnight.
There's Chuck now.
Yes.
Captain Midnight. Answering Chuck Ramsey. Go ahead, Chuck.
I'm approaching Ridgeville Airport now. Have radioed ahead for ambulance, doctor, and nurse. They're waiting for me now at the field. Are you all right?
Yes, Chuck, yes, we're fine. But exactly how far are you from the airport?
I'm close to airport. If my engine should quit, I could glide in. Don't worry about me. I'll return for you tomorrow.
Just one thing more, Chuck. How is Bud Conley?
Conley's same as when we took off. Still delirious. We'll have him in hospital in another 10 minutes. Chuck Ramsey, signing off.
Great work, Chuck. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, Captain Midnight is well pleased over the splendid job of flying Chuck has just completed. But the famous pilot wouldn't have been happy at all if he had dreamed of the heartbreaking separation in store for him and Chuck. What is going to happen to Chuck? For the answer, don't miss the next adventure. Tune in to Captain Midnight. And say, wasn't it exciting to hear from that world-famous speed driver, Ab Jenkins, who appeared on tonight's program? I just wish you could meet him personally, because he's one fine fella. And did you hear what Ab Jenkins said about tailor-made gasoline? Well, you tell your dad about that, won't you? And tell him the place to get genuine tailor-made gasoline is at your Skelly service station. Yes, sir. Good old Skelly Aeromax. The gasoline that's tailor-made for quick starting and smooth performance in your kind of weather. Tell him about Skelly Tagoline, too. The tailor-made winter motor oil. Your Skelly man gives you the real combination for winter driving pleasure. Get your folks in the habit of stopping at the Skelly service station. They'll be glad you did. And don't forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Well, Chuck and Captain Midnight evidently have saved Bud Conley's life. But how are Captain Midnight and the others going to get out of the dense forest? And what about Ivan Shark? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Are you proud of the way your family car starts? Or are you sometimes embarrassed by the way it moans and groans and grinds when you step on the starter? Well, if it's slow and wheezy, maybe all you need to do is change your oil. Maybe a change to clean, fresh Skelly Tagoline winter motor oil will give you starts you can be proud of. Make your car start like an airplane. You see, your old oil, designed for warm weather driving, is probably thick and gummy now. Sticky and heavy like glue. Won't let your motor turn over freely. Well, believe me, new winter Tagoline will fix that.
It'll protect your motor, too, because Skelly Tagoline's faster flowing gets up in the motor and lubricates it quicker and stands up under high-speed driving. If you want to get a real kick out of fast starts, stop at any Skelly service station and let the boys drain out that old oil and fill your crankcase with fresh winter Skelly Tagoline. Tell Dad or Mother that, won't you? Ask them to try Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil. You'll be proud of the way your family car starts, and your folks will be glad to know you know how to help them take care of the car. And now to Captain Midnight. The famous pilots, with Patsy and Ma Donovan and Major Barry Steele, are very happy, although they are still marooned in Major Steele's little camp deep in the Mexican forest, where Major Steele and Bud Conley made a forced landing. The little group is happy because the last radio message they received from Chuck indicated he was landing with the desperately sick Bud Conley at Ridgeville Airport. It is now the middle of the following morning. After a good night's sleep, the best in weeks, everyone is chipper as a lark. Listen as Ma Donovan exclaims,
You're in a good night's sleep is a wonderful thing, isn't it, Major Steele?
It's nothing like it, Mrs. Donald. I don't think a good meal does a person as much good as a long night's sleep when he needs it. Isn't that right, Captain Midnight?
Well, Major, now that you've had both, how do you feel?
Oh, first time I felt like a human being in a long time.
Gee, Captain Midnight, how soon do you think Chuck will get here?
Well, I don't know, Patsy. Not for another half hour or more, though. He would certainly wait until daybreak before starting back for us. I don't see how he could make it in less than 4 hours at least.
Oh, I don't know now, Captain. He might make it in less than that. He's got a pretty strong tailwind this morning.
And that's a lucky thing, too, Major Steele, because now that the wind is from the north, he'll be able to land in this small field and take us all out at one time.
Well, Patsy, although we might all get away at the same time, I think it would be better to divide up.
Oh, gosh, Captain Midnight, how do you mean?
Well, now, you remember in Chuck's first radio message, he told us about the large field 2 miles north?
Why, of course. That's the thing to do.
You mean for Chuck to land at the other field?
No, Patsy. I mean for Chuck to land on the little field here, take 2 of us over to the big field, then come back and get the other 2. That way, we know we'll be safe.
You bet. And since everything's gone so well, we can't afford to let anything happen now.
Sure, and I'm glad to hear you talk like that, Major Steele. We want to get back home safe, all right.
Well, there's one thing I wanted to ask Captain Midnight.
Well, of course, Patsy. What is it?
Well, what are you going to do about your Spartan? It is cracked up some.
Yes, I'm afraid that we're going to have to leave the Spartan here, Patsy. Oh, we might salvage the engine, propeller, and instruments, but...
Well, I'm sure sorry I had to have that forced landing, Captain.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Major. It was that bad gas in the tank. And I was the one who put it in.
So, of course, you only did it in an emergency.
Yes, that's true enough. I had no choice in that particular case.
Well, the point is, what about a new ship?
Well, I would like another Spartan if I could get one.
Oh, all right. I'll make the arrangements. Okay. All you'll have to do is to go to the factory and pick one up.
Oh, gosh, that's swell, Captain Midnight, because you're going to take Pebbles up to the Spartan flying school and see that he gets started.
That makes it fine, then. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Can I go with you when you take Pebbles to the school?
Well, I don't see why not, Patsy. But I know that your mother wants to get to Black Gulch as soon as she can.
Sure, we can arrange about that, Captain Midnight. And I think it'll be perfectly all right for Patsy to go to the school with you. The only thing is, now don't be taking her off to some South Sea island.
Well, a South Sea island wouldn't be anything new to Captain Midnight.
No.
Why, I remember once. Well, great heavens, Patsy, what are you looking at?
Listen, I hear a plane.
Huh?
Yes?
Yes. Yes, it must be Chuck. Well, come on. Let's get over to the field, everyone.
There he is, coming down the ramp.
Ah, good old Chuck. He'll be on the ground in a minute.
Wait a minute. That isn't Chuck. That's not the plane Chuck was flying. It's smaller, see?
Say, you're right. I was so short of Chuck, I didn't notice.
Who in the world can it be?
Well, I don't know. But it's a cinch the pilot knows we're here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be landing in this place.
I'll bet it was someone sent by Chuck.
Of course, that must be it. Look, he's coming in right over us.
Yes.
Well, I saw the pilot's face for just a second.
Well, did you recognize him? Who is it?
I know who it is. It's my brother, Steve.
What? Steve Donovan. Well, you're right, Patsy. It is Steve.
Yes, I remember now. I met Steve in Black Gulch.
Where in the world can he have come from?
He still knows how to fly, too, landing in this small clearing.
Well, he stopped way this side of those fallen trees.
Yeah, but wait. Wait, see? He's going to turn and come back toward us here.
Listen. I hear another plane in the air.
You certainly have keen ears, Patsy. She's right. Look up there, to the north.
Well, as I live and breathe, another ship.
Yeah.
Anybody would think we were about to have an air circus here.
Maybe this other pilot came along with Steve.
Well, we'll find out in a second. Steve's taxiing over this way.
This other plane's getting closer, but we can't hear him on account of Steve's engine.
Yeah.
Hi there, Steve.
Hello, Steve. Well, we're sure glad to see you.
Hi there, everybody. Hey, I'm sure glad to see you.
Where in the world did you come from, Steve?
Just a second, I'll tell you. I've turned off the gas and let the engine cool off while it's dying.
Who's this other fellow in the air, Steve?
I'll tell you all about it, Captain. He's Bill Reed, a friend of mine who came along with me. I'll have you meet him in a couple of minutes.
Oh, swell. Looks like he's got a large cabin job there. Maybe he better not land here.
He's not going to. Chuck told us about that field 2 miles to the north. Bill stayed behind to look it over good.
Oh.
Gosh, look at him dive down.
Uh-huh. He's going to get the okay signal from me, and then he'll go over and land on the other field. Now he can see me. Here, I'll wave to him.
Oh, look. He understands all right, see? He's waving back.
Uh-huh.
Gee, Steve, you remember Major Steele, don't you?
You bet I do. Glad to see you again, Major.
I'm glad to see you too, Steve.
Say, where's Mother? Chuck told me she was here.
Well, she's over at our camp, Steve. We'll go and see her in a couple of minutes.
Oh, your engine just died, Steve. Maybe we'd better turn off the switch, huh?
I'll get it for you, Steve.
Oh, thanks a lot, Betsy.
Say, what's the matter with Chuck, Steve? Why didn't he come back with you?
Well, I'll explain the whole thing to you.
It isn't Bud Conley, is it? He isn't worse, is he?
No, Captain. The doctors think Conley has a good chance to pull through.
Oh, thank heaven for that.
Yes, I'll say. The best news yet.
Well, you see, it's this way. I had been working for the Southwest Airlines, and just finished a long charter trip.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it took me all over the United States and to Cuba. I was pretty well worn out when I got back, so the boss told me to take a long vacation.
Oh, your headquarters are at Ridgeville, aren't they?
Uh-huh. I just got in yesterday afternoon and was out in the field last night when Chuck ran with Bud Conley. And after they took Conley to the hospital, Chuck and I had a long talk. By the way, he wrote a note for you. Here it is.
Oh, fine. Thanks a lot. We'll go on with your story.
Well, Chuck and I fixed up a little plan. I borrowed this small ship and got this other fellow to fly the big cabin job.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after I take you people over to the other field one by one, he'll fly this ship back to Ridgeville while I'll go on with you people to Senor Paredes' hacienda.
Loop and loop. Are we going back there right away?
Well, yes, that was Chuck's plan, Patsy. He said you had to pick up Pinky Drake and Slim Poole and some Mexican kid who you were going to take to the Spartan Flying School.
Yes, that's right. But what's Chuck going to do in the meantime?
Well, Captain, the doctors think Bud Conley will pull through all right, but of course he's not yet out of danger. Chuck wanted to stay around pretty close. As long as I could come down here for you, he thought that would be the best way.
Well, I'm sure I don't see anything wrong with that. However, if you don't mind, Captain Midnight, I believe I'll go back with Bill Reed to Ridgeville.
Yes, I know. You want to be close to Bud Conley, and I don't blame you.
Oh, sure, Major. There's no reason why you can't go back with him. This is a two-passenger plane.
All right. Then that's decided. Major Steele goes back to Ridgeville with Reed, while we go down to Senor Paredes' hacienda.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, what does Chuck say in his note?
Oh, wait, I almost forgot. See about that. Here it is. He says, Steve Donovan will explain everything to you. And as long as he can fly to meet you, I thought I had better remain near Bud Conley, at least until he's out of danger. While I am waiting here, don't you think it would be a good plan for you to fly down to Senor Paredes' hacienda and get Pinky, Slim, and Pebbles? Then fly back and meet me here. Love to everyone. And it's signed Chuck.
Well, everything seems to be fixed up in fine style, doesn't it?
Just think of it. We'll get to see Senor Paredes and Dolores again. Why, if we take off right away, we can be there by the middle of the afternoon.
That's right, Patsy. And we'll get started right away, too. Come on, Steve. Maybe you'd better help us break camp.
Right.
You fly us over to that other field, and then we'll be on our way.
Nice work, Steve. I see you haven't lost your touch of the stick. Well, here we are.
I'm rather out of practice in a small ship like this, Major.
Yes?
For a long time now, I've been flying nothing but bi-motored airliners.
Gee, Steve, nobody would ever know it. You handle this small job just as though you'd had 100 hours in it the last 2 weeks.
Well, are we all ready to go to Senor Paredes, Patsy?
Well, I am, Captain Midnight, and Ma's waiting in the large cabin plane.
And Bill Reed is waiting for you, Major Steele.
Well, I'll be with him in a few seconds. Goodbye, Steve. Goodbye, Patsy. I'll probably see you in a couple of days.
Goodbye, Major Steele.
See you soon, Major Steele.
Before we part, Captain Midnight, I'd like to have a couple of words with you.
Well, certainly, Major.
Oh, we'll be waiting for you in the plane.
Oh, okay, Steve. We'll be right over.
I'd go with you, but I feel my duties with Bud Conley.
Yes, certainly, Major. I understand.
Say, what are your plans after you get back from Paredes Hacienda? I'm rather afraid that Ivan Shark has slipped out of our reach again.
Yes. Well, Major, naturally, I'll devote all my energy to picking up his trail and closing in on it.
What about Chuck Ramsey?
Well, I'm afraid Chuck's going to be very unhappy if he can't help us. But, well, for his own good, I really think he should be in a flying school.
Oh, you can do more for him than any flying school, Captain. But then I realize there are many other things to be taken into consideration.
Yes, there are. Well, let's talk it over after I get back from the parade out the end. As soon as I see Chuck, I'll have a long talk with him.
Okay, Captain. The best of luck. And we'll keep in touch with each other by radio.
Right. I'll see you and Chuck in a couple of days.
Will Captain Midnight really see Chuck in a couple of days, as he expects? Little does the famous pilot dream of the fantastic events which are about to transpire. Events which will prevent his seeing Chuck Ramsey for a long time in the future. Don't miss the next adventure. Tune in next Monday to Captain Midnight. And now, I'm going to give you a valuable tip. How to avoid boiling away the antifreeze in your car's radiator. Now, you fellas and girls listening, get this. Show Dad you know something about driving and tell him this trick. It may save him several dollars worth of antifreeze this winter. You see, the trick is this. Most antifreeze doesn't boil away at all. It just runs out through the overflow tube when the heat of the motor expands the water and the antifreeze in your radiator. That's because you filled your radiator too full. So the answer is, keep your radiator about half a gallon short of its regular capacity. Don't ever fill it so the water comes up over the baffle plate. Now, remember that little tip, and just see how much longer your antifreeze will last in your radiator. Now, of course, on all such things as this, you can always get expert advice from your Skelly service station man. He'll tell you lots of other things worth knowing about driving a car in winter. Ask him to tell you about Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil, for instance. How it helps your car start easy on cold mornings, because it doesn't turn thick as glue in the crankcase. How it protects the motor, too, because it's free-flowing and gets up into the motor fast as soon as Dad starts up. Say, why don't you stop at a Skelly service station and try some of that Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil tonight? And don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. What is going to happen to Chuck after he says goodbye to Captain Midnight? And where will Ivan Shark turn up again? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Always watch for the big red, white, and blue Skelly sign with the big letter S that stands for Skelly Service. But say, fellas and girls, listen to this. What if you were in swimming at a nice big lake when all of a sudden the water turned thick as molasses? Boy, what a hard time you'd have swimming in water like that. Then, before you'd had time to get used to it, suppose the water turned thin as skimmed milk. Then, just when you got going good again, suppose it turned thick as glue so you could hardly swim a stroke. Well, sir, you'd never go swimming in that lake again, would you? Not if you wanted to do any real serious swimming, anyway. You want a lake with water in it that you can depend on. But, you know, think of this. The oil in your family car might be just as changeable as the water in that changeable lake. Yes, sir. And, of course, that's bad. What you want is an oil that stays almost the same thickness all the time. So it'll always give your motor the same perfect lubrication and positive protection at all temperatures. You want an oil that thickens as little as possible when it's cold and thins out as little as possible when it gets heated up. And that's where Uniflow motor oil comes in. Uniflow motor oil, spelled U-N-I-F-L-O, Uniflow is sold in cans at all Skelly service stations. Thousands of motorists are switching to Uniflow because it thickens less when cold and thins out less under heat than any other motor oil. Now, what does that mean to you and your family car? Well, it means easy starting on cold mornings because Uniflow doesn't get thick as glue when it stands out in the cold. That saves your battery, too. It also means better protection for your motor when it's hot because Uniflow stays right there on the job, lubricating those important fast-moving parts of your motor. It doesn't turn watery thin and go right up in smoke. So tell your dad about Uniflow motor oil tonight. Tell him it isn't changing weight all the time like the water in that funny changeable lake. And tell him that Skelly Tagoline is another good oil for winter. It's free-flowing at low temperatures and low in cost. Dad will be glad to know about these two wonderful motor oils. Say, why not tell him tonight to stop at your Skelly service station and ask for Skelly Tagoline or Uniflow motor oil. And now to Captain at Night. While Chuck Ramsey remains at Ridgefield, Steve Donovan has flown with Captain Midnight and his mother and sister, Ma and Patsy Donovan, to Senor Paredes' hacienda to pick up Pinky Drake and Slim Poole and also Senor Paredes' nephew, Pebbles. Our scene today opens in the large cabin plane on its return flight. Pinky, Slim, Ma Donovan, and Pebbles are in the rear, while Steve and Patsy Donovan are sitting near Captain Midnight, who's handling the controls. Listen as Patsy explains.
I never had such a good time in all my life. I wish we could have stayed at Senor Paredes' hacienda a couple of weeks. Don't you, Captain Midnight?
Yes, Patsy. Senor Paredes is the best host I ever met. He certainly does things in a grand style, doesn't he, Steve?
I think I could have stayed down there a year and not tired of it.
I'll say you could. And I know the reason, too.
Oh, yeah? Well, what is it, Miss Morty?
Well, I could give you one reason, but I'll make it two.
Okay, let's see how good you are. What are they?
A couple of beautiful dark eyes.
I think she's got something there, Steve.
Well, you fell for Dolores Pareda, and you fell mighty hard, too.
Why, I didn't do any such thing. I think she's a swell girl and all that, but I didn't fall for her.
Oh, is that so? Well, why did you spend so much time with her then? He did, didn't he, Captain Midnight?
Well, I know this much. Every time I tried to find Steve, he was sitting out in the courtyard near the fountain talking to Dolores.
So you see, even Captain Midnight noticed it.
Now, look, quit your kidding. I think you both framed this up. Dolores is a swell girl, but there's a lot more of them back in the States.
Oh, yeah? Well, then answer me this. Why did you tell her that you'd be sure and see her when you came up to visit Pebbles?
Well, I'll tell you what you are, and it's a terrible thing, too. You're an eavesdropper, sneaking around behind people, listening to what they're saying.
Why, I didn't do any such thing. I went out to the fountain to get a drink of water, and I couldn't help hearing what you said. You were talking loud enough for everybody in the courtyard to hear.
Oh, the heck I was. When I said that to Dolores, I was just talking to her in a low whisper.
There, you see? That gives you away. Fellows don't whisper to girls like that unless they're in love. Steve Donovan's in love. Steve Donovan's in love.
Well, I think Patsy wins the round all right, Steve. Even if she did lean a little bit close to you, she was getting that drink of water.
Well, it's a bum trick, that's all I can say. You just wait, sis. When some good-looking fellow's whispering in your ear, I'll sneak up and listen to him, too.
All right, you two. Now, cut it out for a minute, will you? You're supposed to be doing the navigating here, Steve. Say, where are we, anyway?
Oh, just a minute, Captain Midnight. Let me take a look at that map.
Right.
Well, there's that high mountain to our right. And didn't we pass over a river a little while ago?
Well, sure we did, about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, right in our course, then. We've got about 5 hours to go before we get back to Ridgeville.
Gosh, we've got a long time to wait. I'm certainly anxious to see Chuck again.
Yes, so am I. But there's one thing to be thankful for, and that's that radio message we received from him.
You mean about Bud Conley?
Yes. When I heard he was out of danger, I kicked up my heels like a kid.
That sure was good news, wasn't it? But speaking about radio, you know Senor Pareda can tune in to us on his shortwave receivers.
Yeah, but we don't have anything in particular to report, do we?
Well, maybe we don't, but you do, don't you?
How come?
Don't you think Dolores is anxious to know that you're all right?
Well, now, look, did you start that again?
And so, for the moment, we leave the happy company in the plane's cabin for the space of a few hours and pick them up again as the ship glides over Ridgeville Airport ready to land. Let's listen as Patsy says.
Say, Say, you know something? I can't see Chuck's plane anywhere.
You mean that blue wing job he flew in?
Oh, sure. Wouldn't it be out on the line somewhere?
Not necessarily. Maybe it's in the transient hangar.
Well, that's probably where it is. No, I see the visiting ship sign on the other side of the field. I'll land and we'll taxi up to it.
I imagine Chuck's out of the hospital right now visiting Bud Conley.
Well, sure, that's probably where he is. And Major Steele is probably with him, too.
All right, watch it now. I'm ready to settle down.
Well, can't I stand here?
No, Patsy, please. Sit in that seat behind you and buckle your belt.
Landing gear's down.
Okay. Is your belt buckled, Patsy?
Yes, it is.
All right. Here we go.
Boy, it's sure it's well runway, isn't it?
You bet it is. I ought to know. I've been up and down from it plenty of times.
Well, I guess we'd better go directly to the visiting hangar, hadn't we, Steve?
Well, sure. We're supposed to check in there anyway, Captain.
Okay. Here we are. I'll swing around and we'll pull up to the line.
Gosh, that's strange.
Oh, what are you looking at, Patsy?
I'm looking right into the hangar, and I can't see Chuck's plane anywhere.
She's right, Steve. That blue wing ship isn't inside there.
I can't figure it out. It's the only place Chuck would leave it.
Well, here we are. I'll set the brakes, and you're on the gas out, Steve, and then cut the switches.
Right you are.
All right, come on, Patsy. We'll find out where Chuck is.
Captain Midnight's search for Chuck's plane proved fruitless. A few minutes later, he and Patsy are approaching the repair shop.
I just can't understand it, Captain Midnight. Chuck's plane isn't anywhere in here.
I thought it might possibly be behind some of these big planes, but it certainly isn't.
Look, see that large sliding door? It's about halfway open, and I see some more planes inside.
Yes, I see it. That's the repair shop. You can hear the mechanics at work. Well, come on, let's go in. Chuck might have had the ship taken in here. We both knew the ship needed a lot of work done on it. Maybe Chuck gave an order to have it overhauled.
Well, here we are.
Well, now, let's see. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 ships in here, and not one is Chuck's. Well, I don't like this.
I tell you what let's do, Captain.
Huh?
We want to see Bud Conley anyway. Let's go and ask him. Perhaps he knows where Chuck is.
Chuck may be with Conley right now. But if he is, where in the world is his ship?
And also, Major Steele must be around somewhere. Maybe he would know.
Yes, we'll see Conley, but before we go, I think we'll make a few inquiries here.
Look, here comes a man toward us now.
All right.
He appears to be some kind of an official.
Yes, he does, Patsy. I'll ask him. Oh, pardon me.
Yes, sir. Anything I can do for you?
Well, my name's Albright. Captain Albright. This is Miss Patsy Donovan.
I'm very glad to meet you both. My name's Maxwell.
I'm glad to know you. Well, I'm looking for a friend of ours. His name's Ramsey. Chuck Ramsey. I believe he left his plane here about 3 days ago.
Ramsey? Chuck Ramsey? Why, yes, I believe we did have someone with a name like that. Had a blue wing 4-passenger cabin job, didn't he?
That's right.
As far as I know, he's still here.
But, Mr. Maxwell, we can't find his plane anywhere.
You can't? Well, that's strange. Have you looked around?
Yes, we have. We looked outside, then in the main hangar, and finally we came in here. We thought perhaps he'd ordered it overhauled.
No, I don't believe so. But, wait a minute. You see, I'm only around here during the daytime, or Ramsey might have checked out at night.
I see. Well, you could probably find out about that, couldn't you?
But I could, at least, if Ramsey bothered to check out. Some fellows don't worry about a little thing like that.
Chuck would. You can bet on that.
Of course, you know, there's another possibility, too.
Oh, what's that?
He might be up in the air right now. And naturally, he wouldn't bother to check out if he was doing some flying near the field or even a short trip from which he expected return the same day.
Well, gee, maybe that's it. You know how Chuck likes to fly, Captain Midnight.
Captain Midnight? Is that what you said?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I should have said Captain Albright around here.
Oh, it's nothing at all, Maxwell. Miss Donovan happened to call me.
And so you're Captain Midnight. Well, I've heard an awful lot about you.
Nothing bad, I hope.
I should say not. I'm glad to meet you, but to get back to Ramsey. I'll certainly do anything I can to trace him for you, Captain Albright.
Yes, I know you will.
Do you want to come into the office while I see if you did check out?
Well, no, not at the moment, Maxwell. Find out about it, and we'll see you in an hour.
You bet I will. I'll see you again shortly.
Right. Come on, Patsy. We'll grab a taxi cab and go to the hospital to see Bud Conley and find out about Chuck.
Room 410, but the nurse said not to stay very long.
All right. I'll knock.
Come in. Captain Midnight. Patsy Donovan, I'm sure glad to see you.
We're glad to see you, too, Conley. Particularly glad to see you feeling so well.
Oh, I'm pretty weak, but I guess I'm all right. Thank heaven that fever's gone.
Well, what does the doctor say about you?
Oh, he says I've had a tough go of it, but I'll pull through now.
Oh, I'm so glad, Mr. Conley.
Oh, I am too, Miss Donovan, especially on account of my family. My wife's on the way here now. She'll arrive the first thing in the morning.
Oh, I see. Well, you haven't by any chance seen anything of Chuck Ramsey, have you?
Seen anything of Chuck Ramsey? You bet I have. Why, he's practically lived in the corridor outside the door for the last 3 days. That is until last night.
What do you mean? Until last night.
Well, Chuck and Major Steele were here last evening as usual, and they're supposed to come back again this morning. Major Steele did come back, but Chuck wasn't with him.
He wasn't?
Well, Major Steele and I didn't think anything about it now that I'm so much better. We thought Chuck would run into some friends of his at the airport. Major Steele came back again this afternoon. In fact, he just left a few minutes ago. But when Chuck didn't show up this time either, we did think it was rather strange.
Strange, you say? Yes. Not only strange, it's more than that. I'd better investigate this right away.
Yes, this is strange indeed. Chuck Ramsey hasn't seen Bud Conley for almost 24 hours, and his plane has disappeared from the visiting ship hangar at the airport. What has happened to Chuck? Tune in Wednesday to Captain Midnight. Now, here are two very important words I want every one of you 1940 Flight Patrol members to remember. The first word is Tagoline, spelled Tagolene. The other is Uniflow, spelled Unislo. Tagoline and Uniflow are the names of two kinds of motor oil, both sold at your Skelly service station. And the reason their names are worth remembering is that they're both mighty good oils for winter. First, because they don't get thick and gluey when cold. That means easy starting on cold mornings. And second, because they don't turn watery thin when your car gets warmed up. That means they last longer in your motor. So remember these two words, Tagoline and Uniflow. They're passwords to perfect lubrication. Tell Dad to ask for them at your Skelly service station. And don't forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Chuck Ramsey has suddenly disappeared, seemingly without a trace. What has happened to him? How can Captain Midnight find him? Be sure to listen Wednesday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Say, fellas and girls, why is it that a man's dog is such a symbol of loyalty? Well, it's because a faithful dog sticks with his master even if all other friends have forsaken him. Isn't that right? A dog sticks with you through thick and thin, in good luck and bad, in fair weather and foul. A dog is always the same in his loyalty to his master. Now, that's a good thing to remember when you're choosing a motor oil for the family car. You see, some motor oils may be all right when the temperature is just so. But when the weather gets cold, they thicken too much. Or when the car gets all warmed up, they thin out too much. And your car suffers the consequences. Now, that's why I want you to tell your dad about Uniflow motor oil. Uniflow is sold in sealed cans at all Skelly service stations. It's spelled Uniflo. Uniflow motor oil changes less when the temperature changes, much less than the average motor oil. It thins less when it's heated and thickens less when it's cooled. It's always there when it's needed, like a dog that's ever faithful to his master. Now, what does that mean to your dad and your family car? Well, it means faster starts on winter mornings, less wear on your battery. It means fewer damaging dry starts, because Uniflow flows instantly to all parts of the motor, even when it's stone cold. It means safer lubrication when the motor is hot, less oil going up in smoke, because Uniflow keeps a good body even at scorching temperatures. Add that all up, and it means just one big thing. Economy. Money saved on your family car this winter. So tell Dad all about Uniflow motor oil, the true all-weather friend for your car. Explain how Uniflow gives protecting lubrication at all temperatures, and yet it actually costs no more than other premium-grade oils. Tell Dad to ask for Uniflow at your Skelly service station tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. A strange mystery has developed. When Captain Midnight, accompanied by Ma, Patsy, and Steve Donovan, together with Pinky Drake, Slim Poole, and the Mexican boy Pebbles, arrived at Ridgeville Airport, no trace could be found of Chuck Ramsey's plane. Captain Midnight and Patsy hurried to the hospital to see Bud Conley, and to their amazement, found that he had not seen Chuck for almost 24 hours. As our scene opens now, Captain Midnight and Patsy have just left the hospital and are in a taxicab headed for the airport. Let's listen as Captain Midnight says...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Patsy. I think you're becoming needlessly alarmed. Chuck will turn up.
But, gee, Captain Midnight, you're worried yourself about him. You can't fool me.
Well, I was a little bit worried, Patsy.
I just can't understand why Chuck wasn't at the airport to meet us.
Well, he didn't know what time we were going to get in. Remember, we didn't bother to radio.
No, we didn't, but he knew we were going to get in sometime today. And then again, why didn't he come to see Mr. Conley?
Oh, there's some easy explanation, I'm sure. I think that Mr. Maxwell, the manager out at the visiting ship hangar, hit it on the nose. Chuck's up in the air for a little spin. You know how he loves to fly.
Yes, and he wasn't able to do as much of that as he likes to while we were in Mexico.
Yeah, no doubt when we get to the airport, we'll find Chuck waiting for us.
Oh, I hope so. But there's one thing that doesn't look right to me.
Yes, Patsy, what's that?
Well, if Chuck just went up for a little spin, that manager, Mr. Maxwell, would have seen Chuck's plane during the day. And he certainly gave us the impression that he hadn't seen it since he came on duty this morning.
You're bound to be logical, aren't you, Patsy? Well, I really am worried. And you're right. Seems certain Maxwell would have seen the plane if Chuck had just gone for a short spin.
Well, there's something strange about it, Captain Midnight. If something hadn't happened to Chuck, he would either have been at the airport or at the hospital.
Well, Chuck should be able to take care of himself pretty well. We'll find out something in a minute. Here we are at the airport now.
Airport, sir.
Oh, thanks a lot. All right, Patsy, come on, let's get out. Here you are, driver. Keep the change.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Look, Captain Midnight, there's an airliner at the end of the field getting ready to take off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there she goes, Patsy. It's beginning to get dark. He's already got his navigation lights on.
Isn't it swell? I'm going to be an air hostess on a ship like that someday.
When you're an air hostess, Patsy, you'll probably be on a ship that's even better than that.
Oh, look. Isn't that Steve in the doorway of the passenger station?
Oh, it looks like it. Oh, yes, it is.
Hey, Steve. Oh, hello there, Captain Midnight.
Hi.
Hi, Patsy. Say, where in the world have you two been?
We've been to the hospital, Steve, to see Bud Conley.
Oh, sure. Say, how is he?
No, he's much better. They've got his fever licked. The doctors say he'll pull through.
Well, I'm sure glad to hear that. We've been looking all over the airport for you two. Wonder where you'd gone.
We went out the back door of the hangar and grabbed a taxi. But tell me, Steve, have you seen anything of Chuck?
Why, no. We figured he was at the hospital with Bud Conley.
Well, no, Steve, he isn't there.
Well, while I was looking for you, I ran across Mr. Maxwell.
Did he find out whether Chuck had checked out?
Well, yes, we went into the office together and he looked it up.
And did Chuck check out?
No, Patsy, he didn't. Maxwell says he's either around here somewhere or he's left without saying anything.
Oh, I don't believe Chuck would do that.
I don't think so either. Chuck isn't that kind. He follows regulations.
Have you looked all over the airport for his ship?
You bet I have. That blue wing job isn't anywhere on this airport. I'll guarantee that.
There's only one logical explanation. Chuck must have gone on a short trip.
But suppose he did. Look, it's almost dark now. He'd certainly be back before this.
Yes, he would. Chuck went out to put in some time. He'd surely land before dark.
There's just one other explanation.
Okay, Patsy, shoot.
He went up for a short trip, then had trouble and had to make a forced landing.
Patsy, I believe you've hit it.
Maybe so. But now, wait. Let's go back and try to trace his movements. Now, in the first place, we haven't found anyone who's seen Chuck since last night.
You mean Conley?
Yes. Chuck and Major Steele were over to see Conley last night. So Major Steele was the last one who saw Chuck. Now, we've got to get hold of him.
Oh, he should be out here somewhere. He left the hospital just a few minutes before we arrived.
Well, not necessarily. Major Steele may be staying at some downtown hotel. And there's something else. If he was surprised when Chuck didn't show up at the hospital, then he won't know any more about it than we do.
Well, that may be true. But he was the last one who talked to Chuck. He might know where Chuck was staying or what the kid intended to do.
Look, in through the door. See, in the waiting room.
That looks like Major Steele now.
Yes, it's Barry, all right. He's coming out through the door.
Major Steele. Oh, Major Steele.
Well, that's Steve. What do you know about that? And Captain Midnight.
Hello, Barry.
I've just been looking for you.
And we just started looking for you, too, Major.
Well, I heard you got in a little while ago. Have you seen anything of Chuck Ramsey?
We were just going to ask you the same thing.
No, I haven't seen anything of Chuck since last night. We were over to see Bud Conley. We left the hospital together at 9 o'clock.
Well, where did Chuck go?
Well, we took a taxi, and I dropped Chuck off here at the airport. And I went on downtown to my hotel. I was feeling pretty tired.
Well, have you got any idea what Chuck was going to do out here?
No, not very definitely. As a matter of fact, I didn't pay a great amount of attention. But I do know Chuck said something about wanting to see some friends of his.
Oh, what friends? Did he say?
No, he didn't. But I took it for granted they were pilots.
Who do you think they could be, Steve?
You've got me there, Patsy. You know how Chuck is. He makes friends with everybody. He probably knows a lot of the fellas out here.
Well, this doesn't seem to be getting us anywhere. Tell me this, Steve. Do you know where he's been staying?
Oh, yeah, I can tell you that. At least I think I can. I introduced him to Bud Mason, chief pilot for Southwest. He told Chuck he was welcome to bunk in the pilot's room.
Okay. Let's go over there and see what we can find out from Mason.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, I sure hope we can find out something. Here's the pilot's room. I don't know whether anyone's inside or not. I guess you better wait out here, Patsy.
Okay, Steve.
Come on, Captain Midnight. You, Major Steele. We'll go on in.
All right. There doesn't seem to be anyone in here. Oh, wait. There's someone in one of the bunks.
Wait a minute, I'll close the door.
See, that fellow seems to be sleeping.
Who is it, Steve?
Oh, looks like Shorty Dillon, one of our co-pilots. Yeah, it is Dillon.
Look, he's awake now.
Hi there, Steve. What's up? Is this a raid?
No, Shorty. Not at all. Relax. You're not going to be arrested.
I was just trying to catch a little shut-eye before I made out my flight report.
You must be due out on Flight 8.
Yeah, I am. We're supposed to leave at 9 o'clock.
Shorty, these are a couple of friends of mine. Major Steele and Captain Albright.
Glad to know you both. What's up, Steve? You look like you lost your pet dog.
No, Shorty, nothing like that. We're just looking for a little information.
You come to the wrong guy, then. I never know anything.
Well, maybe it's better that way.
Yeah. I found it doesn't get you into as much trouble as knowing too much.
Sort of a philosopher, I see, Dillon. But tell us, do you know a kid by the name of Chuck Ramsey?
Chuck Ramsey? Why, sure I do. Let me think. Why, yes, I was talking to him last night.
Oh, no, we were getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Sure, I remember him well. He was telling us about some flying he'd done down in Mexico. I was kind of surprised that a kid that young.
Well, Shorty, you know how it is. If a pilot's been flying a few years and gets a little bit older, he starts talking about hair-raising experiences he's had. Of course, everybody knows he's making some of them up. But then nobody minds very much as long as they are good stories.
Weren't the stories Chuck told good?
Boy, I'll say they were. A bunch of us were sitting around listening to him, and the hair just came up straight off our heads. Why, he even told one about having a forced landing right in front of a big cattle stampede.
And you didn't believe him, eh?
Well, I'll tell you, Captain. While he was telling it, it sounded okay. But later on, after the kid left, we began talking about it among the crowd, and we thought he was spreading it on pretty thick. Why, he even said something about flying with a famous pilot called Captain Midnight. Of course, we've heard of this guy, Captain Midnight, but it didn't sound reasonable to us that this kid would be flying with him.
How did Chuck happen to mention the name of Captain Midnight?
Well, it was sort of funny. I don't think he really meant to, but it sort of slipped out. He got so excited telling that story.
You might be interested to know, Dillon, that Captain Albright here is known by another name. Captain Midnight.
What? Well, I don't know what to say. I guess I'd better beg your pardon.
That's perfectly all right, Dillon. I realize very well how Chuck's story must have sounded.
Really, the kid's a swell kid, and he sure can fly. We saw him up early yesterday afternoon.
Okay, let's forget all about that. I'm very anxious to find Chuck. Can you tell anything that'll help us?
Well, I can tell you this much. The kid slept on this very bunk I'm sitting on now.
You're sure of that?
Absolutely. I had a date last night and came in rather late. Young Ramsey was lying on this bunk fast asleep.
Did you see him in the morning?
No, I didn't. I slept late, and when I woke up, he was already gone. But you ought to find him down to the visiting ship hangar. That's where he keeps his plane.
Well, he's not down there. He hasn't checked out.
Gee, I don't know, then. I sure hope nothing's happened to the kid.
We hope that, too. Oh, but wait, tell me this. Where's Chuck been eating?
In the lunchroom at the passenger station. Maybe you had breakfast there this morning.
Well, that's an idea. Come on, boys. Let's go over there. Oh, thanks a lot, Dillon, for all you've told us.
That's all right. Glad to help in any way I can.
Hey, that's funny. Where's Patsy? We left her right here.
There she is, down the hall.
Oh, yeah, she sees us. Well, look at her run this way. She's certainly excited about something.
Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight.
Yes, Patsy, what is it?
I just talked to one of the Southwest pilots. He said that he saw Chuck in the lunchroom this morning at 7 o'clock.
Well, Captain Midnight is getting closer every minute. At last, he has found out that Chuck was seen that very morning. But what has happened to him since then? Don't miss the exciting events leading up to the disappearance of Chuck Ramsey. Tune in Friday to Captain Midnight. Now, don't forget what I told you about ever-faithful dogs and motor oil you can depend on. Yes, the oil that sticks by your family car through thick and thin is the oil you want your dad to use. Isn't that right? Well, then, you just remember to tell him about Uniflow motor oil. Uniflow is spelled U-N-I-F-L-O. Uniflow motor oil is sold at all Skelly service stations. Tell Dad why so many thousands of motorists are using Uniflow. Because it thins out less when hot and thickens less when cold than the average motor oil. That means all-weather protection for your family car. Easy starting on cold mornings. Safe lubrication on long drives. The chances are Dad already knows about Skelly Tagoline motor oil and how it will stand the abuse of winter driving. Now tell him to try Skelly's sensationally popular premium motor oil, Uniflow, at your Skelly service station. And don't forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Chuck's movements seem to have been many, but none of them are clues to his present whereabouts. What has caused Chuck to disappear? And where is he? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Say, what would you think of anyone who went out skating on the ice in a bathing suit on a cold February day? Oh, I know you'd say, well, go ahead and skate in a bathing suit if you want to, but not for me. There are better things to wear in cold weather. Isn't that right? Well, let me tell you something. The oil in your family car may be just like a bathing suit on ice. Some motorists think they can get good winter driving results from the same oil that was made to be used in summer weather. But here's why they can't. You see, all motor oils change when the temperature changes. All oils thin out when they're heated and thicken when they're cooled. But the big difference is how much they thin out when they're hot and how much they thicken when cold. When oil gets too thin, it doesn't lubricate your motor properly, and it burns up too fast. When oil gets too thick, it makes your car hard to start and is liable to cause damage to your motor. Now, that's why so many motorists are changing over to Uniflow motor oil at their Skelly service stations. Because Uniflow changes less when the temperature changes, much less than the average motor oil. It thins out less when it's heated, and it thickens less when it's cooled. That means a better all-around oil for your motor. Uniflow lasts longer even under quick temperature changes, causes less wear on your motor, and that all adds up to money in Dad's pocket. And here's an important thing to remember when you tell Dad about this. Uniflow motor oil, with all its fine advantages, doesn't cost one bit more than other premium-grade oils. The next time you're out riding with the folks in the family car, tell them about Uniflow, sold in cans at all Skelly service stations. Dad and Mother will be glad to know you're so interested in the family car. Tell them about Skelly Tagoline winter oil, too. A free-flowing, long-lasting oil at the same price as ordinary motor oil. And now to Captain Midnight. There's plenty of excitement at Ridgeville Airport, at least among certain people. Chuck Ramsey seems to have completely disappeared, and Captain Midnight is trying to trace Chuck's last movement. At the conclusion of yesterday's adventure, Patsy told Captain Midnight she had discovered that Chuck was seen that very morning in the lunchroom of the airport passenger station. Captain Midnight hurries there at once, accompanied by Patsy and Steve Donovan and Major Steele. We now find them there, and Major Steele is speaking.
Say, this lunchroom must have a manager. Let's ask him if he knows anything of Chuck.
That's a good idea.
The manager's a her, not a him. Anyway, she doesn't come on duty until 8 o'clock in the morning.
Well, perhaps Chuck was still here when she came out.
Well, here comes the girl to take our order. Hey, by George, this is a break.
Well, how so?
I know this girl well. She usually waits on me. She works early mornings and evenings.
This is a break.
Your order, please. Well, hello, Steve Donovan.
Hello, Helen. Say, bring us some cups of coffee, will you?
Oh, sure. Anything else? The pot roast is awfully good tonight.
No, not now, Helen. We're going to have dinner a little later.
Okay, I'll get the coffee right now.
Just a second. You know a boy named Chuck Ramsey?
Chuck Ramsey? Well, I'm not so sure, but I think so. Is he a kid that's been around a lot the last few days? About 17 or 18? Tall, tan-faced, reddish hair, and $1 million smile?
That's Chuck, all right.
And as good a description as I ever heard. Well, have you seen him lately?
Oh, sure I have. I waited on him at breakfast this morning.
Well, what time did he come in and when did he leave?
Oh, he came in about 7 o'clock and left about 7:30.
Well, tell us. You don't happen to know where he was going, do you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't. I have no idea where they were going.
What do you mean, they?
Well, Chuck and the fellow who was with him.
Now we are getting somewhere.
Who was this other fellow, Helen? Was he one of the pilots?
Oh, no, Steve, I'm sure he wasn't one of the pilots. I really don't know who he was.
Had you ever seen him before?
Well, I'm trying to think. I don't believe I'd seen him around here in the lunchroom, but I do think I'd seen him around the field.
Well, what did he look like? But first, about how old would you say he was?
Oh, about Chuck's age, I'd say. Maybe a year or two older.
Mm-hmm. Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, I think I would. Although I didn't take particular notice of him.
Well, look, Helen, could you give us any kind of a description of him?
Well, let me see. He wasn't as tall as Chuck, and I'd say he had dark hair, dark eyes, and, well, I just can't think of anything else.
Well, thanks a lot for that much. But tell us, was there any chance that you overheard what they were talking about?
Oh, I can tell you that all right. There weren't very many people eating at that time, and I couldn't help but overhear. They were talking about the same thing everybody talks about around here.
Well, I can guess what that was. Flying.
You hit it on the nose, miss.
Well, that doesn't help us much, though. You can't think of anything else, can you? Something they might have said which would give us an idea where they were going when they left here?
No, I can't. Oh, wait a minute. I remember when Chuck, this friend of yours, paid the bill.
Did he pay the bill for both of them?
Yes, he did.
I see. All right, go on.
Well, after this friend of yours paid the bill, they got up from the table and started for the door. And this other kid must have asked Chuck something because I heard him reply, "Why, sure, I'll be glad to."
I wonder what that meant.
Well, I wish I could give you more information, but I can't.
Well, that's all right. You bring us some coffee, and we'll try to figure it out.
Sure. I'll have it here in a second.
What do you make of it, Captain Midnight?
I'm trying to figure it out, Patsy. At the moment, I have no idea. All we know is that this other kid asked Chuck to do something, and Chuck agreed to it. Chuck's always thinking about flying. This girl said they were talking about flying. Probably this kid asked Chuck to take him for an airplane ride.
I'll bet that's it.
But that doesn't get us very far. Oh, well, now there's another thing I'm wondering. How did Chuck meet this kid?
Oh, gosh, you know how Chuck is. He makes friends with everybody. Talks to anybody that's willing to talk to him.
One thing I forgot to ask the waitress, whether Chuck and this kid came in together.
Well, here she comes with the coffee now. We'll ask her.
Oh, here's your Java, folks. The cream is right there on the table.
Oh, thanks very much. Here's for the coffee. You can keep the change.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, wait, there's just one other thing I'd like to ask you. Did this other boy and Chuck come in together?
No, they didn't. Chuck came in first and was sitting all alone.
Yes?
Then this other kid came in and sat at the next table. Somehow or other they got to talking, and your friend must have invited the other kid to come over to his table.
That's just like Chuck.
Oh, just one thing else. Had this other boy ordered anything before Chuck invited him over?
Oh, yes, he had. A cup of coffee and a couple of donuts.
Well, did he have anything else after he came over to Chuck's table?
Oh, yes, he did. He had an order of ham and eggs.
Ah.
I guess your friend Chuck must have persuaded him to have it.
Certainly very much obliged to you.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. I'm glad to help you.
Well, that's that. Chuck walked out of this lunchroom with the other kid, and that's all we know.
I'll bet anything he took this kid up for a ride in his plane.
Well, Chuck could have gone up with this kid, and when they got away from the airport, they might have had a forced landing. Engine trouble, maybe.
I'll bet that's just what happened.
No. There's just one objection to that.
Well, what is it?
Well, now, that was about 7:30 in the morning. If Chuck took this kid for a ride, and it looks like that's what he was going to do, they would have been in the air by 8 o'clock. If Chuck had a forced landing away from the field, something he couldn't fix, he would certainly have gotten to a phone and called the field for help.
You're right. And he would have called the visiting ship manager, hangar. And Maxwell, the manager, would have known about it.
Unless Chuck was a long distance from the airport. Then he might have called somewhere else, or maybe he landed at some other flying field.
Well, knowing Chuck as I do, I think he would have called here and let somebody know where he was.
Yes, you're right, Barry. That's exactly what Chuck would have done.
Well, the whole thing's got me. I just don't understand it.
Well, there's just one other possibility. It's a very logical one.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, what is it?
I don't like to think about it. But here it is. Chuck could have gotten away from the field and had a forced landing. Perhaps a crash. Maybe unable to get to a phone.
You mean he's hurt?
That's possible, yes. But, of course, there's another chance, too. He may have had a forced landing in some out-of-the-way place, far from the phone. In either case, it means only one thing. We've got to get a lot of planes in the air and start a search.
We'll get a bunch of the boys lined up and start the first thing in the morning.
Right. Guess that's the only thing we can do, Steve. All right. Let's get out of here and start getting things lined up.
Right.
I'm afraid something has happened to Chuck, and we've got to find him as soon as possible.
What has happened to Chuck Ramsey? That is the all-important question. And in order to understand the strange sequence of events which has taken place, we flash back in time to that same morning. It's 7 o'clock, and Chuck Ramsey is eating his breakfast in the lunchroom which Captain Midnight and his friends have just left. Helen, the waitress, is standing by Chuck's table. Listen as he says,
Thanks a lot, but I guess I've got everything I need. Such a swell day for flying, I want to get outside as soon as I can.
Oh, it sure is a swell day, isn't it? But they're all like this down here.
You must be doing publicity for Texas.
Well, I've got to stick up for my home state, haven't I?
Bet you have.
Well, if there's anything else you want, let me know.
Gee, this grapefruit's good.
You know, you ought to eat grapefruit the way they do down here.
Oh, gosh. Now, how's that?
Well, everybody around here wears goggles so it won't squirt in their eyes.
Say, that's a swell idea. But I don't have any goggles with me. You see, I'm flying a cabin job.
Gee, you must be a real pilot if you're flying a cabin job.
I'm flying a cabin job, all right. But I don't happen to be a real pilot. I'm going to be one someday, though.
So am I.
Oh, Jiminy Crickets. There's no use in your eating over there by yourself. Then you grub over here. I'm Chuck Ramsey.
And I'm Frank Crane. Hey, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to. I'd love to talk to anybody about flying.
I like to talk to anybody about flying, too.
Hey, what kind of a bus are you flying?
It's a Moberly. One of those 4-passenger cabin jobs.
A Moberly? Oh, boy, that's a swell crate. Lots of speed, too.
Yeah, it gets up and goes places all right. Hey, but look. You aren't just having coffee and donuts for breakfast, are you? How about some ham and eggs?
Well, you see, I guess I must have left my pocketbook at home. When I got down here, I only found a dime in my pocket, so I was just going to have some coffee and donuts.
Gee, that won't do at all. Oh, Helen, can I put in another order?
Sure. What is it?
Give us another order of ham and eggs, will you?
All right. I've got an order right out now that another pilot ordered and didn't have time to wait for. I'll bring it right over.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Are you going to do any flying this morning?
Yeah, I thought I would put in a little time. And then I'm going over to see a friend of mine who's in the hospital.
Oh, here's the ham and eggs.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, would you mind a lot if I went up with you? That is, if you're not taking anybody else along.
Well, sure. I'd be glad to have you go with me.
Oh, say, that sure would be swell.
You must be a pilot yourself, aren't you? You seem to be as nuts about flying as I am.
Well, I'm not yet, but I'm going to be.
Have you had any time?
Sure, I've had about 12 hours.
Soloed yet?
Yeah, I made my solo hop a couple of weeks ago.
Well, you ought to be almost ready for your private license.
Oh, I should be, but
I haven't been able to keep up the way I'd like to.
Oh. You mean you've sort of run out of money?
Yeah, that's it. My folks haven't got very much, and work's sort of hard to get for a kid my age.
Yeah, I know how it is. Say, let's eat later on and go out and warm up the ship now.
Oh, you bet.
Helen, we'll get those ham and eggs later on. Put them back once more, and they won't mind.
All right, Chuck.
Say, my folks live out in the country a ways. Would you mind flying over their place?
Why, sure. I'll be glad to. It's still early in the day. I ought to tell a friend of mine where I'm going. Oh, but we can go and come back again before anybody will even miss us. Come on. Let's get going.
Well, Captain Midnight just about hit it on the head. Chuck did take his friend, Frank Crane, for an airplane ride. But that was 7:30 in the morning. What happened to the young pilot after that? Listen to the next adventure and find out. Tune in Monday to Captain Midnight. Now, attention, Flight Patrol members. Remember what you learned about driving a few minutes ago? You learned something about the kind of oil to use in your family car. And that's something every young Flight Patrol member should know, just like it's important for airplane pilots. You see, in winter, it's important to have a motor oil that flows freely when it's cold. But it should also keep its oily body when the motor gets warmed up. That's why it's so smart to use Skelly Tagoline or Uniflow motor oil. Because these two popular winter weight motor oils flow freely at chilliest temperatures. They don't get gluey thick when cold or turn water thin when hot. So ask your Skelly man about Skelly Tagoline and Uniflow motor oils tonight. They're sold only at Skelly service stations. And don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. What happened to Chuck after he and his friend took off on what was intended as a short pleasure flight? Did they meet with an accident or foul play? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week at the same time by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. You know, one thing most of us dread is being caught on a cold night with battery trouble. Being stalled with a car that won't start because the battery's dead. Here's one thing you can do to help prevent battery trouble. To help keep a good battery good for winter's heavier strains. That is to use the right kind of winter oil. You see, some kinds of oil turn thick and heavy like glue in cold weather. This makes your car harder to start, takes more out of your battery. And then, when the weather turns cold, your battery's apt to give out. But the right kind of winter oil lets your car start quickly. Help save your battery. The wise thing is to change to a free-flowing winter oil. And when you change, try Skelly Tagoline winter oil. It's the fast-flowing kind you need for winter. And yet, it's made to stay there and take it mile after mile without thinning down to keep you from adding the extra torque you'll need if you use ordinary oil. To save your battery, to save your motor, to save your gears, and to save on oil bills, too,
Change to Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil and Pure Lubricants today. The boys at any Skelly service station will give you the right weight for your car. And they're on their toes. They'll save you time, too. Now, you boys and girls, tell Dad what I've just told you about Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil, will you? He'll be mighty pleased to know how Skelly Tagoline can help save his battery. And he'll be surprised you know so much about cars. So tell him about Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil today. And now to Captain Midnight. After Chuck Ramsey mysteriously disappeared, his movements have been traced by Captain Midnight. It developed that Chuck met another boy while eating breakfast in the lunchroom in the Ridgeville Airport passenger station. The boy was Frank Crane, a young student pilot. He asked if Chuck would allow him to go along for a ride in Chuck's plane, and Chuck generously agreed. We now find them flying at 2,000 feet, several miles north of the airport. It's almost 8 o'clock in the morning. Chuck is sitting relaxed at the controls, and young Crane is in the seat beside him. Listen as Frank says.
Hey, have you ever done any stunts in this ship?
No, I haven't. But this ship could take them.
Well, I tried to get my instructor to do some with me, but he never had enough time.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll gain a little altitude, and we'll do one.
Oh, gee, Chuck, that sure would be swell.
What would you like to do? A vertical turn, a spin, or a loop?
Well, gee, don't let's start in with a spin. I hear that's liable to make you awful dizzy.
No, it won't. Not if you keep your eyes inside the cockpit.
Well, anyway, let's try a loop. That'll be good enough.
Okay. Now we've got enough altitude now. Oh, say, you'd better buckle your belt.
Oh, gosh, do you have to do that? Some of the boys were telling me that the centrifugal force would keep you in your seat.
It will. But that's only if you make an absolutely perfect loop. If you don't have quite enough speed, you're liable to fall out of your seat when you get upside down.
Oh, gosh, that wouldn't be so nice.
Well, I guess we'd better be sure and have our belts buckled, because I haven't made a loop for several weeks. All right, now, I'm going to dive down to gather speed.
Oh, boy, look at that needle go up.
Yeah. I was flying at 170, and now we're up to over 200. When she gets to 250, I'm going to pull her over.
Oh, say, it looks like you're diving straight down at that road.
We are. The man who taught me to fly told me to pick out an object like a road and dive down at it. And then when you get ready to pull up, if you keep on a line with the road, you're almost sure to keep on a straight line all the way around.
Hey, and then when you get over on your back, you'll pick up the road on the other side, huh?
That's the idea. Say, you catch on quick.
Hey, gee, look at that airspeed indicator. We're up over 250 now.
Yeah, and up we go. Oh, hold on now.
We're absolutely upside down.
Yeah, but we're coming over, and plenty fast, too. I have more speed than necessary.
Hey, and look, there's that road. It looks like we're flying right down it.
Yeah, I think I managed to keep in a straight line on that move.
Oh, gee, look at that needle go up again. Why, we're almost up to 200 already.
Yeah, it doesn't take very much time to get up to speed when you come out of a loop. After a while, that comes natural to you. You wait and see. Oh, where do you want me to go?
Oh, look right ahead, Chuck. You see that house down there? On the left of that road? That's our place. Would you mind diving down so I could wave?
No, of course not. Here we go.
Oh, gee, look. Mother's out in the backyard already, hanging up their clothes.
She must get started early.
Well, I'll say she does. About 6 o'clock. Look, she's standing there looking up at us.
Do you think she knows it's you?
Oh, sure she does. No one else would be diving down at her like this.
Well, we're about low enough.
Can I wave out the window?
You can try, but I don't think the wind pressure will let you do much waving.
Oh, it won't be necessary. She can see me.
I'll turn a little bit. There. How's that?
Hi, Mom. Hi. Hey, there, she sees me waving.
Well, up we go.
Oh, it was sure swell of you to fly me out here. Do you have to get back to the airport right away?
No, not for a couple of hours. And then I've got to land and go out and see a friend of mine in the hospital.
Well, yeah, you said you had to do that.
But in the meantime, I don't have a thing to do. Say, that's pretty country to the west. We might make a short cross country.
Oh, gosh, that would sure be swell if you can do it.
And no sooner said than done. Here we go. You're right. This is swell country out here.
Oh, it sure is, isn't it? Dad and I used to come out here hunting a while.
It ought to be good for that, all right. It's plenty rough. Uh-oh. Look down there.
Well, what do you see?
It seems to me I saw an airplane.
You mean on the ground?
No, in the air. Now, wait just a second.
Hey, look. That looks like a pretty good landing field down there.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. It looks like a big hayfield.
Oh, it's probably just a wild pasture. I don't see any farms around.
Oh, there. I was sure I saw a plane.
Oh, I still don't see it.
Well, it's pretty hard to see a ship between you and the ground. Now look straight ahead of us, on the other side of that field.
Oh, hey, now I see. Why, it looks like he was landing.
That's what I think he's doing.
Well, I don't know why he'd land in a place like this, unless he was in trouble.
We'll go on down and take a good look at him.
Maybe it's just somebody out on a hunting trip.
Well, that might be it, all right. But if it's somebody in trouble, well, we've got to help him.
Oh, I'll say. Hey, maybe we better sit down.
Oh, I will if he thinks he needs me.
Well, he's landing all right. See, he's almost on the ground.
Yeah. And he's coming to a stop.
Hey, what kind of a plane is it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to make out. I can't tell for sure, but I think it's an open cockpit monoplane.
Hey, you're right. I'm sure you're right. At least I can see it's a two-seater.
It looks almost like the same type the Army uses for attack ships.
Well, we can't tell from here whether it's a monoplane or a biplane.
No, but we will in a few seconds. I'm going to side slip down over him and get a better look. Oh, is your belt buckled?
Yeah, I haven't unbuckled it since we did that loop.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, boy, look at that. You got her in a vertical side slip.
Yeah, it's a swell way to lose altitude, especially when you want to look over the ground.
See, that plane's taxied over to the side of the field. See, look there, it's coming to a stop.
So I see. And the pilot's sitting up there looking at us.
Hey, look, that's strange. There isn't anybody in the rear cockpit.
That's right, there isn't. Well, we're down low enough. I wonder if that fella is all right.
Oh, he cut his switches. See, the propeller stopped turning.
Yeah, and he's jumped out of the plane, too. It looks like he's waving to us.
Well, he's motioning for us to come down and land, don't you see?
You're sure right. Maybe he does need help after all. Okay, I'll glide down to the end of the field, and we'll turn and come in.
Well, how do you know which way to land?
Well, you notice the direction the other ship landed in, but I'm not going entirely on that. Now, do you see the leaves of those trees over to the side?
Well, sure, I see them, but I can't tell anything from them.
Their underside is turned up, and I know the other fellow was right. He landed into the wind.
Gosh, there's sure a lot to learn about flying.
Now, you'll pick up those things in no time. All right, now, I'm turning and coming into the wind.
Gee, we're awful low. Aren't you afraid that left wingtip will get into the ground?
No, I'll bring it up in plenty of time. Now, this is what you call a side slip landing. It's the best way to come down when you don't have much room.
Well, sure, but there's plenty of room in this field. Hey, look, Chuck. Hey, that is a monoplane over there.
Yeah, I can see now. Well, we'll turn and taxi over beside it.
That fellow's standing next to his ship waiting for it.
Oh, I sure can't figure this out. It doesn't look as though he's in any trouble.
Well, maybe he's out of gas.
No, I don't think so. Because his prop was turning over after he was on the ground. Well, here we are.
Hey, are you going to cut the switch?
No, I'm turning off the gas. It's a better way to cool the engine off.
Well, shall we get out?
Sure. Let's see what this fellow wants.
Hey, look. Look, that fellow's coming over to meet us.
Yeah, so I see. Hello there.
How do you do?
Are you in trouble? Is there anything we can do for you?
No, I don't believe so. What are you fellas doing around here?
Why, we're just joyriding around. Oh, my name's Chuck Ramsey, and this is Frank Crane.
Hi.
How you do? My name's Hilton. You kids are pretty young to be joyriding over rough country like this, aren't you?
Why, I don't know.
Well, why did you pick this part of the country for your joyride?
Well, I'm to blame for that. I told Chuck this was pretty country out this way.
I see. You say that you, Ramsey, are the pilot?
That's right.
Do you have a pilot's license?
Well, of course I have.
Let me see it.
Sure. Hey, wait a minute. I don't mind showing my license to someone in authority, like an inspector of the Bureau of Air Commerce, but not just anybody who thinks...
Well, just take a look at this.
Oh, gosh, look at that bag.
All right, that satisfies me. In just a second, I'll show you my license. Here you are.
Thanks. transport license, you see. Let me take a good look at you. Identification picture and description certainly fits. Do you own the plane?
No, I don't. You see...
Now, look at the plane's license.
Well, gee, Mr. Hilton, there isn't any license on the plane because... Well, you see, well, I can tell you...
No license on the plane? You know that's against regulations. Very well, Mr. Ramsey. You and your friend Crane are under arrest.
Well, what can this mean? The plane Chuck is flying was captured from Ivan Sharp. Will Hilton believe the young pilot's explanation? What will happen next? Tune in Wednesday to Captain Midnight. Now, here's an interesting question. Do you know why it's so important to use the correct grade of winter oil in your family's modern car? Well, sir, the reason it is so important to use the correct grade of winter motor oil in our modern cars is this. Modern cars are built with very close clearances in the bearings. In other words, bearings nowadays are built to fit closely and accurately. So if you put oil that's too heavy in those close-fitting bearings, it won't let the engine turn over easily, especially when it's cold. That means slow, hard starting. It means poor lubrication. It means excessive wear in your car's motor. So here's what to do. Ask your Skelly service station man to tell you what is the correct winter oil for your winter driving. He'll tell you about Skelly Tagoline motor oil, the wonderful oil that is free-flowing yet tough, too, to protect your motor. Your Skelly man will know the correct grade of Skelly Tagoline motor oil for your car for driving in your weather. Ask him about it tomorrow. And don't forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers, and Dealers. Until Wednesday, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers, and Dealers. And now, you fellas and girls who are listening, tell me this. What kind of clothes are you wearing these days? Straw hats? Thin cotton half socks? Summer underwear? Lightweight jackets? Why, of course not. Anybody'd be crazy to dress that way in February. Well, now, here's a mighty interesting thing. When the weather turns cold, when the time comes for you to change to heavy winter clothes, that's the time the motor oil in your family car should be changed also. But there's one important difference. When you need heavier clothes, your family car needs lighter oil. Lighter, not heavier. Now, here's why. You see, motor oil designed for summer driving gets thick and heavy like glue in cold weather. It can't flow freely enough to lubricate your motor safely. And so, your car needs a special oil, lighter, faster flowing, the kind that lubricates safely as soon as your car starts. Now, Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil works just that fast, safe way. So, tell Dad or Mother about Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil, will you? Tell them Skelly Tagoline Motor Oil gets right up into that motor almost like a flash. Lets the motor turn over easy for quick starting and lubricates it perfectly the minute the motor starts running.
helps keep it safe and smooth and quiet. And tell them, too, Skelly Tagolene Motor Oil stands up under the hardest driving they can give the car mile after mile. Dad or Mother will be glad to know how Skelly Tagolene Winter Oil helps keep your car safe and saves money, too. And they'll be glad to know you know so much about driving the car. So tell them about Skelly Tagolene Winter Motor Oil tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. Last time, you remember, Chuck Ramsey took the young student pilot, Frank Crane, for a short ride. They flew west over broken country, then landed beside a plane they spied on the ground below. The pilot of this ship proved to be a government man by the name of Hilton, who placed both Chuck and his friend under arrest for flying a plane without identification numbers. Our scene today is again at the plane, just after the arrest. Let's listen as, after a moment of stunned silence, Chuck speaks.
Under arrest? Well, what do you mean?
That's just what I mean. If you're a transport pilot, you certainly know it's against the law to fly an unlicensed plane.
But, gee, Mr. Hilton, I'm sure Chuck has an explanation.
There can be no explanation for breaking rules. Let me have your transport license again, Ramsey.
Sure. Here it is.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if your license isn't fake.
Well, of course it isn't. If you'll just give me a chance, Mr. Hilton, I can explain everything.
Just a minute. I'm going over to your plane and cut your switch. Now, don't try to run into those woods. I warn you.
Now, you don't have to worry about that. I never ran away from anything. Besides, I turned the gas off when I landed. The engine will die any second.
Now, just see whether you're telling the truth. Yes, I guess you did tell the truth.
Of course I told the truth. And while you're over there, you might as well cut the switch.
You bet. I'll do that.
Hey, what are we going to do, Chuck? Gosh, I don't want to get in any trouble.
What are you two whispering about? And the more I think this thing over, the more I think there are a couple of phonies.
No, we aren't any such thing. And if you'll just give me a chance, I can explain everything. First, I landed at Ridgeville Airport 4 days ago.
Where'd you come from?
Mexico.
So you flew up from Mexico in an unlicensed plane, huh? That's even worse.
I arrived in the evening, and I couldn't get to see the Bureau of Air Commerce inspector. But I did see him the next morning.
What's his name?
Mr. Reynolds.
Well, that much is true. Go on.
I saw Mr. Reynolds the next morning, and I explained the whole thing to him. And he said it would be all right to fly the ship until we got things cleared up.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't believe that, Ramsey. Be a most unusual procedure. Tell me, what were you doing down in Mexico, and how come you landed at the airport at night?
I was flying in a dangerously sick man.
That's a fine story. You have a quick imagination.
That's not imagination at all. That's the truth.
Well, I'm sure he's telling the truth, Mr.
Now,
Hilton.
just a second. Let me ask you a couple of questions.
Well, sure, go ahead.
How long have you known Ramsey?
Well, I've known him.
Go ahead, Frank. Tell the truth.
Well, I just met Ramsey this morning.
You just met him this morning. You two have only known each other for a couple of hours, and you go up for a joyride, and you pick out this particular part of the country to fly over. Huh. That's sure a good one.
Oh, with Captain Midnight, we're only here.
Captain Midnight?
What was that you said?
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned his name.
Come on, out with it. Why'd you mention him?
Well, go ahead, Chuck. You might as well tell all you know. Who is Captain Midnight?
He's a very good friend of mine.
You mean there actually is such a person as Captain Midnight?
I'll answer that for you, Crane. Yes, there is such a person as Captain Midnight. But I'll guarantee Ramsey doesn't know him.
Well, I do know him. He's just the same as a father to me.
That's laying it on a little too thick, Ramsey. Why, there are only a few people in the world who know Captain Midnight.
That's right. And Captain Midnight isn't really the name of the man I'm talking about. He's got another name. Isn't that true?
That's right. And if you can tell me that other name, which only a very few know, I might think you know what you're talking about.
All right. Captain Midnight's real name is Captain Albright.
Well, that does surprise me. By the way, you said you were flying a dangerously sick man to Ridgeville. Who was that man?
His name is Bud Conley.
Bud Conley?
Yes, and I can tell you something else, too. I flew Bud Conley to Ridgeville at the request of Captain Midnight and Major Barry Steele.
Major Barry Steele? Well, I guess you're right and I'm wrong. The arrest is off. What? Why, you're okay.
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Hilton.
Where were you headed when you landed here?
Oh, we were just about to turn and go back to the airport. I'm expecting Captain Midnight up from Mexico today, and I wanted to get to the hospital to see Bud Conley.
Well, you better hurry up back then. When you see Bud Conley, tell him you ran across Fred Hilton.
You bet I'll do that, Mr. Hilton. Come on, Frank. Let's be off. So that's how everything happened, Frank.
Oh, gosh, that's the most thrilling story I ever heard. Hey, I wonder if you could... Well,
you wonder what? Say, what are you looking at?
Hey, quick, Chuck, look down there.
Where, Frank?
Lean over my way a little bit. Right down below it, see?
Blazing beacons. Another plane.
Yeah. And isn't that a swell little field? One would hardly notice it.
It's a long two-way field down there in a little valley. Let's go down and take a look. 10 or 15 minutes delay won't make any difference.
And it's a big plane, too. Why, it's a great big one like the airlines use. See, it's got 2 engines.
Right, it has. Now, what in the world can it be doing down there?
What, gee, maybe it's some of those smuggling planes you were talking about.
No, I don't think so. Smuggling planes are usually small and fast.
Well, maybe it's an airliner. Maybe it's had a forced landing.
No, I don't think so. It's got identification numbers, all right. But most airlines have identifying letters on the wing and the sides of the fuselage.
Hey, that's right. I don't see any letters like that at all.
You know, there's something about that plane that looks familiar to me. I believe I've seen it before.
Well, maybe there are lots of ships like the one you're thinking of.
No, there aren't. The one I was thinking of is a very special job. You remember I told you about Ivan Shark? Well, that's the plane he flies. That's Ivan Shark's plane, or one very much like it.
What, didn't you say that had silver wings?
Yes, it did. And besides, it didn't have any identification numbers.
Oh, I don't see anyone around it, and the propellers are dead, too.
And we'll dive down a little closer.
Maybe this is the landing field Mr. Hilton was looking for.
Yeah, maybe it is. Well, I'm sure going to see that he gets a report about this.
Hey, do you suppose we better land?
I'm trying to make up my mind about that now.
There sure isn't anyone around it. Yet it's a cinch it must have been flown in there.
Oh, look. Over on the edge of the field. You see that shack under the trees?
Hey, you're right. There is a shack there. Now, what in the world do you know about that?
I think this is something that should be looked into.
Hey, you mean you're going down and land?
Yes. I think Mr. Hilton would like to have us do that. We can probably get some valuable information for him and for Captain Midnight.
Okay, I'm game.
And buckle your belt, then. Here we go. We'll find out what this is all about.
Chuck was certainly right when he said the plane on the ground looked familiar to him. And if he had the slightest idea who was inside the ship, he would not land at all. On the contrary, he would start a sensational message crackling through the air. For in the plane, peering out at the downcoming plane above them, are Ivan Shark, his daughter Fury, and his chief pilot Gardo. Listen as Ivan Shark says.
I do not like this, Gardo. I do not like it at all.
I don't either, Chief. I wonder who this is coming down here.
Porky lied to us, Father. He said no other ships landed here.
You mean, Fury, no one landed here unless he was a friend of Porky's?
Yeah, that must be it, Chief. This here pilot's a friend of Porky's.
He's coming into land now. I wish Fang would hurry back, then we could leave.
We could not take off anyway until this other plane is out of the way.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Chief, that's kind of funny.
Huh? What's funny, Gardo? What do you mean?
Why, that plane coming in, Chief, it looks like the ship that I used to fly.
Gardo is right, Father. It is exactly the same.
There are many of that type, even to the same color scheme.
Yeah, well, he's taxiing up this way now. We'll soon find out who he is.
Pulling off to the side.
Be careful now. Keep down low, out of sight. We cannot afford to be seen.
There. He stopped. The pilot is evidently going to get out.
Yeah, there are 2 of them. The other one's in the right front seat.
Yes, he's getting out now. Why, it's some kid.
So I see. I've never seen him before.
Yeah, when Fury said it was a kid, I thought maybe it might be that Chuck Ramsey.
No, he must be down in Mexico with Captain Midnight.
There. The pilot is getting out.
Hey, that pilot, look at him.
Be careful, both of you. That pilot is Chuck Ramsey.
It is. There could be no mistake. How did he get up here?
Yeah, and more than that. How did he know that he was going to find us here?
You're jumping at conclusions, Gardo. Ramsey does not know this is my plane, or he never would have landed.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Chief. He wouldn't know it anyway since we had it repainted.
What are you going to do, Father?
We cannot afford to let Chuck Ramsey discover us here.
Come on, Chief, start those engines and let's get out of here. Hey, what about Fang?
Never mind about Fang. Let us go, Father.
No, Fury. A plan is forming in my mind. Perhaps this is the best thing that could have happened.
Hey, look, Chief. Chuck Ramsey and that other kid are walking over here.
Quick, Gardo. Crawl back behind the cabin door. You have your gun, Fury?
It is right in my hand, Father.
They're getting close. Are you ready, Gardo?
Yeah, Chief, I'm ready.
We will remain hidden until they have entered the cabin. As soon as they have, you slam the door shut behind them, Gardo.
I got you, Chief.
Quiet now.
Anybody in here? Come on in, Frank. Let's take a look around.
Close the door, Gardo.
Well,
Chuck Ramsey and his young friend, Frank Crane, have walked into a trap indeed. What will Ivan Sharp do with them? Will Captain Midnight be able to find Chuck again? A thrilling mystery is ahead. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Say, how many Valentines did you get this week? Oh, go on now. I'll bet you got a lot of them and you just don't want to tell me. Well, I don't care. I'm going to give you an idea for a swell Valentine anyway. It's a Valentine for Dad. And, boy, I know he'll appreciate getting it, even if it is a little bit late. Well, here's my idea for a Valentine for Dad. First, take a piece of white paper and draw a big red heart in the center. Then, inside the big heart, write this beautiful little poem. I will be your Valentine, and joy will be forever mine, if you try some Tagoline and also Skelly gasoline. There now, won't Dad get a kick out of receiving a Valentine like that from you? Well, why don't you try it just for fun? Here, I'll give you that poem again so you can write it down. I will be your Valentine, and joy will be forever mine, if you try some Tagoline and also Skelly gasoline. Well, how about it? Well, why not write that Valentine poem on a piece of paper and put it someplace where Dad will be sure to see it tonight? Say, Dad will get a real laugh out of it, and he'll know you're a real wide-awake young Flight Patrol member, too. Try it and see right now. And don't forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Chuck Ramsey and his friend, Frank, are trapped in the cabin of Ivan Sharp's plane. Can they escape? What will happen next? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly Man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Say, I got a nice letter the other day that I'm sure you'll want to hear. It's from one of the many wide-awake, air-minded girls who listen to Captain Midnight. And this is what she says.
I listen to Captain Midnight every time he comes on the air, and I think he's swell. I like Chuck Ramsey, too, but most of all, I like Patsy Donovan. I want to fly an airplane like Patsy does when I grow up. I asked my daddy if I could learn to fly someday, and he said, well, maybe you can. But right now, you'd better learn how to work those arithmetic problems. So I said, all right, I will. But first, promise me something. He said, promise you what? And I said, promise me you'll try some Skelly Tagoline next time you need oil for the car. Well, he said, I guess that's no more than fair. So he tried some, like I said. And say, he thinks Tagoline motor oil is swell. He uses it all the time now.
And the letter is signed, Patricia Ann Who. Well, thanks a lot, Patricia. And good luck with those arithmetic problems. But say, that's a real idea you've got there about getting Dad to try Skelly Tagoline winter motor oil. Why don't you other fellows and girls try that, too? Tell Dad or Mother this. Skelly Tagoline is the free-flowing kind of oil you need for winter driving. It gets up into the motor quick as a flash when you start, worlds quicker than heavy, sticky summer oil. It keeps your motor safely lubricated for winter driving. And another thing, Skelly Tagoline stands up mile after mile, lasts a good long time. Your Skelly man guarantees it to satisfy or your money back. So ask your folks to try Skelly Tagoline winter oil at your Skelly service station the next time you're out in the family car. They'll be glad you told them about this free-flowing, easy-starting, long-lasting motor oil, good old Skelly Tagoline. And now to Captain Midnight. You'll remember that Chuck Ramsey and his young friend, Frank Crane, were on their way back to meet Captain Midnight at Ridgeville Airport when they saw a large bimotored plane on a small two-way field below them. They landed to investigate, and upon stepping inside, the door suddenly slammed shut behind them at the sharp command of Ivan Shark. Gardo, his chief pilot, shouts,
"Oh, no, you don't. Get away from this door, I shout."
Who is he, Chuck? I don't know. What do you mean, holding us up like this?
Never mind, Chuck Ramsey, what he means. Get those hands up if you want to live.
Ivan Shark?
Yes. It is Ivan Shark. But you do not seem to welcome the sight of me.
Who would, after all the terrible things you've done?
Come on, Chief. Let's polish him off and get out of here.
No, Gardo. I have something much better in store for these two bold young men. Come in, Fang. Fury.
Yes, Master?
Here I am, Father.
Listen to me, all of you. Fang, you will stand by the door leading into the rear compartment.
Yes, Master?
Fury, you will stand guard with Fang.
Yes, Father.
Now then, for these two young men. Gardo, you will come forward and search them.
You bet I will, Chief.
Hey, come on, Chuck. Let's make a break for it. No, Frank. There are too many of them.
Excellent advice, Ramsey. I see you have profited by some of your encounters with me.
Hey, I got a gun off of young Ramsey, but this other kid ain't got none.
Very good, Gardo. And now, Ramsey, I will ask you a question. Who is your young friend?
I don't believe that makes any difference to you, but his name is Frank Crane.
Where's your home, Crane?
Shall I tell him? Sure, go ahead. You can't do any harm to tell the truth.
I am surprised, my dear Ramsey. You are becoming quite tractable. The last time I saw you, you were obstinate. I might even say antagonistic.
I'll never be anything else toward you, Ivan Shark.
Indeed, my dear Ramsey. Perhaps after you've been a guest of mine for some time, I will break that proud spirit of yours. But never mind that for the moment. Crane, where do you live?
I live north of Ridgeville.
What were you doing with Ramsey?
He told the truth, sir. I just went with him for the ride.
Well, I see you know how to be polite to your superiors. Perhaps you and I can get along. But you do not expect me to believe that, do you?
Oh, it's the truth, sir. I swear it.
Very well. And suppose it is. How did you happen to come out in this particular direction for a ride?
Well, I'll tell you just how it happened. I met Chuck in the lunchroom on Ridgeville Airport. We got to talking about flying, and he found out I'd had a little flying time, so he invited me to come up with him for a short hop. We flew north over my home, and then I told him the country was pretty out this way, so we flew out here. We had turned, we're on our way back when we saw your ship down on this field.
Perhaps you're telling the truth. But it seems almost too much to believe that you found me here by chance.
I told you just how it happened.
Every word he said is the truth.
And where, if I may ask, my dear Ramsey, is Captain Midnight? He could not by any chance be close to us now, could he?
The last I knew, Captain Midnight was at Senor Paredes' hacienda in Mexico.
Indeed. And you expect me to believe that, eh?
It doesn't make any difference to me whether you believe it or not. You asked me a question, and I answered it.
How does it happen that Captain Midnight is still at the Pareda hacienda?
I didn't say he's at the Pareda hacienda. I said he was there the last time I heard from him. But I don't mind telling you how it happened.
Very well. Proceed.
You'll probably remember that Major Steele and an agent of his named Bud Conley flew away from that region in Captain Midnight's Spartan plane.
I remember that very well. In fact, I remember that you and Captain Midnight, flying in one of my planes, attacked the Spartan.
Yes, we did. But at the time, we didn't know that Major Steele and Conley were in it.
So, you and Captain Midnight attacked two of your own men. A very intelligent thing to do. But then proceed.
The landing gear of the plane was damaged by our fire. And Captain Midnight advised Major Steele to fly to the nearest American airport, make a landing, get fixed up, and then return to help us.
Yes, to help you and Captain Midnight against me.
That's right.
But Major Steele and Conley never came back. Why?
I'll tell you why. Major Steele and Conley were forced down between Senor Paredes' hacienda and the airport at Ridgeville.
We passed over the plane, Father. You yourself pointed out to us.
We know you passed over Major Steele and Conley. You passed over them when Conley was dangerously ill of a fever, and they were both starving to death. And yet you didn't offer to help him.
Very interesting indeed. But how did it come about that Captain Midnight returned to the Parade Hacienda?
We were in a very small field. I flew Conley out and to the hospital at Ridgeville. I sent another plane down for Captain Midnight and the others. And they returned to the Parade Hacienda for the miners, Pinky Drake and Slim Pool.
Father, I do not wish to interrupt, but we should not tarry here too long. Remember what Porky said. This is a dangerous field.
Yes, my dear Fury, you are right. We shall be on our way.
Well, if you're leaving, Frank Crane and I will be on our way.
My dear Ramsey, how could I permit such a thing? After all, we have just met again, and we have many things to talk over.
I see. In other words, you're not going to permit me to leave this ship.
Oh, how could I, my dear Ramsey? An old friend like you? Why, it would be most inhospitable of me.
Very well. I'll ask nothing for myself. But you certainly have no objection to letting Crane go. He never met me until this morning, and you have nothing against him. So let him go.
You've made a very touching plea indeed. But you can see for yourself that I cannot permit that. Young Crane knows too much. I'm afraid he will also have to come along, whether he likes it or not.
Hey, there's that old blue-winged bus of mine out there, Chief. Standing with the props still kicking over. What do we do with it?
I do not believe we shall have any use for it, Gardo. But wait a moment. I do not think it would be a good idea to leave it standing there.
Well, what shall I do then?
Fang.
Yes, Master?
You will take our two guests and show them to the rear compartment of my plane. Then lock the door and stand on guard in front of it.
Yes, Master. You'll come with me, gentlemen.
You won't get away with this, Ivan Shark. I can tell you that.
Now then, Chief, what do you want me to do with that other ship?
You will go over and get into it, Gardo. When I take off here, you shall follow me. I will pick out a place to land, and you shall follow me in. Then I will show you what to do.
Okay.
Chuck, the ship's taken off. Yes, I was afraid of that. What in the world's he going to do? I haven't the faintest idea. What'll he do with us? Where'll he take us? I'm trying to figure that out myself. Oh, if there was only some way I could get in touch with Captain Midnight.
I don't see any way you could. Hey, but another thing. What's he going to do with that plane you were flying?
I don't know that either. But I can guess he didn't want to leave it on this field for fear of someone else finding it.
Oh, gosh, Chuck. There's something I didn't understand.
Well, what's that, Frank?
Well, I couldn't figure out why you told him the truth about so many things.
Well, I'll tell you, Frank. I didn't see any way in which the truth could hurt. And I wanted to keep talking to him as long as I could. The longer I could keep him listening to me, the more chance there was that someone would come along to help us.
Oh, gee, I see. You were thinking about that fella Hilton.
Yes, and that was my main idea. And again, there was no telling who might come along.
Well, I guess it didn't do any good, though. I didn't hear any other ship in the air before they put us in here.
No, but you can never tell who might see us. And if someone does see us and notices the direction we're flying, that'll be a clue for Captain Midnight.
Gosh, let's see if we can find out what direction we are flying. Maybe we can find some kind of a crack where we can see out.
But, Father, I think you are making a big mistake. Why do you take them with us?
You never were one, Fury, to see the long point of view. All you can see is the immediate situation.
I do not know what you have in mind, but I cannot see any good to come from this.
Never mind that for the moment. Is Gardo following us?
Just a moment, Father. Yes, he is to our right, a little bit behind.
Very good, then. I see a field ahead which seems suitable for my purpose. It's a very desolate field and one which will probably not be noticed for many days.
But to return to Chuck Ramsey, Father, what do you propose to do?
For many years, Fury, I have struggled against Captain Midnight. He is the one great obstacle to my ultimate ambition.
I realize that, Father, but still
my conflict with Captain Midnight must be settled, and settled soon. You may not realize it, because you do not have my scope of imagination. But I will tell you this. The possession of Chuck Ramsey will give me the advantage over Captain Midnight I have been wanting for a long time.
Well, what does Ivan Shark mean? What sort of an ingenious scheme can be forming in the criminal's mind? And how will Captain Midnight ever be able to trace his young friend, Chuck Ramsey? Don't miss Coming Adventures,
tune in to Captain Midnight. But say, let me ask you something. Does your family car ever make noises like this? Well, if your car ever sounds like that, you know what it means. It means your car needs a good lubrication job. And where's a better place to get a good lubrication job than at a Skelly service station? If you want to do your dad a real favor, you just tell him about Skelly Greasemaster Service. It's a factory-approved service, approved by the factory that made your car. It's an expert service, performed by a graduate Skelly Greasemaster, and it's a guaranteed service, guaranteeing the right amount of the right lubricant at every point of your car. And the oils and greases used are Skelly's premium quality Tagoline lubricants, guaranteed to lubricate your car as it should be, or your money back. So, the next time, don't be satisfied with an ordinary lubrication job. Get approved, guaranteed Skelly Greasemaster service at any Skelly station where you see the Skelly Greasemaster sign. It's not expensive, yet it keeps your car lubricated the way the manufacturer wanted it to be, to give you the best service. Now, you fellas and girls who are listening, tell Dad about Skelly's Greasemaster service, won't you? And don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Chuck Ramsey is now not only in the master criminal's power, but Shark is even now flying Chuck and his friend far from Captain Midnight. Can Chuck and Frank be rescued? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. The Skelly Oil Company, you know, was the originator of tailor-made gasoline. Gasoline that's weather right for your car. And now, here's a question. How's your family car starting these cold February days? Does it sound like this when Dad tries to start it in the morning? Well, if your car sounds like that, you've been having real starting trouble. Now, here's a suggestion that may end that starting trouble for you quick as a flash. Maybe all you need to start quickly is Skelly tailor-made gasoline. You see, Skelly gasoline is tailor-made to fit your weather. And when cold weather comes, Skelly makes it faster starting to fit that cold weather. So, if you've been having trouble with slow-starting gasoline, try a gasoline that's weather right. Try Skelly's famous tailor-made gasoline and see if your family car doesn't give you quick starts whatever the weather is. Now, you fellas and girls, tell Dad about Skelly tailor-made gasoline. Tell him it's changed at every Skelly tailor-making point to fit the weather. He'll know how important that is for fast starting and speedy pickup on cold days. And he'll be glad you told him. The Skelly man who sends you Captain Midnight's adventures will appreciate your telling him, too. And now to Captain Midnight. The last time you remember, Chuck Ramsey and his young friend, Frank Crane, accidentally walked into Ivan Shark's disguised plane, hiding in an out-of-the-way field. not an out-of-the-way field, not knowing that Shark was hiding inside. Shark then took off with both Chuck and Frank. Hours later, Captain Midnight landed at the Ridgeville Airport and was told of Chuck's disappearance. In our scene today, Captain Midnight and Steve Donovan are in the office of Mr. Maxwell, manager of the visiting plane hangar, discussing plans for tracing Chuck. Let's listen as Steve asks,
This search may take days, Captain Midnight. What are we going to do with Ma and Patsy and the others in the meantime?
Well, we'll get hotel accommodations for Mrs. Donovan and Patsy. Pinky Drake and Slim Poole and young Pablo can stay out here at the field.
Well, sure, they can book in the pilot's room.
How many planes do you think we can get started in the morning, Steve?
Well, Southwest Airlines are asking all their relief pilots to take part in the search.
Oh, that's fine. And all of the commercial pilots around the field are going to join them, too.
Well, what about the Army?
Major Steele's taking care of that. He hopes to get a couple of squadrons assigned to the search.
Well, whole thing sure got me buffaloed. I can't understand Chuck's doing a thing like this. He usually lets someone know where he's going.
And true enough. That's what makes me certain that something very unusual has happened to him.
Well, as far as we can tell, he must have taken his kid he met in the lunchroom up for a ride.
Yes. I think Chuck took this kid up for a short hop around the field. Then, after he got in the air, something happened which caused him to fly farther away.
Well, it must have been something that Chuck saw, either in the air or on the ground.
I don't think it could have been anything on the ground. Because if it was, he'd still be near the airport here.
Then maybe it was a plane. Another plane which he saw in the air. He might have followed it.
Yes, maybe you've got something there.
By George, do you suppose Ivan Shark could be around here somewhere?
Well, it's possible. Although I doubt it very much.
Well, that would explain everything. If Chuck saw Ivan Shark's plane in the air, he naturally would follow it. And if he did, well, he might be hundreds of miles from here by now.
Oh, wait just a second, Steve. If he saw Ivan Shark's plane in the air and started to follow it, he most certainly would radio a report to the field here. As the chase continued, he'd be sending in messages every few minutes.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, and that theory's out.
No, wait, not definitely. Chuck's radio might have gone haywire.
Oh, that's right. Maybe that's what's happened.
Yes, sir.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, that's all right, Maxwell. Oh, you know Steve Donovan here, don't you?
Well, of course I do. We're old friends. Hello, Steve.
Hi, Maxwell. I've known Maxwell for years.
What did you find out, Maxwell?
I've got 12 ships and pilots lined up in my own hangar. They'll be ready to take off at daybreak.
Oh, that's great work. Chuck's had a forced landing anywhere around here. We'll find him by noon.
I'll say we will. Between the boys from this hangar and Southwest Airlines, we ought to have about 18 ships in the air.
Yes, and that doesn't count the Army planes.
Well, boys, I don't see how we can miss. And another thing. The weather looks awfully good. Oh, pardon me a minute.
Yes, of course.
Maxwell talking. Who is it? Oh, why, yes, Hilton. Glad to hear from you. Captain Midnight? Well, he's here in my office right now. Okay, we'll wait for you here.
Hilton? Who's he?
Oh, I don't think you know him, Steve, but probably Captain Midnight does.
Hilton? Oh, what's his first name?
First name's Fred.
Fred Hilton? Well, of course I know him. Is he working around here now?
Yes, he was assigned to some special border work recently. I understand Major Steele knows him, too.
He should know him. Well.
But what does this Hilton want to see Captain Midnight for?
Well, you got me there. Said he had some very important news for Captain Midnight.
Important news for me, huh? Well, I wonder what it could be.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon. Where was he, Max, when he was talking to you?
Well, he's over at the administration building. Should be here any second now.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I hear someone outside the door now.
Well, Fred Hilton, how are you?
Glad to see you, Captain Midnight. How are you, Maxwell?
Fine, Hilton, fine.
Oh, meet a friend of mine, Fred. Steve Donovan. He's pilot for Southwest.
Oh, glad to know you, Donovan.
Pleased to meet you, Hilton.
Maxwell says you've got some news for me, Fred.
You bet I have. Plenty.
Good.
Well, I guess I'd better start at the beginning. Jack Redding, well, you don't know him, Captain Midnight. He's a new man.
Mm-hmm.
Jack and I have been doing some special work along the border.
Yeah, so Maxwell told me.
There's been a lot of smuggling going on by plane. And we know the smugglers have been using isolated fields as refueling bases.
Mm-hmm.
Our instructions were to locate these fields and see if we could break up the gang that way.
I understand. Go ahead.
I was landing at a field quite a ways west of here this morning to pick up Jack when I saw another ship in the air. Naturally, we are rather suspicious of any planes flying around in that desolate country. So I was tickled to death when the pilot landed.
Just a minute. What kind of a plane was it?
It was a blue-winged, 4-passenger cabin job, Moberly.
Great Scott, listen to that. What? Well, that's the plane Chuck was flying.
Just a minute. What happened, Fred? Was Chuck Ramsey actually flying that plane?
He most certainly was. I asked to see his pilot's license, and he gave it to me. It had his picture and description on it, and his signature.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't be any mistake.
Well, we're getting somewhere.
Was anyone with him?
Yes, there was. Young kid who said his name was Frank Crane.
Oh, now we are getting somewhere. Everything begins to fit together. Well, go on. Tell us the rest.
Frank Crane, eh? Now, how old a kid is he?
About Chuck's age, I'd say. Maybe a little bit younger.
Well, what were they doing way out there?
Naturally, I was suspicious about that. Young Ramsey said they were just out on a joy hop, and that didn't look reasonable to me because it's rather rough country.
Rough country wouldn't stop Chuck.
No, I don't think it would. But anyway, young Crane said he told Ramsey it was pretty country out this way, and it is. Although it isn't the kind of country I'd be taking a pleasure hop over.
Oh, okay. What happened next?
The moment I didn't think their story held together. And then something else happened which didn't look good at all.
Well, come on. Get to the point.
Ramsey was flying an unlicensed plane.
Uh-oh. I never thought about that.
I did. And I told Chuck as soon as we got here to Ridgeville to report the matter to the Bureau of Air Commerce.
Yes. That's what young Ramsey said. He evidently tried to get the inspector here that evening, but the office was closed. But he did report the next morning.
Uh-huh. I knew Chuck wouldn't fail to do that.
Of course, I didn't believe him, so I put them under arrest.
What? Put them under arrest? Well, if that isn't one for the books.
Well, tell me, how did Chuck take that?
He didn't like it very well, but he took it like a man.
Well, come on. What happened next, Fred?
Well, I questioned him further, and one thing led to another. Finally, your name slipped out.
I'll bet that surprised you.
It sure did. Then he mentioned Connolly and Major Steele, and then I knew he was on the level.
Yes, he wouldn't know these things if he wasn't.
Ramsey was anxious to get back here to the airport because he wanted to go out and see how Connolly was getting along, so I told him to go ahead and take off.
I see, and that was the last you saw of him.
That's right.
Then, Fred, you were the last one to see Chuck. Tell me, what time was it you had this conversation with him?
Between 9:30 and 10 o'clock this morning.
What time did he take off to come back here?
Oh, I'd say it was about 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Where is this field, Fred?
It's west of here, about 75 miles.
Well, then, Captain, all we've got to do is search the country between here and that field 75 miles away.
Yes.
I wonder who's coming in now. Come in.
Could I speak to the manager?
Oh, I'm the manager, ma'am. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for my boy.
Your boy? Who are you?
My name's Crane, sir. Miss Louis Crane.
Mrs. Crane?
What is your boy's first name, Mrs. Crane?
His name's Frank, sir. And he should have been home long ago.
Well, when did you see your boy last, Mrs. Crane?
I saw Frank this morning when he left for the field. He's just crazy about flying, and he's been taking flying lessons. That is when we could spare the money.
I understand, Mrs. Crane. And that was, you say, early this morning?
Yes, it was early this morning. But I did see him later than that.
Later than that? Well, tell us about it.
He flew over the house about 8:30, and he dived down and he waved at me.
Could you tell us the kind of a plane he was in?
Well, all I know is it had blue wings.
Blue wings. It all fits in. Young Crane said that he had flown over his home. After that, they started out west.
Please, sir, what are you talking about? Do you know what's happened? What's happened to my Frank?
Well, I'm afraid, Mrs. Crane, I can't tell you definitely about that yet. However,
but please, you do know something. I can tell by the way you talk. You must have seen Frank, and you must have talked to him. Oh, please tell me what's happened to him.
I beg of you, Mrs. Crane. Now, please compose yourself. There's no reason at all to suppose that any harm has happened to your boy.
But I don't understand. You gentlemen know something about Frank. I know you must.
Now, just one moment, Mrs. Crane, while I explain.
Something's happened to Frank. I'm sure it has.
Mrs. Crane, you mustn't go on like that. I assure you that, well, as far as we know, nothing has happened to your boy.
You're sure? You're sure nothing has happened to him?
I said, Mrs. Crane, as far as we know.
But I don't understand just what has happened. Where's Frank gone, and why hasn't he come back?
Just a moment, please. Now, I'll try to explain everything to you. You see, your son met a young friend of mine, a boy by the name of Chuck Ramsey. Now, I'm as fond of Chuck as you are of your boy. Well, your boy, Frank, met Chuck this morning while they were having breakfast together at the airport lunchroom. All we know is that they got to talking about flying, and Chuck offered to take Frank for a ride. They flew north from the airport, dived down over your home, and your boy waved to them.
Yes, I was out in the yard.
Then they flew west, and later, seeing a plane on a field about 75 miles from here, they landed. The plane they saw was flown by Mr. Hilton here, whom you heard mention Frank's name.
You talked to him, didn't you, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, I did, Mrs. Crane. He was all right then.
Then, after talking to Mr. Hilton, the two boys got into Chuck's plane and took off for the airport here. Well, they didn't arrive.
Yes, go on.
But that's nothing to be alarmed about. Because they may have had a forced landing due to engine trouble and haven't been able to get to telephone to report themselves. But I assure you, Mrs. Crane, we will find your boy and return him to you.
Oh, thank you.
We've got to find both him and Chuck Ramsey.
But
Will finding young Frank Crane and Chuck Ramsey be as easy as all that? Little does Captain Midnight realize that there will be many days of anxiety and suspense before he even knows that Chuck is alive. Thrilling developments are ahead. Don't miss them. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Say, remember the sound of the slow-starting motor that we listened to at the beginning of the program? Remember how hard it was to get that cold motor started? Well, there's something important about that I didn't tell you. Slow starts like this put an extra strain on your battery. Run it down far faster than necessary. And before long, you may be stalled on the road with a dead battery and have to pay for a service call and to have your battery charged. Why, maybe you'll even have to buy a new battery. So, if slow-starting gasoline is giving you starts like the one we heard, don't forget this. You'll save your battery if you change to a fast-starting gasoline. So try Skelly tailor-made gasoline. It's weather right for your car to give you fast starts in spite of cold weather. Why don't you fellas and girls tell Dad this for me? Ask him to stop at your Skelly service station and ask for fast-starting Skelly tailor-made gasoline. And say, just one more thing. Be sure to tune in our next program for a very important announcement that you'll be thrilled to hear. And tell all your friends to listen in, too, for sure. So don't forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers, and Dealers. Until Wednesday, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers, and Dealers. But first tell me, have you had pancakes for breakfast lately? Well, if you have, you've noticed how slowly the syrup poured out of the pitcher if it stood in a cold cupboard all night. Well, I'll bet it was slower than molasses in January, wasn't it? Now, why did I ask you that? Well, here's the reason. Some kinds of motor oil that Dad might put into your family car thicken just like pancake syrup when it gets cold. An oil like that gets too thick to flow freely. And so, instead of rushing into every part of your motor the instant the starter turns, it creeps along slower than molasses in January. The result is, your car is hard to start. It wheezes and groans and turns slowly instead of starting with a snap. And even more serious, it starts practically dry. That slow molasses-like oil doesn't move quickly up into the motor to protect it against starting wear. So you likely have worn pistons and bearings and a big repair bill to pay. Well, fortunately, there's a very easy way to prevent motor wear due to such dry starts. Just do this. Change to Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil for your car at once. Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil is especially made to be amazingly free-flowing, even at the coldest winter temperatures. It's guaranteed to lubricate your car perfectly or your money back. And what's more, it lasts a long time in your motor. Doesn't break down easily. Runs for miles and miles and miles. Skelly Tagoline saves you extra quarts and extra quarters. Now, you fellas and girls who are listening, tell Dad just what I've told you about Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil. He'll be glad you did, and he'll be glad to know that you know so much about driving a car. And now to Captain Midnight. The famous pilot and his friends are very much concerned over the strange disappearance of Chuck Ramsey. We know that Chuck, accompanied by the young student pilot, Frank Crane, landed at an isolated field to investigate a suspicious plane, entered it, and then found they had walked straight into the arms of Ivan Shark. The master criminal had repainted his huge bimotor transport and had stopped at a remote field used by border smugglers to refuel. Our scene today opens in the rear compartment of Ivan Shark's plane, where Chuck and Frank Crane are imprisoned. Listen as Frank exclaims.
Hey, there's a crack here in the center of the floor, Chuck. I can see down through it. Here, let me see. Hey, there you are. Listen, Chuck has throttled his engine.
Yeah, I hear. We're going down to land.
We can't be up very high. See those treetops?
Yes, we'll be on top of them in a few seconds.
There must be a field ahead. This fellow Shark certainly wouldn't crash the ship, would he?
I should say not. This plane represents his only means of escape.
Hey, look. We've passed the trees. I can see the ground below.
Yes, we'll be on it in a few seconds.
Hey, tell me, Chuck, what do you think they're going to do with that blue wing plane, the one you were flying?
You've got me there, Frank. But I do know this. Shark wanted to get it away from that other field so it wouldn't be seen.
Hey, I'll bet I know. That fellow he called Gardo.
He's Ivan Shark's chief pilot.
Well, anyway, that fellow Gardo must be going to land the plane here and hide it in the trees. Hey, I think we're coming down right now.
I believe you've hit the nail on the head, Frank. That's just what he'll do.
Hey, listen to that. Listen, we're on the ground.
Oh, gosh. I wish there was some way we could figure to get out of here.
Well, I don't know what it could be. This door leading to the cabin's probably the only way.
Yes, Ivan Shark could make certain of that.
Hey, listen to that. He must be taxiing over the side of the field.
I wish there was some way of looking through the side.
Well, I'm over here trying to find one. There's not the side of a crack anymore.
These planes just aren't built with any.
Oh, Chuck, I just thought of something. What's that? If they hide this blue wing job over here, it's going to make it awful tough for anybody to trace us.
And that's probably why they're doing it, Frank.
Say, we're turning. We must be on the side of the field.
Yeah, I think we are. I wonder...
Hey, listen to that.
It must be Gardo in the blue wing plane.
Say, someone must have gone out the cabin door.
That must have been Ivan Shark.
He left the engine, this plane running. Hear him idling?
Yes. Well, he doesn't intend to stay here very long. That's a cinch.
Well, we don't hear that other ship anymore. I guess he didn't taxi up near us.
No. Ivan Shark probably went out to meet him.
If they're going to try to hide that ship under the trees, they'll have to taxi it again, and then we'll hear it.
Yeah, we will. We'll try to get...
Chuck, listen to that.
Say, that's funny. It sounds like that blue wing plane is taking off.
Hey, listen, Chuck, listen, what's that?
Flames and beacons. But it sounds like the ship crashed.
Oh, it must have been a terrible crash. You don't suppose that Gardo's been killed?
Oh, gosh. I don't know what to think.
Maybe something's happened that Shark didn't expect. Maybe this would be our chance to get out.
Maybe it is. Listen, Frank. I'm going to try something.
Okay, Chuck, what is it?
I'm going to get back on the other side of the compartment, then drive at that door with all my strength. I'll hit it with my shoulder and try to crash it open. I think Shark's outside, and we'll only have his daughter Fury and that servant Fang to worry about. And we ought to be able to handle them.
Okay, I'll be right behind you.
All right. I'm ready now. Stand over to the side while I hit this with...
Hey, look out, Chuck. Look, I hear voices out there.
Oh, it must be Shark coming back.
And that Gardo must be with them, because there's more than one.
Oh, we're too late. We lost our chance.
Oh, yeah, Chuck, we can't try it now. They've got guns and we haven't. You'd be shot as soon as you got through that door.
You're right, Frank. Say, what's happening now?
Hey, there we go. We're taking off again.
Oh, we'll have to wait for another chance, Frank. We've got to find some way of letting Captain Midnight know where we are. If we can do that, he can capture Ivan Shark and rescue us at the same time.
In the meantime, let's return to Captain Midnight. It is now the following morning, the morning of the extensive aerial search for Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane. Captain Midnight is at the controls of a 4-passenger cabin ship, and in the seat beside him sits Fred Hilton. Behind them, watching on each side, are Steve and Patsy Donovan. Listen as Hilton says.
There. Now we're off the field. We better head straight for Ridgeville.
Right. I'll turn and get on the course.
Just think of it.
Chuck was on that field yesterday morning.
Oh, this is going to be a cinch. We're bound to see Chuck's plane somewhere on the ground between here and Ridgeville.
And if we don't, some of the other planes will. I can see two of them right now.
I hope you're right, Patsy. But I have a feeling there's something more to this than just a forced landing. I believe Chuck could have gotten to a phone by this time.
If a phone call or telegram does come in from Chuck, the field will notify us by radio at once.
Yes. So Chuck must be down somewhere along this course.
And some of this is pretty desolate country. If he did get down here somewhere, he might not be able to get to a phone for a couple of days.
Look, Captain Midnight.
Huh?
Look over there to the left. That looks like a place a plane could land.
What? Oh, yes. Yes, Patsy, it does. I'll turn over that way.
Well, that's what we've got to do anyway. Keep looking for possible landing fields. You know Chuck. He's going to fly high enough so that if his motor quits, he'll have time enough to find a place to set the ship down.
Say, that looks like a pretty good little field.
Yes, it's only a two-way field, but it's well protected on either side by those ridges.
You would hardly notice it unless you happen to pop right over it, as we have.
There. Now we can see better. Why, there's been an airplane down there, and recently, too. I can see the wheel tracks.
You're right, Miss Donovan. And look, Captain Midnight.
Huh?
Over there under those trees on the side of the field, I can see some kind of a cabin.
Oh, yes, Fred, I see it. All right, now, everybody buckle your belts. We're going down to do some investigating.
Right.
Some plane must have been here very recently. Look how clear those wheel tracks are.
Uh-huh. They sure stand out. And look how wide those tracks are. Must have been a big ship.
That ground must be a little bit soft. Have you had any rain around here lately, Fred?
Yes, we have, about 2 days ago.
Good. That may be a big help to us.
Gosh, Captain Midnight. Don't you think those tracks were caused by a really big ship, like an airliner?
Yes, Patsy, I think so.
Heavier than a single-engine job, I'll bet.
You're right, Donovan. Possibly a bimotor job.
Now, what would a big ship like that be landing in this place for?
Gee, Mr. Hilton, you said something about smuggling across the border. Maybe the plane that made those tracks is used for smuggling.
No, Miss Donovan, it doesn't fit in. The smugglers use small, fast planes for their work.
All right, get ready now. We're about to land.
And I've discovered something else, too. Another ship has been on this field recently. A smaller one. One which made narrower tracks and was lighter, too. Because the wheels didn't sink down so far in the ground.
Why, sure, I see them. On the other side of those larger tracks.
All right, now watch yourselves. This surface may be a little bit rougher than we think.
Are you going to taxi over near that shack?
Yes, I am. I want to keep clear of those other tracks on the ground. We may want to look them over. All right, now. I'll turn to the right. Won't have to cross those other tracks.
Hey, this looks like a mighty sweet little hideout, if you ask me.
I'm sort of put out for not finding this place before.
Oh, don't feel bad about that, Fred. You never can see this place unless you happen to pop right over it. All right, now. I guess this is far enough. We leave the ship here.
Shall we leave the engine idling?
No, I don't think so. We want to save as much gas as we can. Anyway, that long glide cooled the engine enough. Here, I'll cut the switches.
Oh, what's the first move, Captain?
Hadn't we better go over and see what's in that cabin?
We're going to do that all right, Patsy. But I'm afraid I can't allow you to go with us there.
Oh, gosh, why not?
This may be one of those refueling bases for smugglers Hilton has been trying to locate. We don't know what we may run into.
Yes, by all means, Miss Donovan, you stay here. We may run into a desperate gang in that shack.
Look, Steve, you and Patsy go back out on the field and see what you can make out of those wheel tracks. Fred and I'll tackle that shack.
Well, I'd rather go with you, Captain Midnight.
No, you stay with Patsy. Oh, wait. Do you have a gun?
You bet I have.
All right, everybody. Come on, let's get out.
If you need any help, I can put Patsy back in the cabin and come on over.
All right, Steve. And listen, keep watching us. If we need you, I'll give you a signal.
Right.
All right, come on.
Gee, Steve, aren't they taking an awful chance, going up to the cabin like that?
They're taking a chance, all right. But Captain Midnight has had plenty of experience in situations like this.
Somebody could hide in that cabin, and when Captain Midnight and Mr. Hilton get close enough, they could start shooting and they couldn't miss.
Oh, come on now, Patsy. Don't worry about that. Let's get on out here and look those tracks over.
There are the big tracks right ahead of us. See?
Yes. Yes, there isn't any question about it. They were made by a powerful plane.
There. You can see so clearly. The ground was pretty soft in this place, and you can even see the tread made by the tires.
Yes. We must remember this spot because Captain Midnight might want to make an impression of that tread.
Gee, can you do that?
Well, of course they can. All you got to do is pour wet plaster down that tread and wait for it to dry. Then, when it does, you've got a perfect copy of the tire tread.
Well, let's see what's happening to Captain Midnight and Mr. Hilton. Gosh, Steve, look.
Huh? What?
They're right at the shack, and they're motioning for us to come over.
Well, what have Captain Midnight and Fred Hilton found out at the lonely cabin? And will Captain Midnight be able to determine what has happened to Chuck Ramsey and the young student pilot, Frank Crane? Tune in to Captain Midnight. What happens when you have your family car greased? Do you really treat lubrication job that takes in every hidden point of your car? Are the greases and lubricants used the grade your car manufacturer specified?
And are they top quality? The kind that will stand up under punishment and lubricate perfectly mile after mile? Well, that's something every wide-awake fellow and girl should know about the family car. And here's something else to know and to tell Dad about. You can be sure of getting guaranteed lubrication where you see the Skelly Greasemaster sign. Skelly Greasemaster service is a factory-approved lubricating service, approved by the factory that made your car. It's a complete service, including every lubricating point on your car. And it's a guaranteed service, guaranteeing the right lubricant in the right amount at each lubricating point or your money back. And the lubricants themselves are Skelly's premium quality Tagoline oils and greases, the finest, we believe, that money can buy. So, if you want guaranteed lubrication, a service you can depend on, ask for Skelly Greasemaster service. To protect your car and your pocketbook, tell Dad to try a Skelly Greasemaster job at his Skelly service station tomorrow. And don't forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. At last, Captain Midnight is discovering clues to Chuck Ramsey's mysterious disappearance. What exciting developments has he just found? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and... Happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But first, I have something for every fellow and girl who'd like to fly an airplane someday. It's something you someday. It's something you someday. It's something you someday. It's something you should know. An airplane pilot can tell from the sound of his motor just about what's happening inside. Now, a very good way to learn about motors is to practice listening to the motor in your family car. For instance, on these snappy February mornings, maybe the car sounds like this when Dad steps on the starter. Now, when your motor sounds like that, you know something. You know at once that it hasn't got the right kind of oil. That wheezing, groaning sound tells you that the oil in your family car has turned thick as molasses because of the cold. Now, oil that turns thick as easily as that is bad for your car. It doesn't lubricate properly. It won't let your car start fast. And even more serious, it won't flow quickly the instant Dad steps on the starter. So actually, your car starts almost dry. These dry starts, due to the wrong kind of oil, are perhaps the greatest cause of motor trouble and repair bills. So, if your motor groans and starts slowly, you remind Dad he should change to oil that is free-flowing in cold weather. And of course, if you're a friend of Captain Midnight, you want him to try Skelly Tagoline oil, I know. Tell Dad that Skelly Tagoline is especially made to flow freely even at below zero temperatures. Tell him it rushes up into the motor quickly, surges to all moving parts, and lubricates them properly and safely. And equally important, it stands up mile after mile. keeps the motor protected under hardest winter driving. So tell Dad tonight to try Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil. And now to Captain Midnight. In the search for clues as to Chuck's disappearance, Captain Midnight and his friends investigate an isolated landing field. On it is a shack, half hidden under the trees, where Captain Midnight and Fred Hilton go to investigate, while Patsy and Steve go to examine some airplane wheel tracks which had attracted their attention. Suddenly, Patsy notices that Captain Midnight and Hilton are waving to them to come to the shack. Our scene today opens with Steve and Patsy as they're hurrying to Captain Midnight and Hilton. Listen as Patsy says,
I guess Captain Midnight and Mr. Hilton didn't find any smugglers in that shack after all, Steve.
No, Patsy. But they must have found something important, or they wouldn't have motioned us to hurry back.
We should have looked at the tracks of that other plane. But we can do that as soon as we find out what's going on at the shack.
Well, I just can't make myself believe that Chuck could have been out here in this forsaken spot like this.
But, gee, Steve, he must have flown very near this place, because it's almost on the course between the field where he met Mr. Hilton and Ridgeville Airport.
Well, sure, but what reason could Chuck have for landing? Well, I'll try to figure that out afterwards. Here's Captain Midnight, Mr. Hilton. Hey, what'd you fellas find out?
Take a look in here, Steve. It's really quite interesting.
Have you found any trace of Chuck?
No, Miss Donovan, not yet. But we may before we get through.
Well, what's inside the shack?
All right, come on in.
Oh, by George, can you tie that?
Gosh, what's in here?
5-gallon cans of gas. Just look at them.
There's a lot of empties, too. But look on that other side.
Cans of lubricating oil, too.
Yes. What about that far corner?
Loop and loops. A radio set.
Not only a receiver, but a transmitter, too. They used a small gasoline engine to run a generator.
I guess you found what you were looking for, eh, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, I think so. This must be the smuggler's main refueling base.
But what would they use the radio for?
Well, you can't tell about that, Patsy. But it'd come in mighty handy. They could listen to weather information. With that transmitter, they could send messages to other fields of their own.
Besides keeping in touch with their planes in the air.
Yes.
Right. And if we can make it tough for them to maintain places like this, we'll lick this smuggling racket.
Well, I guess you didn't find anyone here, did you?
No. But someone's been here, and recently, too. There's a pot of coffee standing on the gasoline stove, and it's still warm.
Whoever was on duty here is probably back in the woods somewhere now. He evidently saw us land, knew we were strangers, and took it on the lam.
But, gee, how did he know we were strangers?
Well, that's easy, Patsy. He probably knows in advance every ship that's going to land here. And when one comes in that he isn't expecting, he naturally is suspicious at once.
Well, the only trouble with all this is that it doesn't give us any clue about Chuck.
Just a minute. I'm not so sure about that. We all know that Chuck left the field where he met Hilton west of here. He was headed straight for Ridgeville Airport. At least we must assume that he was.
Well, sure.
All right. While he was flying on his course to Ridgeville, it would have been very easy and very likely, too, that he should spot this field.
And we figured that Chuck would be suspicious after my telling him about this smuggling racket.
Yes, I begin to understand.
Well, to go on, Chuck might have seen a plane on the ground here. Perhaps the one which made those tracks.
Gee, that's quite probable, because that big plane must have been here very recently.
At any rate, whether he saw a ship on the ground or not, Hilton and I figured that Chuck would have landed to look the place over, particularly if he happened to see this shack under the trees. He wouldn't miss an opportunity like that.
The next question is, if Chuck did land, what happened next?
Very well. Now, let's speculate a little farther. We know there must have been at least one man in this cabin, and maybe there were a lot more, particularly if that big plane was on the ground. Now, suppose Chuck and young Crane landed, came up to this cabin, and were captured.
And maybe killed.
I don't think so, Patsy, although we can't overlook any possibility. But going on the assumption that something did happen to them, where is their plane?
It'd be rather difficult for Chuck's plane to be hidden around this field.
Well, someone could have flown it away.
Right. That's a far more likely theory, Steve.
You mean, and have left Chuck and Frank Crane around here?
That's possible, Miss Donovan.
In that case, we ought to search these woods, hadn't we?
Well, if everything else fails, we will. But there isn't much use for us to attempt it alone. There's too much ground to cover. If we have to, we'll get a lot more men and do the job thoroughly.
What's the next move, then?
Well, I've got an idea. Let's go back out on the field. I'll test it out.
All right, come on, let's go.
Yes.
Do I hear a plane in the air?
Yes, Mr. Hilton. There to the north. Do you see?
Must be one of our planes. Looking the country over in that direction.
He's coming this way.
Well, if he sees our plane on the ground, he'll probably land.
By the way, Steve, what did you and Patsy find out about those wheel tracks?
Oh, I meant to tell you, Captain Midnight.
Yeah?
There's a soft place in the ground right ahead there. Mm-hmm. And the wheel sank down and made a perfect impression. If you want to, when we come back, we can make a cast of the tread.
Swell, Steve. We may do just that.
There are the marks just ahead of us.
And very plain, too.
Oh, what do you make of them, Captain Midnight?
I don't think we're going to find out much from these marks, Steve. They were made by a large-sized tire, which is almost standard for most heavy planes.
You're right. There are probably several hundred ships in the United States whose wheels have the same tread.
Right.
Let's look at the marks made by the smaller plane. There they are, a little bit farther on. Steve and I didn't have time to look at them before you motioned us over to the cabin.
I see. Yeah, that's what I wanted to look at anyway, Patsy. Well, come on, let's go forward.
That ship in the air is getting closer. I think he's seen us. He's headed this way.
Here are the marks made by the smaller plane, Captain Midnight. They went through the same soft spot that the larger plane did, and you can see them just as clear. What? They've open loops.
Oh, what's up, Patsy? What do you see?
Look at these tire marks, Captain Midnight.
Yes?
They stand out so clearly in this soft ground. I'm sure I've seen the same marks before.
Just a second, Patsy. Let me. Yes. You have seen these marks before. That's the idea I was thinking of. The tread of the tires on that mobile Chuck was flying was a very peculiar design. And here it is, staring right up at us.
You think Chuck landed here?
I'm almost positive of it.
Say, look up in the air. That plane, it's rocking its wings.
It's one of our ships, all right. I know what he wants. He wants to talk to me. Come on, let's get back to our radio.
Yeah, that's what he wants, all right. Come on, everybody, get back to the ship.
Gosh, Steve, he must have discovered something. Do you suppose he's found Chuck?
I don't know, Patsy, but we'll find out in a second.
He's evidently pretty much excited about something because he doesn't want to take the time to land.
All right, here we are. I'll get in first and you pile in after me.
Right.
All right, now. I'll switch on the receiver.
Calling Captain Midnight. Calhoun, calling Captain Midnight.
Captain Midnight, answering Calhoun. Go ahead.
Take off and follow me. Have been notified of wrecked plane 70 miles northwest.
Okay. Message received. I'm taking off at once. Captain Midnight signing off.
By George. What do you know about that?
Gosh, Captain Midnight, I hope Chuck isn't hurt.
Now, wait a minute. Don't jump to conclusions, Patsy. We'll get there as quickly as we can. Steve, looks like bad news. That was Chuck's plane, all right.
Are you sure?
Positive. I noticed a tread mark on the ground, which is the same as the one we saw in the other field. The tread design of the tires in Chuck's plane.
But, geez, some of the other ships could have landed.
I know, Steve, but I saw just the same. There's something else. On the other side of the wreck in those trees is a piece of wing fabric that didn't burn. It's blue. The same shade of blue that the wings of Chuck's plane had.
And just between us, it looks pretty bad, doesn't it?
No, Fred, it doesn't. Come on out in the field a little bit farther. I'm going to show you something.
We're right with you.
Well, have you found out something?
Yes, Steve, I have. I'm absolutely positive that nothing has happened to Chuck. At least not yet.
Well, what makes you so sure?
Wait a minute, I'm going to show you. Oh, here we are now. Now look down there.
Tire tread marks. Large ones, just like the ones over at the other field.
Exactly. Now, I want you two to look at something very carefully. You're both pilots, so you should see it almost immediately.
Shoot right and shoot.
All right. Now, I'm going to reconstruct what happened on this field. As you see, it's a long, narrow, two-way field, just like the one we came from.
Yes.
Now, looking from this point, you can see the tracks made by the landing of the two planes.
Yes, I see them. And they look just like the ones we saw at the other field.
Exactly. That big transport plane and the smaller plane, whether flown by Chuck or not, we don't know, came in here and landed. Now then, look on the other side of us. Tell me what you see there.
Well, the big plane must have taxied past the place we're standing, then turned around and took off.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He didn't bother to go back to the other end of the field to turn around, which proves that when this happened, there could have been little, if any, wind blowing.
Yesterday morning, when all this probably happened, there was no wind at all.
Yeah. But now, what about the smaller plane? You can see where it landed. But, do you see any marks where it took off?
No. At least not down the long way of the field.
Correct. We know, then, that the small plane did not take off the long way of the field, as any sensible pilot would have done. Instead, the small plane must have taken off the narrow way of the field. It couldn't clear those trees, so it crashed and it burned.
I can't imagine anyone being that stupid.
No, neither can I.
Well, I just can't get this thing through my head. If Chuck was in that plane, why did he try to take off the narrow way of the field? An attempt which was practically suicide.
Chuck wouldn't do that, Steve. Now, listen to me, you two. The other pilots have made a thorough search of that burned plane. The ashes are still warm, which proves that this whole thing happened within 24 hours. But the important thing is, no bodies have been found.
I'm glad of that. But I'm like Steve. This thing has sure got me buffaloed.
Okay. Now I'm going to tell you something. When Chuck's plane took off, there wasn't anybody at the controls.
Well, can Captain Midnight's deductions be correct? And yet they must be, because we know that Chuck and young Frank Crane were imprisoned in the rear compartment of Ivan Shark's plane. What else will Captain Midnight discover? Listen to the next adventure and find out. Tune in to Captain Midnight. As I told you a while ago, an airplane pilot's ears tell him a lot about his motor. And if you listen carefully, your ears can tell you lots of things about your family car. For instance, you may have heard cars that made a noise like this. Now, when you hear a humming like that, you know that car has worn-out gears. And probably they're worn because the owner forgot to change to wetter gear lubricants when cold weather came. Now, here's how you can help keep this from happening to your car. Remind Dad to have your Skelly man check the gear lubricants in your family car. You see, Skelly wetter gear lubricants are especially made to lubricate perfectly in cold weather. They don't get stiff and heavy the way old summer gear lubricants will. And the Skelly man at any station knows just the right weight for your car and for your weather. So remember, tell Dad tonight to have your Skelly man check the gear lubricants of the family car. And don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. If Captain Midnight is right, and there was no one at the controls of Chuck's plane when it crashed, what did happen? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But first, tell me this. Does your family car ever have heart trouble? Yeah, heart trouble. In other words, is your family car ever troubled with a weak battery? You see, the battery is the heart of your car. A car can't operate without a battery any better than your body could operate without a heart. Now, why do I tell you this? Well, it's because I have something for you to tell Dad about the heart of your family car, the battery. It's this. There's nothing that's quite so hard on a car's battery as motor oil that gets thick as glue in cold weather. Now, of course, all motor oil gets slightly thicker in cold weather, but some kinds get much thicker and gluier than others. They keep your motor from turning over easy in the morning. They drain the power out of the battery, so you have to have it recharged oftener. The battery may even go dead just when you need it most. Yes, oil that turns thick as glue in cold weather is really hard on the heart of your family car. So here's what to tell Dad about that. Tell him to try Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil, because Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil is especially processed to make it stay free-flowing in cold weather. It won't turn thick as glue when the car stands overnight in a cold garage. It will let your motor turn over easy and start quick. That means less wear on your battery, better lubrication for your motor. Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil is easy on the heart of your family car. So remember that, won't you? Tell Dad you don't want your family car to have heart trouble. Tell him how Skelly Tagoline Winter Motor Oil is easy on batteries, because it's free-flowing in cold weather, it's good for your car's heart. Tell Dad about it tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. In trying to trace Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane, who have suddenly disappeared, the remnants of Chuck's plane, which burned after a crash, were found. A short distance from the wreckage, Captain Midnight is talking in low tones with Steve Donovan and Fred Hilton. After reconstructing what, in his opinion, has happened, Captain Midnight makes the amazing statement that when Chuck's plane crashed, no one was at the controls. Listen as Steve exclaims,
You actually mean that no one was flying Chuck's plane when it crashed here?
I don't mean anything else, Steve.
Why, it doesn't seem possible, Captain Midnight.
Perhaps not, but that's still my opinion. It may sound fantastic, but here's the way I see it. Chuck's plane was turned for a takeoff the narrow way of the field. The wheel was tied so that the ship would rise on a normal climb. Then someone from outside the plane shoved the throttle wide open and the ship took off by itself.
You mean it tried to take off?
Yes.
But whoever did it must have known the plane wouldn't clear those trees.
I don't think whoever did it cared whether it cleared the trees or not. If the ship crashed here, that was all right. If it succeeded in clearing the trees and crashed somewhere else, well, that was all right, too.
I begin to get your drift now. Someone wanted it to appear that Chuck and young Crane had been killed.
Yes. At least he wanted to make it difficult for anyone to find out what became of Chuck and young Crane.
Then if Chuck wasn't flying his own ship, the chances are he was in the other plane, the big one.
I lean to that belief, yes.
Well, then whoever engineered this thing came over here, fixed it so Chuck's plane would crash, then took off in the large ship.
Well, if I can read the signs correctly, that's about it.
In that case, Chuck and young Crane must be prisoners in that big plane.
That's the logical conclusion, Fred.
Well, the next question is, who was flying this big ship?
I don't know, Steve. But frankly, between the three of us, I'm a little bit worried.
Well, who in the world would want to carry off Chuck Ramsey and young Crane? They didn't have any money to speak of. Robbery couldn't have been the motive.
You know about Ivan Shark, Fred.
Sure, I know about him, but I thought you told Steve you didn't believe he was anywhere around this part of the country now.
He isn't. Now. But he may have been yesterday.
Do you really believe Ivan Shark would have had the nerve to fly up this way?
Now, wait a minute. I'm thinking back, Steve, and I remember that Major Steele told us Ivan Shark's plane passed over him and Bud Conley several days before we found them. Now, does that mean anything to you?
By George, that means Shark was headed in this general direction.
Right. And we know that Shark has underworld connections all over the country. He may have known about the field we were at this morning. Knew it was a safe place to refuel.
I begin to see the whole thing now. When Chuck was on his way back to Ridgeville Airport after meeting me, he must have seen Shark's plane on that field. Maybe it was refueling then, or it already finished. He landed to investigate, and then...
But wait a second, Hilton. Chuck's no fool. He knows Ivan Shark's plane. He wouldn't have walked right into the lion's mouth.
Now, you hold on a minute, Steve. Ivan Shark's no fool either. He could have disguised his plane, repainted it, done a lot of other things to change its appearance.
You know, I believe that's just what happened. But the most important question in my mind is this. Where did Ivan Shark head from here? Where was he going?
Well, that's difficult to say, Fred. As I said before, Shark has underworld connections everywhere. He has many hideouts. Our only chance to beat him is for us to anticipate his moves. Now, that's what I'm going to try to do. Well, there's no use in wasting time here. Come on. We're going to take off at once.
At almost the same time, Ivan Shark is about 1,000 miles away, flying northward in his plane. The servant Fang and Fury Shark are in the rear of the cabin, guarding the door leading into the rear compartment, in which are Chuck Ramsey and his young friend, Frank Crane. They are talking together in low tones. Let's listen as Frank says.
That's what I was hoping for last night. But Shark didn't give us the chance.
He doesn't take chances like that. Much as we'd like to hope so, I'm afraid he's not going to make us slip anywhere.
Where do you suppose that field was? One we stopped at last night.
I haven't got the faintest idea, Frank. All we do know is that he flew almost 4 hours before landing.
That's right. I remember you checked it by your wristwatch. Chuck, this ship can cover a lot of distance in 4 hours, so let's try to figure out which direction we've been going.
If we only had a compass. That would help a lot, I know. But we haven't, so let's try something else. Now, this much we do know. Shark hasn't been doing any turning or circling around, so it's safe to conclude that he's been flying in the same direction all the time.
And I imagine we're continuing in the same direction this morning.
Now, let's try to think where about 1,000 miles from Ridgeville would put us.
Okay, let's do that.
If he flew east, that would put us way out over the Gulf of Mexico. And by looking down through that crack in the center, we would have known it if Shark had flown over a large body of water.
You're right. That's out. Now then, what about the south?
Straight southerly course would put us down in the southern part of Mexico. In fact, We might even be out over the Pacific Ocean.
Well, if that's the direction he went, we're still over Mexico. We haven't seen any water yet.
Now, if he flew west, 1,000 miles would put us out about, well, over the Gulf of California, or that long strip of land known as Lower California.
Well, we haven't seen any large body of water, so that's out too.
The only direction that remains, then, is the north. And that's the direction I'm beginning to think he took.
Well, let's see. If he flew north 1,000 miles, it ought to put us somewhere in the northern part of Texas or in Oklahoma.
Right. And that particular region is rather flat. Come on, let's take a look and see what the country below us looks like.
Okay, Chuck, let's.
I don't think we're over Oklahoma or Texas, because this country below us is awful rough.
Yeah, some of those mountains are pretty high.
You bet they're high. Well, look, you'll notice there's a lot of timber down there, but that's certain parts where there isn't any timber at all. Now, those sections are above the timber line.
Well, gee, if that's the case, those parts that didn't have any timber must be terribly high.
Yes, and I'm beginning to wonder if we aren't looking down on the Rocky Mountains. I can't imagine any other region where so much of the mountaintops would be above the timber line.
Gee, if we're over the Rocky Mountains, Shark must have been flying in the northwest direction.
That's right. And if those are the Rocky Mountains, we're probably in the northern part of New Mexico or the southern part of Colorado.
My gosh, Chuck! You're not far from your home at Black Gulch.
You know, I'm just wondering, Frank. I'm wondering if Shark isn't going back to his old hideout in the mountains behind Black Gulch.
Yeah, but you said he was driven out of there.
Yes, he was. But it's quite possible he had another hideout here that we didn't know anything about.
If only you've given us a chance to do something last night. We just didn't.
No, it would have been suicide to try anything. They blindfolded us before they took us out of this compartment. And when I tried to push my blindfold up with my hand, that fella Gatto hit me so hard with his fist, I almost knocked me over.
Yeah, I heard that. Afraid for a moment that you were hurt bad.
So I didn't try anything more after that. If we're going to get out of this, we're going to have to do it by using our heads.
But look, Chuck, what do you suppose Shark's going to do with us? What's his idea in taking us this far?
Wait a second. Somebody's at the door.
You will come out, Chuck Ramsey. My master, Ivan Shark, wishes to see you.
Very well. Now, don't get worried, Frank. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay.
Here is Chuck Ramsey, master.
Very good, Fang. You will please take the co-pilot seat, Ramsey. I had Gatto leave it to make room for you.
Now what are you trying to do?
And I may as well warn you, Ramsey, not to try anything. Gatto is seated in the cabin with a gun ready for instant use. And even though I'm flying the plane, I can handle you, too.
You have a lot of confidence in yourself, don't you?
Yes, Ramsey, I do. And I may say that I would not find myself in my present position if I didn't.
I know you didn't get me up here to tell me about yourself. What do you want with me?
Excellent, Ramsey. That was spoken after my own heart. You waste no time in coming to the point.
You might as well come to the point, right now.
I do not think there is any great rush, Ramsey. To be truthful with you, I anticipate that you will be my guest for a long time. And in order that you shall not raise your hopes too high, I will tell you that I have noticed the quick glances you are taking at the ground below. It is quite useless, my dear Ramsey. I would not have allowed you to come up here without your blindfold if I had any fear of your discovering anything of value.
Well, I must admit I don't see anything that looks familiar.
No, and you won't. At least not for a while.
All right. Let's get to the point. I like Frank Crane's company a lot better than yours.
My dear Ramsey, I am somewhat shocked at you. Such a statement might almost be considered rude.
Maybe so.
You think that is any way to treat me, Ramsey? Remember, your life is in my hands.
Why don't you get to the point?
Ramsey, Captain Midnight is very fond of you, is he not?
Yes, I guess he is.
Captain Midnight undoubtedly would be very much pleased to see you again, would he not?
Yes, I guess he would.
What do you suppose that Captain Midnight would be willing to do, Ramsey, if he could be assured of having you back safely with him again? Almost anything, don't you think?
Yes, Captain Midnight was right. The fiendishly clever Ivan Shark is preparing to strike at the only weak point in Captain Midnight's armor, the famous pilot's love for Chuck Ramsey. What will happen next? Don't miss the coming battle of wits between the master criminal, Ivan Shark, and the courageous pilot, Captain Midnight. tune in to Captain Midnight. See, remember what we said a few minutes ago about the heart of your family car, the battery, and how oil that turns thick as glue is hard on your battery? Well, thick oil isn't the only thing that wears down your battery in winter. You run your lights longer in winter. Your heater puts an extra load on your battery, too. Then maybe a defroster fan, and that takes battery power. Now, here's the best way to save a battery I know. Save it hard winter starts. First, by using a free-flowing, easy-starting winter motor oil like Skelly Tagoline, and second, by changing over to a wide-awake, weather-right gasoline. A gasoline that's fitted to your weather to give you quick starting in spite of cold winter weather. And here's one gasoline I know is weather-right. Skelly Tailor-Made Gasoline. It's tailor-made for quick starts in your kind of weather. It saves your battery by starting right up the instant Dad touches the starter. Yes, Skelly Tailor-Made Gasoline and Skelly Tagoline Winter Oil both do your car's heart good. They're easy on the battery. Tell Dad about that tonight. And say just one more thing. Be sure to tune in our next program for a very important announcement that you'll be thrilled to hear. Tell all your friends to listen in, too, for sure. So, don't forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Until Wednesday, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. See, at the close of our last program, I promised you a very important announcement, and here it is. It's one of the most sensational free offers ever made to the members of Captain Midnight's famous flight patrol. It's something that every air-minded fellow and girl in America would want to have the minute they heard about it. But it will be available exclusively to you as members of the 1940 Flight Patrol. Now, here's what it is. It's a beautiful, big, colored map of the airlines of America. Different from anything you've ever seen. A map that shows every major airline in the United States, from Atlantic to Pacific, from Canada to Mexico. It shows the exact route flown by every airline, the cities it serves, things that every air-minded fellow and girl should know about aviation. But listen, this is no little toy map, no siree. It's a great big wall map, 11 inches high and 17 inches wide, and printed in 3 different colors. It comes to you flat, without a single fold in it, so you can put it right up on the wall over your radio, or maybe up in your own room where you can study it and make yourself a regular authority on the airlines of America. But gee whiz, just think of all the things you'll know, the information you'll have right on the tip of your tongue. You'll know, for instance, the names of all the airlines that serve the city of Chicago, just how many airlines fly in and out of St. Paul, Minneapolis, Omaha, Kansas City, St. Louis, Denver, Amarillo, Wichita, Tulsa, and every other important city in the United States. And that's not all. You'll know all about the airplanes they use, too. Because right along the edge of this big 3-colored airlines map, there are pictures and descriptions of many popular transport planes flown by the airlines of the United States. Boy, oh boy, what fun you'll have.
And how proud you'll be to have one of these big Captain Midnight airline maps all your very own. But here's the most amazing part of it all. It's absolutely free to members of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. Here's all you do to get one. Just have Mother or Dad stop at your Skelly service station the next time you're out driving with them in the family car. Show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card and ask for your free Captain Midnight airline map of the United States. You don't need any seals or labels or box tops or anything else. You don't have to spend a single penny, not even for a stamp. Your Skelly man will give you your big airline wall map absolutely free the minute he sees that you're a member of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. And if you're not a member, the Skelly man will be glad to enroll you and give you that swell medal of membership. So remember, your map is ready for you right now at your Skelly service station. So have Mother or Dad drive you over to get it tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. With Chuck Ramsey and the young student pilot Frank Crane in the hands of Ivan Shark, the mystery of their disappearance has become more baffling to Captain Midnight. As our scene opens today, Ivan Shark's powerful bimotored plane is flying high over a region unknown to Chuck. Young Crane is in the rear compartment, with Fury Shark and the servant Fang guarding the door. The chief pilot, Gardo, sits in the cabin with drawn pistol, watching Chuck, who is sitting in the co-pilot seat, talking to Ivan Shark. Let's listen as Shark says.
I see there is no hope for you, Ramsey. You came under the influence of Captain Midnight too soon. If I had gotten hold of you, I would have made something out of you, because you do have certain qualities which are very necessary for success. You have one thing, Ramsey, which I admire very much. You have courage. And that, I must admit, is a quality some of my men lack.
I can tell you why some of your men lack courage.
Proceed, my dear Ramsey. Your philosophical dissertations amuse me very much.
True courage comes only from doing what is right. And that's why your men don't have it.
Well, Ramsey, I can see that you're set in your ways. It is a shame, too, I assure you. But perhaps we had better get back to the point.
Yes, I think so, too. Just what is the point of you dragging me and my friend Crane with you?
The point is this. What will Captain Midnight be willing to do for your safe return?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
I do not believe that, Ramsey.
He won't do anything if it conflicts with his duty.
Then I am afraid, Ramsey, that the acceptance of any proposition I may make to Captain Midnight will conflict with his silly sense of duty.
I'm sure it will.
But I don't agree with you about Captain Midnight. I believe there isn't a man in the world who hasn't some weakness which will interfere with his sense of duty.
That's not true. There are plenty of men who won't allow any weakness to interfere with their sense of duty. And Captain Midnight is one of them.
A very naive and silly belief, Ramsey. And I can tell you this. I am certainly going to put Captain Midnight to the test.
You said you wondered what Captain Midnight would do for my safe return. And just what do you mean by that?
I will tell you. As you know, Captain Midnight and I have been waging a long struggle. He is determined upon my extermination. My liquidation, as it were. Now, strangely enough, I admire him for his courage. And so all I ask of Captain Midnight is to let me alone.
Well, he won't ever do that. What you're doing now will set him on your trail more than ever. And with me along, you're in a more dangerous position than you ever were before.
That, Ramsey, is a matter of opinion. I will gamble that Captain Midnight will bargain with me for your safe return.
How do you propose to do your bargaining with Captain Midnight?
That will be very simple, Ramsey. I shall get into communication with Captain Midnight, and I shall make him my proposition. Or rather, I shall find out if he is agreeable to a proposition.
He won't be.
Again, I disagree with you.
And also, what kind of assurance would you have to have from Captain Midnight?
That, again, is very simple. Captain Midnight is a very remarkable man. Most of the time, as you say, he has that very silly but firm sense of duty. I consider that Captain Midnight's word of honor is final. If he gives me his word of honor, I feel absolutely confident he will keep it.
If he gave it, even to you, he'd keep it. But he never will.
We will see about it. And now, I must make my plan. Fang.
Yes, Master?
You will conduct Ramsey back to the rear compartment.
Yes, Master. You will come this way, Ramsey.
Okay.
You're back, Chuck. What happened?
I found out what Ivan Shark intends to do.
Oh, gee, what is it?
He's going to try to get Captain Midnight's word of honor that Captain Midnight will leave Shark alone in the future. And if he can get him to make such an agreement, well, then he'll release us.
Well, Captain Midnight will never agree to that.
You're absolutely right. Captain Midnight won't bargain with Shark.
Maybe some way or other we can help Captain Midnight find us.
It's just what I was thinking. I know Captain Midnight well enough to know that he'd never make the kind of a bargain that Ivan Shark wants. But I know this also, that Captain Midnight will keep stalling him off as long as possible so he can attempt to locate us in the meantime.
Why, sure, that's exactly what he'll do. But gosh, Chuck, what can we do to help him?
Gee, I don't know yet, Frank. I haven't had time to think it over. But I do know we've got to find some way to get a message to Captain Midnight.
Well, of course. Well, even if we could do that, we wouldn't know what to tell him.
No, we wouldn't. At least not yet. But I can tell you this. Ivan Shark is flying somewhere, probably to some hideout. And he's going to keep us there while he tries to bargain with Captain Midnight.
Oh, gee, if we only knew where he was taking us.
Our only chance to find that out is to know where we are during the rest of the flight. And I have a pretty good idea, I can tell you that.
Gosh, I forgot you were up in the cockpit, weren't you?
I'll say I was. I sat right up in the co-pilot seat. And that's where Ivan Shark and I had our talk.
And he let you sit there and look out all you wanted to?
I'm sure he did. And I used my eyes plenty, I can tell you that. But he noticed it and laughed at me. He said to go ahead and look all I wanted to. It wouldn't do me any good.
Well, that probably means we're flying over strange country you've never seen.
Yeah, maybe so. But he let one thing slip. He said to look all I wanted, that it wouldn't do me any good. Not yet.
Not yet? He said that?
Yes. So I figured that we must be approaching country that I'm acquainted with.
Well, how about the direction? You were in the cockpit. You must have seen it.
Yes, I saw the compass, if that's what you mean. And all the other instruments, too.
Well, we thought we were flying northwest. How about it, Chuck?
We weren't very far off, I can tell you that. As a matter of fact, we're flying at 325 degrees.
325 degrees? What? Oh, we're only 10 degrees off.
Yes, and from looking at the ground below, I'm more than ever convinced that we're flying over the Rocky Mountains. In fact, we must be approaching the Black Gulch country. That's why Ivan Shark said I wouldn't see anything to help me. Not yet.
Hey, do you really suppose he's going to land at that old hideout of his? The one you told me about?
No, I just can't make myself believe so, Frank. Shark may land there to refuel, but I don't believe he'll stay there. He knows that Captain Midnight and I both know that country very well. I believe he'll go on to some other region with which we're not familiar. Now, if he leaves the Rocky Mountain country and flies east, he comes to the level plain section of the Middle West.
Oh, I don't believe he'd do that. Too many people would see the ship.
No, I think that's out. Well, then the only section that remains is further on north.
Gosh, Chuck, let's see. That'd probably mean up somewhere in Wyoming or Idaho or Montana.
You're right. But I'm not sure at all that Shark would stop there. In fact, I'm more inclined to think that, well, I believe that he's going to try to get out of the United States.
Oh, gosh, Chuck. Well, the next place would be Canada.
Yes, Frank, you're right. Canada. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that's where he's headed.
Oh, but gosh, Chuck, Canada's an awfully big place, and it's not very well populated either. Well, I've heard there's sections up there where there isn't one human being in thousands of square miles.
Well, that's true enough, all right. Oh, but come on now. Keep your chin up, Frank. We've got to think of ways that'll help us, not things that are going to discourage us.
But there's another thing, Chuck. Something we haven't thought about. What'll Captain Midnight be doing?
You know, Frank, that same thought was just running through my mind. I'm wondering how long it'll take Captain Midnight to find out we've fallen into Ivan Shark's hands.
Oh, gosh. I'm afraid it'll be pretty tough for him. You and I just disappeared from Ridgeville Airport, and gosh, we didn't tell anyone where we were going.
Oh, gee, you're right. Hey, but wait a second. That's not true at all. Mr. Hilton, don't you remember?
Oh, gee, Chuck, that's right. But, maybe it'll be a long time before he goes into Ridgeville.
No, I don't think so, Frank. Mr. Hilton is making Ridgeville his headquarters.
Oh, hey, listen, Chuck. Listen to that. Shark's throttled his engines. We're going down to land. But where in the world can we be?
Yes, where can Chuck and Frank Crane be? What secret field, perhaps known only to criminals like himself, can Ivan Shark be landing on? And in the meantime, what is Captain Midnight doing? Tune in to Captain Midnight. Now remember, Tonight's the night to get your big three-color airline map of the United States at your Skelly service station. A big 11 by 17-inch wall map showing the routes flown by every major airline in the United States, with pictures and descriptions of the transport planes most widely used. And it's absolutely free to members of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. But now listen. If you are not already a member, see your Skelly man at once. He'll enroll you right away and see that you get your free Flight Patrol membership card and your spinning medal of membership, too. All absolutely free. So remember, have Mother or Dad stop at your Skelly service station with you tonight or tomorrow for sure. Whether you join up right now or whether you're already a member of the 1940 Flight Patrol, you can get your free Captain Midnight airline map tonight. So don't put it off. See your Skelly man right away. And don't forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Will Fred Hilton prove the means of tracing Chuck and Frank Crane? What does Ivan Shark intend to do? And where is he landing? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But first, fellas and girls, I have a confession to make. The other night, when I first told you about the sensational new free offer we're making on this program, I'd never actually seen Captain Midnight's big 3-color airline map of the United States that we're offering free to every member of the 1940 Flight Patrol. But today I saw it. And say, fellows and girls, let me tell you, it's a beauty. Why, it's so exciting and interesting and packed full of important information about aviation that I simply can't tell you what a big thrill I know it will give you. You see, this is not an ordinary map. It's something absolutely new and different from anything you ever saw. It's never been published before in this form, and it's not for sale anywhere. It's printed in 3 beautiful colors, and it's big. It's 11 inches high and 17 inches wide, and it comes to you absolutely flat, without any folds or wrinkles in it, so you can put it right up on the wall and keep it that way. Now, here's what it contains. First, there's the official airline map of the United States, showing every major airline in America, just where they fly, what cities they serve, and all about them. By just glancing at this map, you can tell the names of all the airlines flying in and out of any important city in the United States. But that isn't all. Around the edge of the map, there are pictures and descriptions of the most popular commercial transport planes in use today. Gee whiz, just think of all the things you can learn about aviation every time you look at this beautiful big wall map. Believe me, folks will know you really are interested in aviation when they hear you tell all about the airlines of the United States. But now listen, here's how to get your very own airline map of America absolutely free. Just stop at your Skelly service station and show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card the next time you're out riding with Mother or Dad. Why, maybe they'll drive you over there tonight. Simply show your Skelly man that you're a member of the 1940 Flight Patrol, and you get your big free map
right on the spot. And if you're not a member yet, tell your Skelly man you want to join. He'll make you a member so you can get your free airline map right away. So let me repeat. Captain Midnight's big 3-color airline map is absolutely free to every fellow and girl who is a member or wants to become a member of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. So just stop at your Skelly service station with Mother or Dad tonight, and your Skelly man will do the rest. Now, don't put it off. Stop in tonight or tomorrow for sure. And now to Captain Midnight. Chuck Ramsey and his friend, Frank Crane, you remember, are in the power of Ivan Shark, who is taking them on a secret flight. Meanwhile, Captain Midnight and his friends are doing all they can to get a clue as to Chuck's whereabouts. It is now noon on the day following Chuck's disappearance. Captain Midnight, Major Steele, and Steve Donovan are seated in the pilot's room of the Southwest Airlines Administration Building at Ridgeville Airport. They're gathered round a small table on which is spread out a large map. Listen as Major Steele says.
Well, what are your plans, Captain? What do you want to do?
Well, now, here's the way I look at it, Major. Shark's got a 24-hour start on us, and we think he's flying northwest. At least, that's the direction he was flying when he was last seen. But we have no proof that he continued on that course indefinitely. He may have doubled back over Mexico. He could have gone in almost any direction. Now, it'd be very foolish to start flying with the meager information we have.
I guess you're right, Captain. But, gee, I sort of hate to sit here doing nothing.
That's where you're wrong, Steve. We aren't idle. We're making preparations for the future. And if my theory is right, Ivan Shark will get in touch with me here.
Well, if he does communicate with you...
Then I'll be ready to act at once. Now, for that, I've got to have a fast plane.
Well, I talked to the Spartan factory a little while ago.
Yes?
They have a special job ready, which you can have at once.
How many passengers?
6.
Good. How fast?
It's specially streamlined and will do close to 250.
All right. I'll take it.
Well, do you want to go up and take delivery there?
No, Steve. I'd rather stay here on the chance of hearing something from Shark.
Well, we'll go up and get it for you.
Yes, that's what I'd like to have you do. Steve, can you get the use of the ship?
Oh, you bet I can. Fast 4-passenger cabin job.
Good. Take Senor Paredes' nephew Pablo with you and introduce him to Captain Balfour of the Spartan Flying School. Ask Captain Balfour, as a personal favor to me, to see that the boy gets started right.
Okay.
I'd like to go up with him myself, but Chuck's disappearance has made that impossible.
Well, I'll have a talk to Captain Balfour myself, Captain.
Oh, good, Major. Now, there's one thing more. Mrs. Donovan has received a very urgent message from her sister at Dallas. His sister is very ill, and Mrs. Donovan feels that she should go to her at once.
Well, that's easily done. Dallas is almost on our course to Tulsa.
Yes, I know that. You can drop Mrs. Donovan off at Dallas and then continue on to Tulsa.
What about Patsy?
Well, you wouldn't have room for her in the plane anyway, and Mrs. Donovan has consented to let Patsy stay with Steve. Patsy knows Chuck so well that it's quite possible she can be of some real assistance to us in our search for him.
Oh, you bet she can. You know, she's a pretty smart kid, even if she is my sister.
Well, I think we'd better get started at once, then. We ought to get back here just as quickly as we can.
Yes. I'd like to have you back here as soon as you can get here. Because no one knows what may happen in the next few hours.
Well, come on, Major. Let's get going. Go on.
And at the same moment, Ivan Shark's large bimotored plane is taking off from a lonely field over 1,000 miles to the northwest. The criminal himself is at the controls, and in the co-pilot seat is his daughter, Fury Shark. Listen as Ivan Shark says.
I should like to make one more landing, Fury, before we leave the United States and enter Canada. Then my plans will be complete.
I think you are very foolish, Father, to have taken Chuck Ramsey and the boy Crane with us. What possible good can come of it?
More good than you have dreamed of, my dear. I tell you that at last Captain Midnight has played into my hands. He will trouble us no more.
Oh, you are getting soft, Father. You are very foolish indeed to accept Captain Midnight's word, even if he should give it to you.
Ah, you do not know what you are saying, Fury. Captain Midnight is not like you or me. He has a chaotic idea of something called honor. Once he has given his word, he will not break it.
And you really think that in order to get Chuck Ramsey back safely, Captain Midnight will give you his word of honor not to bother you again?
That is exactly what I believe, Fury. He would do anything for Chuck Ramsey.
But how do you propose to communicate with him? Don't forget, Father, Captain Midnight is no fool. If he can find us and rescue Chuck Ramsey without giving his word of honor, he will do so.
I have thought of all that, my dear. After I have made another landing, we will fly to our old hideout in Canada. But I will make it impossible for Captain Midnight to discover the location.
And still communicate with him?
Most certainly, my dear. It will be very easy. In fact, I relish the days ahead of us very much, because I will be embarked on a battle of wits between Captain Midnight and myself. But this time, I will hold the advantage once and for all.
All I can say is this, my dear father. Do not underestimate Captain Midnight.
Have no fear, my dear. I do not underestimate him.
But how will you communicate with him without his knowing where we are?
I have it all worked out. At our next landing, I will send a telegram to him, sounding him out. This telegram will be sent from some other point far from this part of the country.
Through some of our friends, I suppose.
Certainly. You can see how easy that will be.
Yes. And that will certainly give Captain Midnight no clue to our whereabouts. But how will you have Captain Midnight communicate with you?
Ah, my dear. That is the best part. Captain Midnight has a certain wavelength which he always uses. I will tell him to reply to me by radio on that wavelength at certain times. From then on, our communications to each other will always be by radio. And each time I transmit to him, it will be from a different place.
Very good, Father. Very good.
I will only give him so much time to come to an agreement with me. If he does not give me his word, much as I regret it, Chuck Ramsey and young Crane will have to be liquidated.
Yes, Father. And we must not hesitate when the time comes.
There shall be no hesitation, my dear. It shall be done and done quickly. Then we will leave for another part of the world.
I am very curious, Father, to see how this struggle with Captain Midnight will come out. I do not believe he will make the bargain with you. But we shall see.
Yes, Jory. We shall see. We shall see.
Hours have passed, and our scene changes to Ridgeville Airport. It is now late in the evening, and Captain Midnight is talking to Patsy Donovan. A plane has just landed and is taxiing toward them. Let's listen as Patsy says.
It is Captain Midnight. I'm sure it is.
Yes, it looks like a Spartan, all right, Patsy. I guess it must be Steve and Major Steele.
Isn't it a beauty? Gosh, look at those trim lines. I'll bet it can sure make time.
Well, it must have made time to allow Major Steele and Steve to get here this quickly.
Why, look, Captain Midnight. I only see one person in the cockpit. Maybe it isn't Steve and Major Steele after all.
Oh, I'm sure it's a Spartan, Patsy. It has the Spartan Alliance. It's a six-passenger cabin plane. Well, we'll find out in a second.
It is, Steve. I'm sure it is. But I don't see Major Steele.
Yes, that's Steve, all right. I wonder what could have happened to Barry.
Hey, Steve. Steve, here we are. Where's Major Steele?
Hi there, Patsy. Hello, Captain Midnight.
Glad to see you back, Steve. Where's Major Steele?
Just a second, I'll be with you. I shut off the gas, I decked it up, and the engine ought to conk out any second.
Right.
That's strange. I wonder why Major Steele didn't come back. I wonder if something's gone wrong.
No, I don't think so, Patsy.
Oh, there. Steve will be with us in a second.
Yes. Where's Major Steele, Steve?
Well, when we got to Tulsa, Major Steele found an important message waiting for him from Washington.
Yes?
He took the first airliner out of Tulsa, headed east. He said he'd get in touch with you later.
Oh, I see. I guess something very important must have come up. Well, that can't be helped. We'll fight this thing through ourselves.
Say, have you heard anything from Chuck?
No, not a word, Steve. Then I'm not surprised at that. Undoubtedly, Shark has certain plans, certain precautionary measures which he has to take.
Yes, I guess you're right, Captain. Well, what do you think I better do? Shall I put the Spartan into the hangar? I can't leave it out here very long.
No, wait, I was just thinking, Steve. I'll tell you what I think
Captain Albright, telegram for Captain Albright.
Listen, do you hear that?
Captain Albright, telegram for Captain Albright.
Hey, that's the kid from the airport telegraph office. Hey, kid, here's Captain Albright.
Okay. Are you Captain Albright, sir?
Oh, yes, I'm Captain Albright.
Here you are, sir. Sign here.
There you are, son.
Oh, thanks an awful lot, sir.
Is it news of Chuck?
Yes. Just as I suspected. It's signed Ivan Shark.
Well, Ivan Shark has made the first move in his battle of wits with Captain Midnight. It's now up to Captain Midnight to make the second. But what will Captain Midnight's move be? Thrilling adventures are ahead. Don't miss them. Tune in to Captain Midnight. A few minutes ago, I said that if you wanted to get one of those beautiful big three-color airline maps of the United States, and you were not yet a member of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol, that you could join up now and get one anyway. Now, here's how to do that. You just stop at your Skelly service station with Mother or Dad when you're out in the family car tonight, tomorrow, or Sunday. Your Skelly man will enroll you as a member and see that you get your Flight Patrol membership card, your spinning Flight Patrol membership medal and pocket piece with the secret password, and he'll give you your big 11 by 17-inch wall map of the airlines of the United States, too. All absolutely free. Remember, it doesn't cost you a cent to join, and everything, including your official airline map, is free. So whether you're already a member or whether you're just joining now, stop at your Skelly service station and get your free airline map of America tonight. And don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. So Ivan Shark has actually sent a message to Captain Midnight. What does it say? And will this prove the means whereby Captain Midnight can finally capture Shark and rescue Chuck? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But say, fellas and girls, how many of you got over to your Skelly service station to get your free Captain Midnight airline map? That big 3-color wall map that Captain Midnight wants all the members of his famous 1940 Flight Patrol to have. Well, whether you got your free copy of this marvelous airline map already or not, I know you'll be interested to hear what Patsy Donovan has to say about it. So here's Patsy herself to tell you why she thinks every member of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol should have one of these big 3-colored airline wall maps. All right, Patsy.
Hello, fellas and girls. Say, I never got such a big thrill in all my life as I did yesterday when Captain Midnight first showed me that big new airline map of his. Gee, I'd never seen anything like it. Loop and loops, but it's a beauty. But the best part of it is that it teaches you so many things that everybody ought to know. At least everybody that's crazy about aviation, like all of us Flight Patrol members. Why, Steve and I had an argument just the other day about how many airlines fly in and out of St. Louis. We looked at the map, and it told us in a second. Not only how many, but the names of all of them. Those pictures and descriptions of modern transport planes are swell, too. Why, say, I could go on all night talking about this thing, but I'd better stop now. So I'll just say, if you're anything like I am, you'll want to get one of these swell airline maps right away and put it up in your room where you can keep it for years to come. Take it from me, it's a map you'll be proud of. So long, fellas and girls.
Well, thanks a lot, Patsy. And I'm sure all your fellow members of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol who haven't yet called for their free airline map will get over to their Skelly service stations right away. Now remember, here's all you do. Just stop and show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card the next time you're out in the family car. You don't need any seals or labels or box tops or anything like that. This big airline map, 11 inches high and 17 inches wide, and printed in 3 brilliant colors, is absolutely free to all Flight Patrol members. And if you're not yet a member, you can join up right now at your Skelly service station and get your free map right away. Besides, you'll get a membership card and a spinning medal of membership without a penny's cost to you. So don't forget, whether you're already a member or not, stop at your Skelly service station with Mother or Dad to get your free Captain Midnight airline map tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. Steve has just landed on Ridgeville Airport with a special new streamlined cabin plane for Captain Midnight. It's late at night, and the plane is standing in front of the passenger station. Steve, Captain Midnight, and Patsy Donovan are discussing means of rescuing Chuck from Ivan Shark's power when a telegraph messenger boy is heard calling out the name Captain Albright. Called over, he delivers a telegram to Captain Midnight. The famous pilot has just opened the envelope, but before reading the message, he tells Steve and Patsy that the telegram is signed Ivan Shark. Listen as Patsy explains.
Captain, you mean to say that telegram is from Ivan Shark?
But that's just what you expected, isn't it?
Well, I didn't know how it would come, but I felt sure Ivan Shark would communicate with me.
What does the telegram say?
Now, listen now, and I'll read it to you. Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane are my honored guests and will continue to be until I understand you do not wish their return. I would be more than glad to discuss the matter with you on your usual radio wavelength at the next hour of 12 p.m., following your receipt of this message. And it's signed Ivan Shark.
Well, can you tie that?
So this means we start to work at once.
But gosh, Captain Midnight, what are you going to do?
Listen, we don't know who may be listening to us. Let's get into the Spartans. We'll talk things over there.
Good idea. Come on.
There you are, Patsy.
Thanks a lot.
All right, now then. I don't believe anyone can overhear us here.
No, we're okay here. But look, what about this offer of Shark's to discuss the matter with you? You going to talk with him on the radio?
I most certainly am, Steve.
Jiminy Crickets, it's 15 minutes after 12 now. You don't have to talk to Ivan Shark for almost 24 hours.
Yes, and that's a good thing, because it gives us time to make plenty of preparations.
Well, I guess your theory was right, Captain. Shark is going to strike at you where it will hurt the most, through Chuck.
Yes, Steve. There's no question of that.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, we've just got to rescue Chuck and Frank Crane, too.
We're going to do everything in our power, Patsy, and don't forget this. There are certain things I can't do.
You mean to make a bargain with Ivan Shark?
No, it isn't that, Patsy. I can make a bargain with Ivan Shark, but it can't be a dishonorable one. And I'll bet that I can guess what his offer will be.
Oh, what's that?
He wants to be left alone. Now, that's the whole thing in a nutshell. Ivan Shark wants immunity. My promise to let him alone.
Well, of course, you couldn't give him such a promise, but if you did, would he believe your word?
Yes, Steve, he would. He knows that's the one fundamental difference between him and me. When I give my word, I keep it.
Well, anyway, that's out. You can't promise to let Shark go unmolested. The question is, what are we going to do?
Some way, somehow, we've got to find and rescue Chuck and young Crane. And the one thing that might defeat us, Steve, is the time. If I can stall Ivan Shark off long enough, I believe we have a good chance. Otherwise, not.
Well, how can you stall him off? It's almost a cinch he's going to place a time limit for your acceptance of his proposition.
Yes, that's what he'll do. But we've got to find logical excuses to make this time limit as long as possible.
But gosh, Captain Midnight, Ivan Shark isn't any fool. He knows you will try to find Chuck and rescue him.
Of course he knows that, Patsy. He evidently is completely confident that we won't be successful.
Yeah, and that's what makes it look pretty tough.
Of course it's tough, Steve. This is one of the toughest situations I have ever been up against in my life. But I'm going to lick it.
What are you going to do first?
Now, the first thing is to make preparations for this radio conversation with Shark tomorrow night.
Listen, if you and he are going to have a radio conversation, that means he'll have to have a transmitter.
I'm way ahead of you, Steve. That's the first thing we're going to do. We'll find out the point from which his radio message is coming.
How are you going to do that?
By triangulation. Now, as far as we know, Ivan Shark was flying a northwest course when he left here. We have every reason to believe that he would avoid the Pacific coast and the Middle West. That means he will continue north along the Rocky Mountains. By this time, he may be up in Canada. But at any rate, I'm going to arrange for 2 listening posts. One on the Pacific coast, one on the Middle West. When we have my radio conversation with Ivan Shark, these posts will be listening to the conversation. They'll turn their movable antenna to the compass position where the signal strength of Ivan Shark's transmitter is the loudest.
Gosh, I see the whole thing. Chuck explained it to me one time.
Yes, Chuck knows all about that method. That fact may be a great help to us, too. At any rate, these 2 listening posts will telegraph us the compass reading where the signal strength was greatest. Then we'll have a large map. We'll draw a line from each listening post in the direction of the compass reading.
And those 2 lines will have to meet at one point.
Exactly. And the intersection of those 2 lines will be the location of Ivan Shark's transmitter.
In other words, the point from which Ivan Shark is sending us his radio message.
Right.
Gee, that's swell. And if you know the point from which Ivan Shark is talking, then you know where Chuck is.
No, you don't, Patsy. You underestimate Shark. He knows perfectly well we'll triangulate his transmitter.
that case, he mustn't be afraid to let you know the point from which he's talking.
Well, on the face of it, it would look like that. But nevertheless, we may get some valuable information from it. Even though Shark can be talking to us from one place, while Chuck and Frank Crane are at another.
Gosh, that's right.
Yes. And another thing. Ivan Shark may have an unusually powerful transmitter in his plane. He could talk to us while in the air.
And in that case, he'd be moving all the time.
That's right.
Gee, it doesn't look as though it's any use to triangulate his position after all.
Well, now, don't forget, Patsy. We've got to do everything we can.
There's another thing, too.
Yeah?
We've got to be sure and copy down every word Ivan Shark says.
Yes, Steve, that's very important. That's going to be your duty, Patsy. We've got to copy down the whole conversation exactly as it takes place. You mustn't miss one word.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, I can do that. I had shorthand at high school, and I was one of the best in the class.
No, that's fine. Now, I've got to get to the telegraph office and arrange for the listening post.
And I'll put the plane in the hangar.
Right.
Oh, but there's one thing more.
Yes?
Where are we going to be when you talk to Ivan Shark?
In this plane, Steve. We'll take off and climb up to about 12,000 feet. This cabin is well soundproof. I think the reception will be good at night. I'll meet you both in the lunchroom in half an hour. So long, and I'll hurry back.
Our scene now changes to Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane. They are huddled together in the rear compartment of Ivan Shark's powerful bimotored plane. The engines sing a monotonous tune as the ship forges on through the air. Listen as Chuck says.
I guess that's what Ivan Shark did all right, Frank. He landed to send a message to Captain Midnight.
Yeah, now the question is, where will he land the next time?
If my guess is right, the next time we land, it'll be for good.
You mean it'll be the place where he's going to keep us?
Yes, it'll be his headquarters until he finds out what Captain Midnight is going to do.
Hey, Chuck, we're flying north, I'm sure of it. It's early in the morning now. It isn't 7 o'clock yet, is it?
No, it's 5 minutes to 7.
And through this crack in the center of the floor, I can see the shadows made by the ridges and hills. We know the sun is in the east, and the shadows all go toward the west. We know which way the ship is pointed in relation to the shadows.
It's north, all right. There isn't any doubt about it. And judging by the length of time we've been flying, I think we must be over Canada.
Oh, it's sure a wild country down below, I can tell you that. What are you looking so puzzled about?
Oh, I'm racking my brains to try and figure out a way to get a message to Captain Midnight.
Well, maybe. Hey, didn't you tell me, Chuck, that Shark will have to talk to Captain Midnight by radio?
Yes, I think so. Well, in fact, radio is the only safe way for Shark to talk to Captain Midnight.
Well, I was just thinking that maybe Shark will let you say something to Captain Midnight just to actually prove you're alive.
Blazing beacons, Frank. You've hit on a swell idea. Now, I'll tell Ivan Shark that he's got to let me speak to Captain Midnight over the radio so as to convince Captain Midnight that I'm actually alive.
Yeah, and that we're in Shark's power.
Now then, if Shark will let me speak to Captain Midnight, how can I say something to Captain Midnight that'll give him a clue as to where we are?
Oh, gosh, that'd be awful tough to do. Because Shark would be listening to every word you're saying. And besides, we don't know where we are ourselves.
I know. It looks impossible, but I'm going to try it just the same.
Hey, what's that you're looking at? That thing in your hand.
Oh, it's a coin, Frank. A sort of good luck piece. Captain Midnight has one just like it. See, it's got a 3-bladed propeller on it.
Oh, yeah. And what's that strange word on it?
That word is Kobrulhofa, and it means a lot of swell things. Here, maybe you can figure them out for yourself.
Oh, gosh, what kind of things?
Oh, good qualities. Like courtesy, for example. You see? Hey, wait. I've got an idea. Courtesy and Kobrulhofa both start with the same 2 letters, C and O.
Well, go on, Chuck. What are you getting at?
Well, Captain Midnight has one of these coins, too. And so has Patsy Donovan. So maybe I can figure out a message using this coin. Using this word, Kobrulhofa, so they would get what I'm driving at.
Oh, gee, Chuck, that's a great idea.
Well, the first thing to do is to find out where we are. That is, when we get there. Watch it, Frank. Someone's at the door.
Oh, I wonder what's going to happen now.
Chuck Ramsey, you come with me.
What do you want?
My master, Ivan Shark, wishes to speak to you. You come along, forward.
Keep your chin up, Frank. I'll be back soon. All right, Fang. Lead the way.
Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane are indeed faced with a difficult problem. If Ivan Shark allows Chuck to speak to Captain Midnight, how can Chuck give Captain Midnight a secret message with Ivan Shark listening to his every word? Don't miss the exciting radio conversation between Ivan Shark and Captain Midnight. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Say, do you know how many airlines there are in the United States? Do you know what routes they fly? What cities they serve? Do you know what kind of airplanes they use and all the important facts about them? Well, all these things are on Captain Midnight's big airline map of the United States. Boy, it's a big wall map, printed in 3 colors, 11 inches high and 17 inches wide. It's absolutely free to members of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. And if you don't belong now, you can join free at your Skelly service station and get your free airline's map right away. So stop and see your Skelly man the next time you're out riding in the family car. Tell him you want your Captain Midnight airline map, and he'll give you your free copy right on the spot. Remember, it's absolutely free to every member. So if you're not a member now, join tonight. And don't forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Can Chuck send some kind of a message to Captain Midnight? And what is Ivan Shark going to do next? Exciting events are ahead. Be sure to listen Wednesday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. And now, fellas and girls, we have a special big treat in store tonight. I've brought a friend of mine to the studio that I know you want to meet. He's an airplane pilot who has flown more than 1,000,000 miles. He flies one of those big bimotored airplanes you've seen skimming across the sky and wondered who was inside of it. Well, the chances are you've seen one of the very planes he was flying, because he's flown a lot of them. He's none other than Captain Doc Ator of American Airlines. Captain Ator, tell us, if you had it all to do over again, would you want to become a transport pilot for one of America's greatest airlines?
I certainly would, Don. And I'll tell you why. There's a real future in aviation. Air transportation is already one of America's largest and fastest-growing industries.
Then you wouldn't try to discourage young people from becoming interested in flying? I mean, you don't think it's just idle dreaming to think about big careers ahead in aviation?
Oh, I should say not. I'd advise young people who are interested in aviation to start in early, preparing and training themselves for the many important jobs that'll have to be filled in building America's future in the air. And I really admire the work that you're doing on this Captain Midnight program and in your famous Flight Patrol Radio Club in helping boys and girls to learn more about aviation.
Well, thank you, sir. We're mighty happy to hear you say that. Say, by the way, Captain Ator, have you seen our new Captain Midnight Airline Map of America that we're offering free to every member of the 1940 Flight Patrol and all those who still want to join?
Yes, sir. I certainly have seen their airline map, and I want to say that it's a great piece of work. Surely any fellow or girl who's interested in flying will want to have a copy of that beautiful big wall map of the Airlines of America. Speaking for American Airlines, I want to thank Captain Midnight and the sponsors of this program for offering young people the opportunity to get such a fine map to help acquaint them with the progress of air transportation in the United States. And I hope every fellow and girl listening in tonight is able to get one of those excellent airline maps to study and to keep.
Well, thank you, Captain Ator. I hope they can, too. And now, fellas and girls, here's all you do to get one of these big 3-color airline maps, all your own, absolutely free. Just stop in and show your Flight Patrol membership card to your Skelly man the next time you're out riding with Mother or Dad in the family car. He'll give it to you right on the spot. And listen, This map is big. It's 11 inches high and 17 inches wide. It not only shows every airline in the United States and just where it flies, but it shows pictures of many of the most widely used transport planes with interesting facts about them. Why, it even has 3 special new pictures of Captain Midnight and his 2 friends, Chuck and Patsy. Why, say, you'll sure be sorry if you miss out on getting this big free airline map of America. So remember, have Mother or Dad run you over to your Skelly service station tonight or tomorrow for sure. Simply show your Skelly man that you're a member of the 1940 Flight Patrol, and you get your Captain Midnight airline map absolutely free. And now to Captain Midnight. Ivan Shark has promised to let Chuck Ramsey speak a few words over the microphone when Shark again radios a message to Captain Midnight. Our scene today opens on Ivan Shark's powerful bimotor transport plane as it pursues a northerly course high over a wild mountainous region. Chuck and Frank Crane, in the rear compartment, have been discussing the possibility of getting a secret message to Captain Midnight. But suddenly, the door is unlocked, and the servant Fang tells Chuck that Ivan Shark wishes him to come forward to the cockpit. We now find the young pilot seated next to Shark, who is piloting the plane. Chuck is speaking.
You know, Ivan Shark, just because you told Captain Midnight that Crane and I are in your hands doesn't mean that he's going to believe it.
You're very shrewd, Ramsey. Very shrewd indeed. I anticipated that Captain Midnight might demand some proof of your presence with me.
Something like my voice, because I think Captain Midnight will demand such proof.
I believe I see what you are thinking about, Ramsey. But if I were you, I would not raise my hopes too high.
I merely wanted to put at rest any doubts that might be in Captain Midnight's mind.
Oh, no, Ramsey. That is not all you wanted. You also wanted to give Captain Midnight some information that would help him in trying to find you. But that will be quite useless, my dear Ramsey. Quite useless.
You misunderstand me, Shark. You'll be right beside me as I speak, and I won't say anything to which you could object.
That is better, Ramsey. I did not really think you would be foolhardy enough to make it necessary for me to liquidate you at once.
No, I'd be very foolish to do anything like that.
I am quite aware that Captain Midnight will raise heaven and earth in an attempt to rescue you. But that will be quite useless. I have made all preparations in advance. And if I should allow you to speak to him over the radio, you have my permission to tell him that.
I think Captain Midnight probably knows that already.
Yes. Whatever else Captain Midnight may be, he is not a fool.
Oh, you're banking. Are we turning from our course?
No, I'm merely looking the ground over in preparation for a landing.
This is certainly wild country here.
Yes, Ramsey. Very wild indeed. And it is country you have never seen before. Otherwise, I would not allow you to remain here with me and look out.
No, I guess you're not taking any chances. I wouldn't know what to tell Captain Midnight even if I could talk to him.
Yes. Yes, that is quite right. I see you have sense enough to know when you are conquered.
Oh, I see a narrow field down there, and it looks like there's a small clearing with some kind of a home on that ridge.
Quite correct, Ramsey. And that cabin you see on the ridge will be your home until I get word from Captain Midnight. If it is unfavorable, these next few days may be your last one. However, Ramsey, you will be very comfortable, I can assure you. Now leave me and return to the rear compartment.
Where's the ship going? The plane's going down the line, Frank. And the best part of it all is that I had a swell look at that country before Shark throttled his engine.
Do you know where we are?
No, I haven't got the faintest idea. But I'm almost positive we're north of the line and into Canada.
Oh, we sure must be. We've flown north for such a long time.
But I can tell you one thing. I'm positive I can locate this place again.
But you've never seen it before. Anyway, Ivan Shark wouldn't let you look at it if it'd do you any good.
Yes, that's what he said. But nevertheless, it has done me some good.
What'd you see?
I'll tell you why, Frank. Just before we started down, I saw a landmark which is a very unusual one. In fact, it's so unusual that no one could miss it.
Gosh, Chuck, what is it?
It was a long ridge. Oh, I should say about 4 or 5 miles long. It's long and narrow and has trees on it. And the whole thing is shaped just like an arrow.
An arrow?
Yes. It runs from west to east. And on the eastern end, there's a tip just like the point of an arrow. And then on the western end, it's wider. And it looks just like the feathers that are on the end of the arrow.
Oh, you mean the feathers that keep it going straight?
That's just what I mean, Frank. And when you look at it from above, it looks just exactly like an arrow that was getting ready to fly through the air.
A flying arrow? Gosh!
Oh, if I could only figure some way to let Captain Midnight know about that.
What else did you see?
Oh, gosh, I saw a lot of things. Oh, I saw the cabin where we're going to live. It's It's a long glow building on the top of the ridge.
You mean they're on top of the ridge that looks like an arrow?
Yes. And on the southern end of the ridge, not far from the landing field, there's a canyon. And over this canyon, there's another ridge.
What do you know about that? Hey, but tell me, Chuck, did you see any signs, signs that would mean people are living around here?
Nothing like that, Frank. Well, this is the wildest country I've ever seen. I think we must be miles and miles from any human habitation. In fact, Shark told me up in front that we'd better not try to escape, because if we did, we'd starve to death before we got out.
Oh, geez, he's probably right, too.
So I figure our only chance is to get some kind of a message through to Captain Midnight. I may be wrong, but I believe that if I had the chance, I could describe this country so well that Captain Midnight could find it.
Well, Shark is going to talk to Captain Midnight, isn't he?
Yes, by radio. Tonight at 12 o'clock. And it looks as though Shark may let me say something to Captain Midnight myself.
Oh, gosh, that's swell. Hey, do you think, Chuck, there's any way you could get a secret message through to Captain Midnight without Shark suspecting what you're doing?
It's just exactly what I'm going to try to do, Frank. It may be impossible, but I'm going to take a crack at it.
Well, it's early in the morning now, and you've got plenty of time before 12 o'clock tonight. Oh, the ship's leveling out. I guess we must be going to land. Hey, gee, Chuck, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at this point again. I've got an idea, and I believe I can use it as a means of getting a message through to Captain Midnight.
Hours have passed, and our scene changes. It's drawing rapidly nearer to 12 o'clock the same night, and we find Captain Midnight at the controls of his new Spartan cabin plane, with Steve Donovan in the seat beside him and Patsy Donovan immediately behind. The plane is slipping along easily through the night sky at 10,000 feet. Let's listen as Patsy says,
Why, look down there. Isn't that a ship approaching Ridgeville Airport?
Yes, I can see the navigation lights. I think it must be the plane I flew up to Tulsa. Spartan people are going to have a pilot area down here for tonight.
There's something I meant to ask you about, Captain Midnight.
Yes?
Something that didn't look quite right to me.
Go ahead, Patsy. What is it?
That telegram you got from Ivan Shark. Didn't it come from someplace in Ohio?
Yes, Patsy, it did. But that doesn't mean a thing. Shark has connections all over the country. He could have wired some friend of his and had the friend send the telegram to me.
Oh, sure. Why didn't I think of that?
Look at the clock. Getting pretty close to 12. Gee, I'm so nervous I can hardly sit still in my seat.
Oh, gosh, Steve, I'm just the same. Why, I'm so excited I'm shaking all over.
Get hold of yourself, Patsy. Because when we start talking, I want you to be sure to not miss a single word of it.
All right, Captain Midnight. I'll try my best to keep cool.
An awful lot certainly depends on this conversation. I hope our listening posts are tuned in already.
They're tuned in all right, Steve. Don't worry about that.
Good.
After I sent my instructions, I received confirmations from both of them.
And didn't you say you talked to Major Steele on long distance?
Yes, I did. He's going to listen in, too.
Well, how much time to wait, Steve? I can't see the clock very well from here.
There's a little over a minute to go, Patsy. I'll give you 10 seconds warning before 12 o'clock.
Right.
That's the stuff. I'll have my notebook and my pencil all ready.
You'd better have them ready right now, Patsy.
You know just exactly what you're going to say, Captain Midnight?
Yes, Steve. I know exactly what I'm going to say, and the first thing I'm going to demand is to hear Chuck's voice.
Do you think Ivan Shark will let Chuck speak to you?
He'll have to, or I won't even talk to him, so we've got him in a spot, too.
I don't think Shark will allow Chuck to speak if he can possibly get out of it.
No, I don't think so either. But that's my one condition.
Oh, gosh, won't it be thrilling to hear Chuck's voice? I feel just like shouting hello to him.
Don't forget, Patsy. A person's voice sometimes doesn't sound the same over radio at all.
Oh, gosh, that's right. Maybe I wouldn't even recognize Chuck's voice.
And that has given me a swell idea.
Gee, what do you mean?
Well, I won't bother to explain it to you now. But I will after we get through talking to Shark. But this idea may mean that we'll be able to stall Shark off longer than I'd hoped. In fact, it may mean the difference between success and failure.
Gee, I can hardly wait to have you explain it to us.
Never mind that now. We haven't got any more time to waste. It's 10 seconds to 12.
Oh.
I'm all ready to start writing.
I'll wait until the second hand's on the hour, then I'll start calling.
It's almost time. 4, 3, 2, 12 o'clock.
All right, here goes. Captain Midnight, calling Ivan Shark. Captain Midnight, calling Ivan Shark.
Gosh, I don't hear a thing.
Except for a little static.
Captain Midnight, calling Ivan Shark. Captain Midnight, calling Ivan Shark. Go ahead.
Ivan Shark answering Captain Midnight. Ivan Shark answering Captain Midnight. Go ahead.
At last, the fateful hour of 12 has come, and the terribly important radio conversation between Captain Midnight and Ivan Shark has begun. How will Captain Midnight reply to Ivan Shark's demands? Will Captain Midnight and his friends hear Chuck's voice over the radio? Don't miss the next adventure. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Now remember, there are just a few days left for getting your free airline map of America at your Skelly service station. It's absolutely free to members of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. If you have any friends who haven't yet joined, tell them they can join right now simply by calling at their Skelly service station, and they can get their free airline maps right away, just like all the rest of the members. So don't forget, stop in and show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card the next time you're out in the family car. And right then and there, he'll hand you your big three-color airline map of America with the pictures and descriptions of modern transport planes and all. And it's absolutely free. So get yours tonight or tomorrow for sure. And don't forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Until Friday, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But now, fellas and girls, I want to tell you something that's so important, I want all the friends of Captain Midnight's everywhere to know about it. So, if you see any fellas or girls who didn't hear this announcement tonight, tell them about it, will you? Tell them that this is their last chance, yes, positively their last chance, to get one of Captain Midnight's big 3-color wall maps of the airlines of America. It's positively the last time I'll be able to make this offer over the air. So, if they want one of those beautiful big 11 by 17-inch airline maps, chock full of exciting information about the greatest system of airlines in the world, they'd better hurry right over to their Skelly service station tonight, or tomorrow, or Sunday for sure. Because these airline maps, as you know, are absolutely free to members of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. To old members, as well as to those who are joining up right now. So you can just imagine how fast they're disappearing. Now, you no doubt have yours already, of course. But suppose you didn't have it yet. Suppose you hadn't even heard about them. Wouldn't you want your friends to let you in on the secret and tell you just how to get one? Why, of course you would. You wouldn't want to miss out on getting one of the most thrilling free offers ever made over the air. So listen. Tell all your friends who haven't yet got their free airline map of America from their Skelly service station that this is all they have to do to get one absolutely free. Tell it to them just like this.
All you have to do is stop in and show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card next time you're out riding with your mother or dad. You don't need any seals or labels or box tops or anything like that. You just show your Skelly man that you're a member of the 1940 Flight Patrol, and he'll give you your Captain Midnight airline map absolutely free. But you say you aren't a member yet? Oh, well, that's easy. Just tell your Skelly man, and he'll tell you how to join up right away. He'll give you a Flight Patrol card and send in for your spinning medal of membership. And he'll give you one of those big Captain Midnight airline maps right away, without even having to wait for it.
That's right. So remember now, tell all your friends about it, won't you, just like that. And of course, if by any chance you haven't got your free airline map yourself, well, all you have to do is follow those same directions. But don't put it off, will you? Get over and see your Skelly man this weekend. Or, if Mother or Dad is willing, do it tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, Steve, and Patsy are up 10,000 feet in the air at midnight, the time when Ivan Shark is supposed to communicate with Captain Midnight by radio. 2 listening posts, one on the Pacific coast and one in the Middle West, are tuned in to determine the direction from which the signals from Ivan Shark's transmitter are coming. Captain Midnight has just called Ivan Shark while Patsy sits with her notebook and pencil ready to take down every word of the conversation. Steve is doing the flying while Captain Midnight gives his complete attention to the radio set. And then, out of the sparkling ether, comes a voice. The voice of Ivan Shark.
Ivan Shark answering Captain Midnight. Go ahead.
I have received your telegram, Ivan Shark. You say you have Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane in your power. I demand proof of that. Go ahead.
What kind of proof do you wish, Captain Midnight? Go ahead.
I demand to hear Chuck Ramsey's voice. Go ahead.
That is unnecessary. You know full well that Chuck Ramsey is in my hands. Go ahead.
Further conversation is useless, Ivan Shark, until I hear Chuck Ramsey's voice. Go ahead.
Very well, Captain Midnight. You shall call me again tomorrow night at the same hour. At that time, you shall hear Chuck Ramsey's voice. Go ahead.
You'd better keep your promise, Ivan Shark. Until tomorrow night, Captain Midnight signing off.
Did you get everything, Patsy?
You bet I did, every word. But I thought we were going to hear Chuck's voice. You know, Captain Midnight, maybe Ivan Shark is just bluffing. Maybe Chuck isn't with him at all.
Oh, yes, he is, Patsy. I'm sure of that. But for some reason, which we've got to figure out, Shark didn't want Chuck to speak to me tonight.
I wonder what that reason could be.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, what do you suppose it is?
I'm not sure, Patsy. Perhaps Ivan Shark hoped to get by without letting us hear Chuck's voice.
You know, I'll bet that Chuck wasn't with him when he spoke to us.
Huh?
Well, maybe he didn't want to have Chuck with him, because then Chuck might know where he was.
Yes, there's that possibility, of course. Chuck may not know exactly where he is, but he may have a pretty good idea, at least within, say, 500 miles.
Now, maybe so, but he'll have to know a lot closer than that to do us any good.
Right.
And suppose he does know. How's he going to tell us?
Well, there's the big problem. How is Chuck going to give us any kind of a message?
Well, he's going to talk to us tomorrow night, or rather tonight, because it's after 12 o'clock already.
Sure, Patsy, but don't forget, Ivan Shark will be right next to Chuck when he talks to us. And the instant Chuck says anything to try to give us any idea where he is, Shark will shut him off just like that. And maybe he'll do worse.
You mean shoot him?
Well, yes, that's what I mean. After all, Shark isn't going to take any chances. He's playing a desperate game, Patsy. There are desperate consequences if he gets caught. He's got plenty of crimes chalked up against him already, so another murder or two isn't going to stop him.
What do you think, Captain Midnight?
I think this, Patsy. Shark will warn Chuck against giving us any information. He will probably tell Chuck that he will shoot if he attempts anything like that.
But gosh, would he actually do it?
Certainly he would. But I don't think anything like that will happen.
Well, why not?
As Patsy has said, Chuck isn't a fool. He won't try to blurt out some information, hoping he can say enough before Shark stops him, because after all, Chuck knows we don't want to search for a dead body. If he can get any kind of a message to us, he'll do so, in such a way that Shark won't suspect anything.
Jiminy Crickets, Captain Midnight, that would be terribly hard to do. Why, it would be almost impossible.
Yes, I know that only too well, Patsy. The only thing we can do now is to wait for Chuck's voice. However, in the meantime, we can get the reports from our listening posts.
Gee, that's right. How soon do you think you ought to get them?
Well, they may be down at the telegraph office as soon as we land.
Well, the airport's right ahead of us now.
Yes, I've gradually been circling that way. Okay, now, I'm going to throttle the engine. We'll go in for a landing. Got a telegram from each listening post. Now then, let's look at our map. Our first post is on the Pacific coast.
Here we are. I'll put it down at the proper position.
It isn't very far from Santa Barbara, California. All right, now then. While we're at it, I might as well put a mark for the second post. Here it is.
Say, that's quite a distance east, isn't it?
Why, it isn't very far from Chicago.
That's right. Now then for the messages. The first one from post number 1 says, signal strength greatest at 5 degrees.
Loop and loops. Well, that's almost straight north from Santa Barbara.
Yes, just a little bit east of a straight north line.
Okay. Here's a protractor.
Right.
I'll put the center on 0. That's 0 or straight north. I'll put a mark at 5 degrees.
Mm-hmm. That's the stuff. Now then, Patsy, I'll draw a line way up almost to the Arctic Ocean. The northern end of it will be on that big island, Victoria Island. There. Now for the second message.
Well, it's bound to be a high number of degrees.
That's right, Steve, because the direction from the second listening post has to be northwest.
Right you are, Patsy. And here's the message from the second post. Signal strength greatest at 320 degrees.
Come on, Steve, with the protractor. I can hardly wait.
Don't be in such a hurry, Patsy. I've got to be exact. There. And now she's all right.
Good. Now I'll make a mark with the point of the pencil at 320 degrees. Then draw a line like this.
Jiminy crickets. Look at that.
Why, the intersection of those lines isn't so far north after all.
Oh, it's plenty north, I can tell you that. Now, look, it's considerably north and west of Reddington.
Reddington? Well, I've heard of that.
Certainly you've heard of Reddington, Patsy. It's a well-known city of Alberta province.
And there's something else about Reddington, too. It's considered to be a jumping-off place for expeditions up into the northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about that country, Captain Midnight?
Oh, a little bit, Patsy. I flew once from Reddington to a point above the Great Slave Lake. And from there I continued north to the mouth of the Mackenzie River.
Mouth of the Mackenzie River? Why, there, now I see it. Why, it empties into the Arctic Ocean.
Yes, Patsy. And when you're up there, you're plenty far north, I can tell you that.
Did you fly back the same way?
No, we flew west to Nome, Alaska, and then south along the Pacific coast.
Well, to get back to our problem, what do you think about it, Captain Midnight? Do you think Ivan Shark is holding Chuck and Frank Crane at a point close to the intersection of those lines?
Yes, Steve, I do. But when I say close now, I'm only speaking comparatively. It might be 100 or 300 miles distance, but not much more than that.
Well, we've got to get closer than that to do any good.
Yes, Steve, we must. But don't forget, we're going to listen to another broadcast tomorrow night. Both of our posts will be listening again. We'll see whether Shark transmits his messages from the same location.
If he does, we'll be almost certain that's where he's keeping Chuck and Frank Crane.
Yes, it might look like that. But I wouldn't be too sure. Don't forget that Ivan Shark knows we're triangulating his position. He wouldn't be foolish enough to keep Chuck at the same point from which he transmits his messages.
No, I don't think so either. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's all we can do. But in the meantime, I'm going to send some messages to the Canadian authorities. They may be able to help us. Well, you better get some sleep, Patsy, and you too, Steve. I'll see you both in the morning.
Our scene changes to the wilds of Canada, to the lonely, isolated hideout where Ivan Shark has carried Chuck Ramsey and young Frank Crane. It's early in the morning, and Ivan Shark has just finished breakfast in his study. He's speaking to Chuck Ramsey.
Well, Ramsey, this is a glorious morning. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel all right. But I'd feel a lot better if I were back with Captain Midnight.
No doubt, Ramsey, no doubt. I can easily see that I would never take the place of Captain Midnight in your esteem.
No, sir. Never.
You are most emphatic about it, Ramsey. But then, let it pass.
Did you talk to Captain Midnight last night?
Yes, I did. At the time agreed upon.
Oh, I thought you were going to let me say something to him.
I had intended to, but I changed my mind.
Well, aren't you going to let me say anything to him at all?
I did not wish to have you speak to Captain Midnight unless I found it absolutely necessary.
Didn't Captain Midnight ask to hear my voice?
Yes, Ramsey, you were quite right. Captain Midnight did ask to hear your voice. He said he was not convinced you were actually my guest.
I thought perhaps he might say something like that.
I had hoped that I might persuade Captain Midnight to give me the promise I desire without hearing your voice. But I found out that was impossible. He would not talk further with me until he had heard from you. So tonight at 12 o'clock, you will have the privilege of saying something to him.
Oh, gosh, that's swell. I'll sure be glad to hear his voice again.
And he, no doubt, will be glad to hear yours. But I warn you, Ramsey, be very careful what you say. At the slightest suspicion that you are attempting to communicate some secret message, your life will be forfeited.
You mean you'll shoot me?
Yes, Ramsey. Without hesitation. If I cannot get Captain Midnight to agree to my proposition, your death will be my surest means of getting even with him. When you speak, I will be holding a gun. So be careful, Ramsey. Be very careful what you say.
Well, at last, Chuck is going to have the opportunity for which he has been waiting. Ivan Shark has promised that Chuck can speak to Captain Midnight over the radio. But what can the young pilot say to help Captain Midnight locate him? You won't want to miss the ingenious method by which Chuck does send a message to Captain Midnight. Listen to Captain Midnight. Say, what if somebody that you considered a friend of yours knew something that you ought to know and wouldn't tell you about it? Oh, you wouldn't say that person was a very good friend of yours, would you? Well, if you want to prove that you're a real friend, you better tell all the fellas and girls you know about Captain Midnight's big free airline map of the United States. Because this is their last chance to get one absolutely free. So tell them, won't you, to call at the Scully service station with Mother or Dad this weekend for sure to get one of those free airline maps. They can even join the flight patrol and get a map at the same time if they don't belong now. But whatever you do, be sure you get one of these swell airline maps of America at your Skelly service station right now before they're all gone. You'll be sorry if you don't get one because, believe me, they're swell. Now, don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Will Chuck Ramsey be able to send any kind of a secret message to Captain Midnight when Chuck talks to him over the radio? What will Ivan Shark do next? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Say, how many of you fellas and girls are going to be airplane pilots when you grow up? Raise your hands, will you? Hey, boy, oh boy. Look at those thousands of future flyers listening in tonight. Well, now, here's something every young future flyer should know. An airplane pilot has to learn to watch the weather. The weather is very important in aviation. So airplane pilots study the weather reports every day. They try to find out just what the weather is going to be like ahead of time so they can be prepared for it. Well, that's something you should be doing right now. Watching the weather and reading the weather reports to help Dad keep the family car prepared for the weather ahead. You should be listening to the daily reading of the weather forecasts on the radio just as closely as airplane pilots do, so you can tell Dad what kind of weather to expect for the family car. And why is the weather important to your family car? Well, for a number of reasons. Any day now, it'll be time to change over to summer weight oils and gear lubricants. Time to bring the family car into your Skelly service station to have it made ready for spring weather. Your Skelly man knows just the kind of oil and gear lubricants you should have in your car for your weather. And he has the exact grade of Skelly Tagoline motor oil and lubricants that your car needs. But it's your job to watch the weather so you can tell Dad when it's time to stop in for a spring lubrication checkup at your Skelly service station. So remember how important the weather is, you young future airplane pilots, won't you? And remember, too, that your Skelly man is the one who knows how to take care of your car in every kind of weather. And now to Captain Midnight. You'll remember that in the last adventure, Ivan Shark promised Chuck Ramsey that the young pilot would have an opportunity to say something to Captain Midnight over the radio to prove that he actually was in Shark's power. It is now early in the morning, just after Chuck has had his talk with Ivan Shark. The servant, Fang, has ushered Chuck to the room where he and young Crane have been kept behind locked doors. Listen.
Oh, gosh, Chuck, you're back quick. What happened? It's true, Frank, it's true. I'm really going to talk to Captain Midnight tonight.
Hey, honestly, Chuck? Do you actually mean it?
Absolutely, Frank. Ivan Shark just promised me that I would.
Oh, but gosh, Chuck, from what you told me of Ivan Shark, how can you trust him? You thought he was going to let you talk to Captain Midnight last night, but he didn't.
Oh, gee, Frank, you're right. Maybe he'll go back on his word. But no, he won't. He can't.
Why not?
Well, don't you see, Frank? Ivan Shark wouldn't let me talk to Captain Midnight if there was any other way for him to get what he wants. There isn't, don't you see?
Oh, gosh, Chuck, I guess you're right. He's got to let you talk to Captain Midnight.
It's just as we thought. I know that from what Ivan Shark said. Captain Midnight told him that he'd have to hear my voice so that he'd know that I'm in Ivan Shark's hands.
Well, the next thing is, what are you going to say to him?
Oh, that's the thing that's got me stuck, Frank. I've seen enough of this place to know that there are certain things which Captain Midnight must know in order to find us. And we've got to figure out how to tell him.
Oh, it's still early in the morning, Chuck. We got more than 12 hours to figure it out. But, well, to tell you the truth, I just don't see how it can be done.
It does seem impossible. But I've got an idea.
Oh, that's swell. How long do you think Ivan Shark will let you talk to Captain Midnight? If all he's going to do is let Captain Midnight hear your voice, well, then he may only let you say a couple or 3 words.
Oh, then we're sunk, Frank. I got to say a lot more than that to get any kind of a secret message through to him.
Well, how many words do you think Shark will let you say?
I don't know. But I'm not going to ask him. I'm going to say as much as I can before he shuts me off. I ought to get in at least 50 words.
Oh, that's an awful lot, Chuck. I don't think Shark will let you say that much.
Oh, I don't know. You can say 50 words in a pretty short time.
Well, you can't try to say them too fast, because then Captain Midnight might not hear them all.
And that, Frank, is terribly important. Captain Midnight has got to get every word. If he should miss even one, it would ruin the whole thing. And something else, too. If I try to talk too fast, Ivan Shark would get suspicious. He'd suspect that I had some particular reason for talking so fast.
Yeah, Chuck, I guess you're right. Hey, but tell me, what did you mean by saying that if Captain Midnight didn't get every word, it'd ruin the whole thing?
Captain Midnight once told me about a method which is sometimes used to convey secret messages in a seemingly innocent letter.
Well, tell me about it, Chuck. How in the world are you going to do it? Do you really believe there's any chance?
Yes, Frank, I think there is. But it means a terrific amount of work.
Well, I just can't see how you're going to do it.
You remember I told you about this good luck coin I have in my pocket?
Oh, you mean the one with the 3-bladed propeller?
Yes. And you remember what... Oh, well, here it is. I told you about that word Kobrelhofer.
Oh, sure, Chuck. I'm looking at it right now.
In order for 2 people to send a secret message to each other in a letter or some other communication, they usually use a word or a phrase that's known to each other very well.
Oh, sure, Chuck. I see.
So in this case, I'm going to try to use the word Kobrelhofer, because it's so well known to both Captain Midnight and myself.
But I sure don't see
It's like this, Frank. We got to use the letters of the word Kobrelhofer as the means of sending a message.
Oh, you mean each one of the letters in the word Kobrelhofer is the first letter of a new word in the secret message?
That's exactly what I mean, Frank. Now, for example, here are some of the words that we've got to get across to Captain Midnight. And we've only got a little over 12 hours, so we've got to get busy. Now then, here's the most important...
And now, our scene changes. It's shortly after 11 o'clock that night on Ridgeville Airport. Captain Midnight's new Spartan cabin plane is standing in front of the Southwest Airlines hangar, ready for a takeoff. Steve and Patsy Donovan are seated in the cabin, waiting for Captain Midnight. Let's listen as Steve says.
Now, Patsy, Captain Midnight thinks there's a chance Chuck may try to broadcast some kind of a secret message to us. So you've got to be sure to write down every single word that Chuck says.
Gosh, Steve, wouldn't that be wonderful if he could? And don't worry, I won't miss a thing.
Well, anyway, if Chuck can, you can see how important it is to get every word he says.
Gosh, I'll do my best, Steve. But I still don't see how Chuck could send a secret message to us with Ivan Shark standing right beside him.
Well, it does seem impossible. But then Captain Midnight says it's been done before.
But Chuck hasn't had any experience doing anything like that.
Well, that's what I told Captain Midnight. But he says that he once told Chuck of a method that spies sometimes use in sending messages and letters.
Gee, you mean by invisible writing, like Chuck's father did on that map?
No, Patsy, nothing like that. Because letters are often examined in an infrared machine. Any kind of invisible writing would show up at once.
Oh, but how in the world do they send a secret message then?
Well, there's nothing hidden at all. It's just as if you were to write a letter to me, and the letter seems to mean one thing, whereas actually there is a secret message using the same words that appear to be innocent.
Loops, what do you know about that?
Well, Captain Midnight says it's done usually by using certain regularly spaced words in the message.
You mean like a crossword puzzle?
No, Patsy, not like that. You count from the first word in the message, and maybe it'll be the 5th word. Then you count through, and every 5th word is the word in the secret message.
Jiminy crickets, I never heard of anything like that.
Well, it doesn't have to be every 5th word. Sometimes it's the 6th, or 7th, or 10th, or maybe even the 15th.
Why, sure, I begin to see now. You just take those certain words out of the letter, and there you have your secret message.
That's the idea.
Oh, here comes Captain Midnight now.
Well, we're almost ready to take off. Is the ship full of gas, Steve?
Every tank is full, Captain Midnight. The oil is okay, and I checked everything else, too.
That's fine. Let me see what time it is.
It's 10 minutes after 11, Captain Midnight.
So I see. Now, we'll take off in a couple of minutes. I want to climb up to 10,000 feet before we start talking to Ivan Shark.
Are the 2 listening posts all set?
Yes. I got telegrams from them while I was talking to Pinky Drake and Slim Pool.
Oh, say, did you ask Pinky and Slim about that country there up in Canada?
Yes, Steve, I did. And it seems that Pinky once prospected up in that country. He and another fellow were up near the headwaters of the Peace River.
Gee, that's swell. Then you're going to take them along with us when we go up there?
That's the idea, Patsy.
Well, when do we leave?
Well, we may leave immediately after our conversation with Ivan Shark tonight. Now, if we do, we'll land, gas up, pick up Pinky and Slim, and be on our way. But it all depends on what happens during the next hour.
We'll have to find out here from the listening post before we leave, won't we?
Yes, we will. It's very important. I've arranged with the telegraph company to get the messages from the listening post through as quickly as they can. We'll no doubt receive them soon after we get back in the ground.
Do you think Ivan Shark will talk from the same position tonight that he did last night?
Well, I can't tell about that, Patsy. Shark is very clever. He knows we're triangulating his position. And he's going to do everything in his power to fool us.
Well, he might send his message from the same place tonight just to make us think that that's where he is.
Uh-huh. It's using your head, Steve. Ivan Shark may do just that. But there's no use speculating about it now. We've got to be in the air. I'll start the engine. We'll take off.
How about it, Captain Midnight? The needle says 10,000 feet.
Good. We're high enough now, Steve. I'm going to level off.
There, that's a lot better. The less noise the engine makes, the easier it'll be to hear Chuck.
All right, now then, Steve. You take the controls. I want to give all my attention to this radio conversation.
Okay. Which way will I head?
Now, listen, just keep cruising in a wide circle over the airport. As soon as we're through talking, I want to be able to get on the ground without wasting any time.
All right, you are.
And the more you can throttle the engine without losing altitude, the better it'll be for us.
Okay. I'll throttle her down as far as I can.
Right.
Gosh, Steve, that's swell. If you don't have to run the engine any faster than that, we should be able to hear Ivan Shark and Chuck as clearly as if we were on a telephone.
Well, we're holding our altitude all right. I don't think we'll have any trouble.
All right, now then, Patsy. Are you all ready?
Yes, I am, Captain Midnight. I've got my pad here and 2 extra pencils in case I break a point.
All right, that's fine. I don't want you to miss a single word, Patsy, particularly when Chuck begins to talk.
I'll try not to miss a word, Captain Midnight, because Steve says you think there's a chance Chuck may try to send us a secret message.
Well, it's a faint hope, Patsy. It all depends on Chuck's circumstances, whether he's been able to see anything and so forth.
And there's another thing, too.
Yeah?
If Chuck has to speak to us without knowing beforehand that he's going to, it's going to make it awfully tough.
It's a possibility, Steve. And if that proves to be true, there won't be any chance for a secret message. All right, now. Better be getting ready here.
Well, according to the clock in the instrument panel, we've only got a half a minute to go.
That's what my watch says, too.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Let's take a last look around and see that we haven't forgotten anything.
I'm all ready.
So am I.
Okay. All right, now. According to the second hand, it's almost 12. All right, here goes.
Captain Midnight, calling Ivan Shark. Captain Midnight, calling Ivan Shark. Go ahead.
Ivan Shark answering Captain Midnight. Go ahead.
I'm waiting to hear Chuck Ramsey's voice. Go ahead.
But first, Captain Midnight, I have a proposition to make. Chuck Ramsey and his friend Frank Crane will be returned to you safely if you give me your word of honor to leave me alone in the future. Do you agree? Go ahead.
I won't talk to you, Ivan Shark, until I've heard Chuck Ramsey's voice. Go ahead.
Very good, Captain Midnight. You shall hear Chuck Ramsey's voice. You will step here, Ramsey, and try to persuade Captain Midnight that he had better do as I ask. You may say a few words to him, but only a very few.
Chuck Ramsey's voice is about to be heard by Captain Midnight, Steve, and Patsy. But what will he say? Chuck and Frank Crane have had over 12 hours to work out some kind of a secret message to send to Captain Midnight. Have they succeeded? You must not miss Chuck's speech in the next exciting adventure of Captain Midnight. Now, here's something you shouldn't miss, too, because it's a chance for you to show Dad you really know something about driving. The next time you're out riding in the family car, you ask Dad or whoever's driving how long it's been since you've changed the oil in the crankcase. Well, if it's been some time, then there's your chance to say, listen, Papa, let's try Skelly Tagolene this time. The motor oil that's made to stand abuse. Now, that idea will appeal to Dad, I know, because if there's anything every motorist wants, it's an oil that will stand abuse, an oil that will hold its body and keep on protecting your motor mile after mile without thinning out till there's nothing left. And that's why Skelly Tagoline is such a popular motor oil. It proves by mile after mile of tough going at high speeds and high temperatures that it's really made to stand abuse. So remember, try Tagoline tonight or the next time you change oil. Stop at your Skelly service station and ask for Skelly Tagoline motor oil. And don't forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Will Chuck Ramsey be able to send a secret message to Captain Midnight? Or will Ivan Shark notice the trick and stop Chuck from speaking? Be sure to listen Wednesday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But first tell me this, all you wide-awake Flight Patrol members. How's the weather in your part of the country? Well, I know you're watching the weather very closely, as every young future flyer should. Because, as we said last time, that's what every good airplane pilot does. He watches the weather every day, studies the weather reports, listens to the weather forecasts on the radio, so he'll always be ready for the weather ahead. Now, the month of March is just about half over, and spring will soon be here. The weather will be changing mighty fast now, and it's mighty important for cars as well as for airplanes to be prepared for the changing weather. It's been a long, hard winter for your family car. There are probably a lot of things that ought to be checked over, especially the lubrication. The motor oil probably needs changing. The gear lubricants ought to be checked. The battery should be tested. And lots of other things a person is apt to let go too long during cold weather. So listen, fellas and girls, as wide-awake young members of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol, why don't you make yourself the family weather observer? And when you see the weather getting warmer and signs of spring here and there, just remember to remind Dad to stop at your Skelly service station for a spring checkup of the family car. Your Skelly man knows just the right weight of Skelly Tagoline or Uniflow motor oil you should have right now for your weather. He'll see that your car has the gears properly lubricated. Put plenty of pure distilled water in the battery and take care of all the other things that ought to be checked over on your car. But your Skelly man can't do anything for you unless you stop in and see him. So it's up to you to have Dad or Mother stop at your Skelly service station as soon as you see it's time to make the family car weather right for spring. Remember, when the weatherman says the word, it's time to see the Skelly man. And now to Captain Midnight. An intensely exciting event is about to happen. Captain Midnight, Steve, and Patsy Donovan are flying at 10,000 feet over Ridgeville Airport at 12 o'clock at night. Captain Midnight has just called Ivan Shark by radio, and the criminal has answered, demanding that Captain Midnight give his word of honor to leave Ivan Shark alone. But Captain Midnight tells Shark he'll not talk to him until he hears Chuck's voice. The criminal then orders Chuck to step up and say a few words to Captain Midnight. Listen as Captain Midnight says into the microphone.
I don't hear Chuck's voice yet, Ivan Shark. Go ahead.
Here he is, Captain Midnight. Go ahead, Ramsey. Ready, Patsy. Catch every word he says now.
Hello, Captain Midnight and everybody. It sure seems a long time since I have seen you and the old home in Black Gulf. I'm feeling fine. This is on my word of honor. Do as Ivan Shark asks, flying to any point he says as swiftly as an arrow. Ivan Shark is a snake, a cobra, but I guess you...
That's enough, Ramsey. Remember what I said I would do if you do not obey me.
Just as you say, Ivan Shark.
Now then, Captain Midnight, you have heard Ramsey's voice. Are you satisfied? Go ahead.
Yes, for the moment I am. But I must have time to think over your proposition. Go ahead.
Come now, Captain Midnight. You are stalling for only one reason. I will give you just 24 hours until 12 o'clock this next night. Then I will call you for your answer. Needless to say, if your answer is no, you will never see Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane again. Go ahead.
I understand, Shark. I will speak to you in 24 hours. Go ahead.
Very good, Captain Midnight. Ivan Shark, signing off.
All right, quick, Steve. Throttle that engine and head for the ground.
Right you are.
I got every word Chuck said, Captain Midnight.
Oh, that's splendid, Patsy. I think I could repeat every word of it myself.
And me, too.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, it sure didn't sound as though Chuck was sending a secret message. He didn't take very long.
But that's where you're wrong, Patsy. I'm convinced there's a secret message included in what Chuck said. We'll analyze it as soon as we get on the ground.
Well, the thing I'm worried about is that we only have 24 hours to do something. Why, even if Chuck did get a secret message through to us, what can we do in 24 hours?
We can fly a long distance in 24 hours, Steve. Especially in this new Spartan of Captain Midnight.
You bet we can, Patsy. But as far as I'm concerned, we're going to stay right here.
Stay right here? But Jiminy Cricket's Captain Midnight. Well, maybe then it'll be too late to help Chuck.
No, it won't, Patsy. Ivan Shark is clever, but he's slipping up a little. Now, after I talk to him tomorrow night, he's going to give me some more time. And if I can get enough time out of him, we'll have a good chance of rescuing Chuck and Frank Crane before the time limit's up. Say, Steve, is there a broadcasting station in Ridgeville?
Oh, sure there is. The local newspaper owns one.
Good. I want to get a hold of a good radio actor or an announcer.
Loop and Loops. What in the world do you want with them?
After breakfast in the morning, we're going to spend a lot of time listening to voices. I want to find out who can duplicate my voice.
Jiminy Crickets.
I begin to get the idea. You're going to have someone else talk to Ivan Shark in your place.
You guessed it, Steve. And if we can find someone who can duplicate my voice, I want you to arrange with Southwest Airlines for a pilot and plane to take this chap up. Their ships are equipped with radio transmitters as good or better than this one.
Oh, that'll be a cinch. Gee, if we can only find someone who sounds like you, but
I'll explain the whole thing to you both later. Right now, let's land this ship and get to a room where we can study Chuck's message and receive the telegram from the listening post.
Right.
Field's all clear below, Steve. I stick our nose down and let's get on the ground.
Okay, Captain. Here we go.
All right, close the door, Steve. We'll get to work.
All right, you are.
Now then, I've been puzzling over Chuck's message, and I noticed at the end he called Ivan Shark a snake, a cobra. Now, that's the thing that made me sure Chuck sent us a secret message.
Well, Chuck didn't have to use the word cobra. In fact, it seems to me he was taking a big chance by calling Ivan Shark a snake.
Oh, he did it for a reason, Steve. And don't you see? The word cobra is the first half of the word cobra hofa.
By George, it is. Say, what do you know about that?
You bet. Now we're getting somewhere and in a hurry. Now, the word cobra hofa is one that is particularly well known to all of us. That's why Chuck used the first part of it. Now, that's the key word.
Why, of course. That's exactly what Chuck means. But how can you make a message out of the word cobra hofa?
Well, I don't know just yet. Now, let's analyze the message.
Steve told me about that method of sending secret messages in letters.
Yeah, the one you told me about, Captain Midnight, where you use every fifth or eighth word.
Yes, I told Chuck all about that one time, too. I was telling him about the various means used by spies to send secret messages and letters.
I was just looking at every fifth word.
Yeah?
You see, the first fifth word is everybody. And the second fifth word after that is long. And next comes the word seen.
Doesn't seem to get us anywhere, does it?
I've been looking at the sixth, seventh, and eighth words. And they don't seem to get us anywhere either.
Well, let's take the 10th word.
Yeah?
The first one is long, and the second is home. Then the third word is on. Well, they don't seem to make any sense either.
Oh, they don't, Patsy. But to continue, the next 10th word is flying, and the last one is arrow.
Arrow. I've been looking at that word, arrow. I can't see any possible reason for Chuck's using such a word.
That's right, Captain Midnight. And another thing.
Yeah?
Listen to me as I read the fourth sentence.
All right, go ahead.
Do as Ivan Shark asks. flying to any point he says as swiftly as an arrow.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard Chuck talk like that before. Why, it doesn't even sound like him.
Jiminy crickets. Maybe that's it. Maybe it wasn't even Chuck at all.
No, that's where you're both wrong. It was Chuck. I'm positive of it. But you're right about one thing, Patsy. That fourth sentence doesn't sound like Chuck at all. And if Ivan Shark knew Chuck as well as we do, his suspicions would be aroused immediately.
You're getting to something, Captain Midnight. What is it?
Now, if Chuck could have talked the way he usually talks, he would have finished that fourth sentence by telling me to go to the point Ivan Shark wanted me to as quick as I could. Not as swiftly as an arrow.
You're absolutely right, Captain Midnight. But why did Chuck say it that way?
For some reason, Chuck wanted to use the word arrow. Now, we've got to find out what that reason is. And wait a minute. He also mentioned Black Gulch.
Black Gulch?
Mm-hmm.
Loop and loops. We know Ivan Shark flew northwest. You don't suppose he's in his old hideout in Black Gulch, do you, Captain Midnight?
No, I don't, Patsy, because our method of triangulation shows that he spoke from a point up in Canada.
Well, maybe it's the old home, not Black Gulch, that's important.
I think you're getting closer now, Steve. Now, let's take those 10th words again. Now, I'll read them off slowly and distinctly. Now, here they are. Long, home, on, flying, arrow.
Long, home, on, flying, arrow.
That's right.
What? Why, that sort of makes a little sense, doesn't it?
Well, it would make sense if there was a place called the Flying Arrow.
Wait a minute,
Gosh, Captain Midnight, what is it?
Well, yeah, do you see something else?
I see something that's vitally important. Just as plain and simple as the nose in your face. I guess that's why I didn't see it for such a long time.
Loop and loops, Captain Midnight, what is it?
Yeah, what is it? Come on, tell us.
Now, wait a minute, now look. Now, take a good look at those 5 words. Now, look. Long, home, on, flying, arrow. Don't you see?
Well, I don't see anything more than we've already seen.
Gosh, I've got it. The first letters.
That's the stuff, Patsy. Don't you see, Steve? The first letters of those 5 words. And look. L-H-O-F-A.
L-H-O-F-A. I still don't see it. Why, yes, now I do. They're the last 5 letters of the words Cobra Hopa.
Right.
Well, sure, Steve, that's it.
Don't you see, Steve? Chuck called Ivan Shark a cobra, which is a word made up of the first 5 letters of Cobra Hopa. Then, in the message, every 10th word gives us the last 5 letters of Cobra Hopa.
Right. Chuck is evidently trying to give us the message made up of words beginning with the letters that make Cobra Hopa.
That's exactly what he's doing, Patsy. And the last 5 words of that message are long, home, on, flying, arrow.
By George, we are getting somewhere now. But look, suppose you're right. How are we going to get to the first 5 letters of the message?
Chuck will give them to us.
But we may never hear from Chuck again.
Oh, yes, we will, Patsy. I've got that all worked out. We'll hear from Chuck. Oh, wait a minute. Come in.
It's the messenger boy from the telegraph office.
There's a couple of telegrams for you, Captain Albright. They came in one right after the other.
Oh, thanks very much, son. Oh, here, take this.
Thanks an awful lot, sir. Is there any reply?
No, son, thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
Gee, I could hardly wait. What does the first one say?
Now, wait a minute. Here it is. Well, this telegram is from post number 1 out on the Pacific coast. Greatest signal strength at 355 degrees.
Well, what do you know about that? The point of transmission must be west of the previous one.
You're right, Steve. We'll see whether the message from the second listening post bears that out.
I can hardly wait.
Well, here's what it says. Greatest signal strength at 350 degrees.
Oh, that checks. Here's the map. I'll draw the first line right now.
Well, go ahead.
That makes the second position, the point where Ivan Shark broadcast this message, west of the straight north line.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Patsy. There's a total difference of about 10 degrees.
The difference in the degrees from the second listening post won't be as great.
No, it couldn't be. All right, I'll draw the line.
Go ahead.
Those lines intersect almost straight west from the first point.
Yes, and a rough guess would make them about 250 miles apart.
All right. But look at that country. Near the headwaters of the Peace River, and boy, what rough country that is.
Yes, I know it, Steve. It's plenty rough.
But what do you think, Captain Midnight? Where do you think Chuck is?
Right now, Patsy, if I were to make a guess, I would say that Ivan Shark is holding Chuck and young Crane at a place somewhere between the intersection of those 2 lines. Ivan Shark evidently flew east to make his first broadcast. Now he's flown west to make the second.
But great guns, Captain Midnight. Just think of a territory as great as that. And so wild, too.
Yeah.
Why, it would take months to find where Shark is keeping Chuck.
Ordinarily, Steve, that'd be true. But you forget that Chuck has sent us one secret message, and if I'm right, we'll get another one tonight at 12 o'clock.
Can Captain Midnight be right? Will they hear again from Chuck that night? And will the young pilot succeed in getting through another secret message? Don't miss finding out how Chuck succeeds in sending a complete secret message to Captain Midnight. Say, just a minute now. Here's something I almost forgot to tell you. It's something that's awfully easy to forget, and that's just the trouble. How long has it been since you've checked the battery in your family car? Well, listen, that's mighty important, you know, so there's a way you can show Dad you're really wide awake. The next time you're out in the family car, just give Dad a reminder. Tell him you know that your friendly Skelly Man will be mighty happy to check your battery for you free of charge.
He'll add some distilled water free, too. And if there's anything wrong with it, he can tell you mighty quick before it causes you serious trouble out on the road somewhere. So there's something worth remembering. The chances are it's been some time since your battery has been checked. So tell Dad to stop by your Skelly service station for a free battery inspection tonight. And don't forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Chuck has sent part of his secret message to Captain Midnight, but can he send the rest? What will Ivan Shark do next? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly Man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But say, right about now, I'll bet you're hungry as a bear. And you know, that reminds me of something. Why is a bear hungry? Did you ever stop to think of that? Well, sir, a bear is hungry, or I might better say a bear is hungriest in the spring, after he's gone practically all winter without eating. You see, that's why people started saying, gee, I'm hungry as a bear. Well, you know, I'll bet that's just about the way your family car feels. Just like a bear that's been holed up all winter long. I'll bet your family car is hungry as a bear for some good old Skelly Tagoline motor oil and Skelly Greasemaster lubrication. You see, spring is just around the corner now, and the family car has probably had a pretty hard winter. It's maybe just a wee bit tired out and logy feeling. Well, sir, the chances are just what it needs for a swell spring tonic is a crankcase full of good old Skelly Tagoline of a special grade to suit the weather in your own particular part of the country. The chances are it could stand some fresh summer weight gear lubricants, too, and maybe a good all-round lubrication job by a trained Skelly Greasemaster. Say, you've no idea what a spring treatment like that will do for a car that's sort of winter-weary. Tell Dad to try it tomorrow. Tell him to be sure and drive in to a Skelly service station where he sees the big red, white, and blue sign with the big letter S that stands for Skelly Service. If the family car is beginning to feel like an old bear that's just come out of winter quarters, you tell Dad you'll bet your Skelly man will soon have it feeling playful as a year-old cub. Yes, sir, your Skelly man knows just what to do for winter-weary cars. To fill 'em up full of the joy of living in springtime. So tell Dad to stop at your Skelly service station tonight or tomorrow. And now to Captain Midnight. Chuck Ramsey and the young student pilot, Frank Crane, are in Ivan Shark's power. Chuck has already succeeded in getting a secret message, or part of one, to Captain Midnight in the few words that Ivan Shark allowed Chuck to say over the radio. It is now afternoon of the next day. Ivan Shark is seated in his library studying a large-scale map on the wall. Listen.
Yes, Fang?
You asked for Miss Fury, Master. I bring her to see you.
Very good, Fang. Tell her to come in.
You will enter, Miss Fury.
Thank you, Fang. Send for me, Father.
Yes, Fury. We are approaching a critical point in our deal with Captain Midnight. and I wish to speak to you. That will be all for the present, Fang.
Yes, Master. Captain Midnight is to give you his answer tonight, is he not?
Yes, my dear. At 12 o'clock tonight.
Do you think he will agree?
He will. Not immediately, perhaps, but within several days.
But you only gave him 24 hours, Father.
I realize that, Fury. But Captain Midnight will wriggle all he can before he finally agrees to my proposal. I know him too well. He will find some good reason for delaying his final answer, because he will wish to exhaust all possibilities of locating and rescuing the two boys.
Yes, Father. And perhaps Captain Midnight will succeed.
No, Fury. Captain Midnight cannot possibly do that. In the first place, he will not find this hideout because it is so well hidden. In the second place, he does not know where it is because each time I talk to him on the radio, I talk to him from different positions. And those positions were over 250 miles apart. It would take months to comb this country thoroughly and locate us. And most important of all, I will know if Captain Midnight leaves Ridgeville Airport.
You will know that?
Most certainly I will, my dear. I also am having Captain Midnight's position triangulated each time he speaks to me. The first 2 times have both been from Ridgeville. Tonight, when I speak to him, I shall warn him that if he does not continue to speak to me from the same point, our deal is completely off.
From what point will you speak to Captain Midnight tonight?
Well, that is just what I was considering when you came in. Here on the wall, you see a large map of this country. Over there to the east is the point from which I talked the first time. And here to the west is the point from which I talked the last time.
I have an idea, Father.
Yes?
Tonight, why do you not call Captain Midnight from here? He will never believe you are actually talking from the point at which you are holding Chuck Ramsey.
Excellent, my dear Fury. You are right. Captain Midnight would never think I would dare to broadcast from the actual position of my hideout. And in any case, it does not matter, because Captain Midnight will be 2,000 miles away.
How are the two boys taking this matter?
With a great deal of composure, Fury. Almost too much, I might say.
Chuck Ramsey has no fear because he has the mistaken idea that Captain Midnight will rescue him.
You are right, Fury. But let him harbor such foolish hopes if he insists on doing so. And now, I must talk to Gardo regarding our broadcast to Captain Midnight tonight.
Not far away, behind locked doors, are Chuck Ramsey and young Frank Crane. They're talking together in low tones. Let's listen as Chuck says...
No, Frank, it's like this. Ivan Shark is merely trying to deceive Captain Midnight as to the location of this hideout.
But gosh, Chuck, even if Captain Midnight does know the positions from which Shark has been broadcasting, that's going to help him find us here.
Yeah, that's the whole trouble, Frank. Captain Midnight will have an idea of the general region, but it won't help him much in locating this exact spot.
Why, Chuck, it'd take months to find this place.
I know it. I'll bet you one thing. I'll bet that after the first talk Captain Midnight had with Ivan Shark, after Captain Midnight found the location from which Shark was talking, that he sent a message to the Canadian authorities. Why, I'll bet the mounted police are trying to find us right now.
Boy, they're good, too. Why, I've heard they never give up until they found their man.
That's true, Frank. They're just like our American Bureau of Investigation.
And the only trouble is, Shark will be gone when they find this place, and you and I won't.
Oh, well, we'll just have to hope for the best.
Gosh, Chuck, I hate to think of Mother and Dad.
Well, now listen, Frank. You just get any ideas like that out of your head. We're going to find some way to beat Ivan Shark at his own game. I got one message through to Captain Midnight last night. And if I get a chance to talk to him again, I'll get another one through to him.
Oh, hey, have you got it all worked out, Chuck?
You bet I have. And if I can get to talk to Captain Midnight this time, I think he'll begin to catch on.
Oh, gosh, Chuck, do you suppose Ivan Shark was suspicious last night? From what you said, he sure must have cut you off quick.
Yes, he did. But I was lucky in one respect. He didn't stop me before I got the word co-browed. That was the most important thing.
And you had the rest of the letters in the message?
Yes, every 10th word. Oh, here's the message I got fixed up if I get a chance to talk to Captain Midnight tonight. Now, this is how it goes.
And many miles away, on the edge of the Ridgeville Airport, 5 persons are gathered in a small room in the Southwest Airlines terminal building. Captain Midnight is standing by a table, around which are seated Steve and Patsy Donovan and the old miners, Pinky Drake and Slim Poole. Captain Midnight is speaking. Listen.
Now, I've asked the four of you to come to this room because I wish to explain what our next move will be. We've now arrived at the critical point in our attempt to rescue Chuck and young Crane. The events of the next 24 hours will probably spell success or failure. Is the Spartan ready for a long flight, Steve?
Yes, Captain Midnight, it is. The tanks are full and the water in the ship have been checked. The list of supplies you gave me are packed in the baggage compartment.
Good work, Steve. Now then, Pinky and Slim, have you two everything you need?
You're darn tootin' we have, Captain Midnight. Slim and me's all set to fight them Canadian wilds for a couple of months.
And we're sure hankering for some action, Captain Midnight.
Good. Now then, I'm going to do some explaining. You were all with me at the broadcasting station this morning. You all agreed the man we finally picked has a voice so close to mine that no one could tell the difference over the air.
Sure I'm shooting. I sure done thought it was you I was listening to.
It's the darndest thing I ever heard in my life.
I wouldn't have believed it possible.
He could have sure fooled me all right.
Well, I don't think we could have done better. Now, here's the plan. When we take off tonight, we'll be all set for a long flight. I'll hold my conversation with Ivan Shark at 12 o'clock over this airport. By 8 o'clock in the morning, if the weather is okay, we should be close to the Canadian border. We'll stop at an airport, which I've selected, and refuel. Then we'll go on to Reddington, which we should reach by noon. After reaching there, I'll confer with Northwest police officials, and we'll decide on the next move at that time.
Gosh, all hemlock, Captain Midnight. I sure don't get the idea what this here radio actor's going to do.
I'll explain that to you, Pinky, because I want you all to understand what's going on. As you know, I've had listening posts checking the positions from which Ivan Shark has been talking. Well, he's probably checked on me, too. As long as he believes I am remaining here at Ridgeville, he feels perfectly safe.
So you want this actor here to speak for you so that Shark will have the transmitter triangulated, and he'll think you're still here at Ridgeville Airport.
Right, that's the whole thing. That's why I asked you to arrange with Southwest Airlines for a plane.
It's all been taken care of. The ship will be ready to go up at any time.
Good.
But gee, Captain Midnight, there's one thing I can't understand.
Oh, what's that, Patsy?
Ivan Shark only gave you 24 hours. That will be up at 12 o'clock tonight. You'll have to give him your answer, won't you?
Well, I've got that all worked out, Patsy. Let's get to the plane now. And when you hear me talk to Shark at 12 o'clock, you'll understand. All right, come on now, let's go. What time do you make it, Steve?
20 seconds to 12.
Ah, good. Now, keep the ship cruising at 10,000 feet over the airport.
She's at 10,000 now, Captain Midnight. I've got her throttle down as low as I can without losing any altitude.
She's fine as she is right now. All right, Patsy, are you ready?
I'm all set, Captain Midnight. I've got my pad and writing board and extra pencils.
Ah, good. Now, remember, I'm going to ask to talk to Chuck again. And if I do get to talk to him, you've got to get every word he says.
I won't miss a word, Captain Midnight. I'm sure I won't.
Is anything Slim and me can do, Captain Midnight?
No, not a thing, Pinky. You and Slim sit quiet and listen.
You darn tootin' we will.
All right, now. 12 o'clock. I'm tuning in.
Ivan Shark was supposed to call us, but I can't hear a thing.
Wait a minute.
Calling Captain Midnight. Ivan Shark calling Captain Midnight. Go ahead.
Captain Midnight, answering Ivan Shark. Go ahead.
I am waiting for your answer, Captain Midnight. If you wish to see Chuck Ramsey again, you must give me your promise to leave me alone. Go ahead.
24 hours have passed since I talked to you, Ivan Shark. I must know that Chuck Ramsey is still alive. You must allow me to hear his voice again. Go ahead.
Very well, Captain Midnight. You shall hear Ramsey's voice. And then you must give me your answer. Step forward, Ramsey. You may talk once more.
Well, once again, we are to hear Chuck Ramsey's voice from faraway Canada. What kind of a secret message will Chuck attempt to get through to Captain Midnight this time? And what about Captain Midnight's plan to fly at once to Canada while a man at Ridgeville Airport imitates his voice in future conversations with Ivan Shark? Will the plan work? Tune in to Captain Midnight. Say, in this uncertain March weather, it's especially important that you have a motor oil in your crankcase that's weather right. You want an oil with body enough to protect your motor, but one that is light enough to let your motor turn over easy these mornings when it's still a bit chilly. And that's why so many folks are sticking to good old Skelly Tagoline motor oil that's weather right. Motor oil that's made to stand abuse. Because, you see, oil that doesn't thin out too much gives you more miles to the quart. And oil that doesn't thicken up too much means less drain on your battery and less wear on your motor. Why don't you try Skelly Tagoline motor oil in your family car? Ask your friendly Skelly man about it. He'll see that you get the proper grade for your car and for your weather. Now, don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Can Chuck send more of his secret message to Captain Midnight before Ivan Shark suspects the ruse? What will happen next? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But first, let me ask you something. Is your family car sort of winter weary? I mean, is the motor oil in the crankcase getting pretty watery and winter worn? Just sort of tired? Is it thinned out with gasoline that leaked down into the crankcase from all that extra choking during cold weather? Well, the chances are all of those things are true of your family car right now. But now here's the point. Every wide-awake young Flight Patrol member should make it his or her job right now to remind Dad or Mother to have the car made ready for summer driving. But it's not summer yet, I'll bet you're saying. Well, no, it's not. You're right. But the really cold weather is over, and it's time now to start changing over to motor oil and lubricants that are especially designed for warmer weather. It's time now to have your car made summer ready. Now, of course, you know what to do about that. You bet. Just stop at your Skelly service station, because your friendly Skelly man, the man who helps bring you this Captain Midnight radio program, really knows his oil. He knows just what kind of motor oil and lubricants of every type that the manufacturers recommend for your car. And he'll surely appreciate your telling Dad or Mother tonight that you think it's time to bring the car over to your Skelly service station to have it made summer ready. Your Skelly man will drain out that old, thin, winter-worn oil from the crankcase and fill it with clean, sparkling, golden Skelly Tagoline or Uniflow motor oil. He'll check the lubricants in the gears, fill your battery, and look over things generally without 1 cent of extra cost. He'll have your car ready for warmer weather in jig time. And I'll bet your car will feel like dancing a jig step, too, when your Skelly man gets through giving it his all-over treatment for that old winter weariness. So remember, won't you, tell Dad to bring the car over to your Skelly service station to have it made summer ready right now. And now to Captain Midnight. The famous pilots, accompanied by Steve and Patsy Donovan and the old miners Pinky Drake and Slim Poole, are flying at 10,000 feet over Ridgeville Airport in Captain Midnight's speedy new Spartan cabin plane. It's 12 o'clock at night, and Ivan Shark has just radioed Captain Midnight demanding the answer to his proposition. But Captain Midnight has refused to talk until he's sure Chuck is still alive. He must hear the boy's voice. A tense silence holds the occupants of the Spartan's cabin breathless. Listen as Ivan Shark's voice comes faintly through the ether.
Step forward, Ramsey. say something to Captain Midnight.
Hello, Captain Midnight and everybody. Please do not delay long. Fly where Ivan Shark says. I will not see home again if you refuse. To do all these things on my account is a lot, I know. Remember that flying according to Ivan Shark's directions and straight as an arrow is essential. Please do...
That is enough, Ramsey. I guess Captain Midnight is convinced you are still alive. Are you not, Captain Midnight? Go ahead.
Yes, I am. But I can't give you my answer at this moment. I must have more time to think it over. Go ahead.
That is very unreasonable, Captain Midnight. And I know perfectly well why you are stalling. I am willing to give you more time only on one condition. You must remain at Ridgeville Airport. And in order to prove to me that you are at Ridgeville, I must hear your voice every 24 hours at the same time. 12 o'clock at night. Go ahead.
Very good. But there is one condition I must insist upon, too. And that is that I shall hear Chuck Ramsey's voice every 24 hours also. Go ahead.
Very good, Captain Midnight. I will agree to that. But I have decided to take no chances. Therefore, I am only giving you 48 hours in which to make up your mind. I will call you tomorrow night at 12 o'clock and also at 12 o'clock on the second night. At that time, I must have your final answer. Otherwise, I will carry out the remainder of my plan. Go ahead.
Very good, Shark. You shall have my final answer within 48 hours. Captain Midnight signing off.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, this is terrible. We only have 48 hours to rescue Chuck and Frank Crane.
Yes, I know that, Patsy. But that's better than having to give my answer tonight.
What now, Captain Midnight? Do we head northwest?
Yes, Steve. Open her up to cruising speed and fly a compass course of 340 degrees.
Right you are.
I've got what Chuck said right here on my pad, Captain Midnight. Every word of it.
Good.
Gosh, old hemlock. It sure was good to hear Chuck's voice again.
It sure was. Seems like I ain't heard Chuck say anything for a couple of years.
It seems longer than that since he's been gone, Slim.
All right, now. Let's look at Chuck's message. Seems to me that I heard a couple of familiar words on that.
I did too, Captain Midnight. In the first place, Chuck used the word arrow. Don't you remember?
Mm-hmm.
You thought it was so strange he used it the other time?
Yes, I remember that. Now then, let's take a look. He starts out here. Hello, Captain Midnight and everybody.
That's exactly the way he started his message yesterday. See, here it is.
Uh-huh, yes, you're right. It's exactly the same.
In his last message, he used every 10th word to give the secret message he wanted us to understand.
Just a minute here. Look at this.
What in the tarnation is it, Captain Midnight?
Do you see something?
By the great grizzly. What is it?
Come here, look. Look at that 10th word, Patsy. It's exactly the same as the 10th word in Chuck's previous message.
Why, it is the same. It's the word long.
Say, you suppose that could be a coincidence?
No, it isn't, because look here. The next 10th word is home. The next one after that is the word on, and after that comes flying, and then look here, the next 10th word is arrow.
Loopin' Loops, can you imagine that? Why, Chuck's message this time is exactly as it was the time before.
What in the tarnation do you know about that?
Do you actually mean to say that Chuck's secret message this time is the same as yesterday?
It most certainly is, Steve, isn't it, Captain Midnight?
Listen to this, Steve. Chuck's first secret message was long, home, on, flying, arrow. Now, those words start with 5 different letters, and those 5 letters are the last 5 letters in the word Cobralhova. And now tonight, although what Chuck said was a little bit different, his secret message is exactly the same.
Sure gotta hand it to Chuck. He's a mighty smart kid.
Well, call it rattlesnakes, I'll say so. And if you ask me, Chuck sure put one over on Ivan Shark.
If Chuck gave those same words 2 times in succession, it certainly proves they're mighty important.
Gosh, I'll say so. Chuck certainly wanted us to be sure and understand it.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, do you think them there words are the whole message?
No, Slim, no, I don't think so. But Chuck has pointed those 5 words out as being the most important ones.
But if those 5 words are only part of the message, what's the rest of it?
I think I can answer that, Patsy. Chuck has given us the last 5 letters of the word Cobralhova twice. But in the first message, he took special pains to mention the word cobra, which is composed of the first 5 letters of the word Cobralhova.
Then you think the other 5 words of the message begin with C-O-B-R-A.
Yes, Steve, that's what I think.
But Chuck hasn't given us 5 words beginning with those letters.
Yeah, but don't forget, Patsy. We're going to have a chance to hear Chuck again in 24 hours. at 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
But we ain't going to be anywhere near Ridgeville tomorrow night, Captain Midnight.
It won't make any difference, Pinky. I've got someone to talk in my place, and we'll be able to tune in and listen to the conversation. We can hear what Chuck says, and Patsy can write it down.
Why, sure we can. Don't you see that, Pinky, you lop-eared hyena?
Why, you didn't see it yourself till Captain Midnight just got through explaining it. You ain't fooling me at all.
As a matter of fact, we'll be able to hear Chuck clearer than before, because we'll be closer to him.
You're right, Steve. But gee, Captain Midnight, you don't suppose Ivan Shark will discover that you're not talking to him, will he?
No, Patsy, I don't think so. That fellow's voice sounds exactly like mine, and I told him what to say so that he can't make a mistake. And when Shark gets the report from his listening post and finds that the voice came from Ridgeville, he'll be positive he was hearing me.
Of course he will. Captain Midnight's plan will work, I'm sure of it.
This time we're sure going to put one over on Ivan Shark.
What do you mean, we? Captain Midnight was the one that figured it out, not you.
All right, you two. Now cut it out, will you? Let's all be quiet and get a little rest. We need it. Later, we'll land and gas up. Oh, Steve, keep on 340 degrees for a couple of hours while I take a little nap. Then I'll take over the controls and give you a rest.
Have we got enough gas, Steve?
Yes, Patsy. That was the gas truck just pulling away now.
Gee, this sure is pretty country, isn't it, Pinky?
Yes, and that sure was the best breakfast I ever ate in my life.
I'll say it was, Pinky. That plate of ham and eggs I had really went to the spot.
Chuck sure would have liked that breakfast. Gosh, I seen him put away ham and eggs like that till the cows come home.
Gee, I wish we could get started. We're still a couple of 100 miles away from the Canadian border.
Well, Patsy, we're ready to go any time. Tanks are full of gas and oil.
Well, just as soon as Captain Midnight gets back, we'll be on our way. Look, here he comes now.
Yeah, and he's got some kind of papers in his hand.
Those must be the telegrams from the listening posts.
Oh, that's just what they are, all right. Gosh, I can hardly wait to see them.
Here we are, Captain Midnight. The tanks are full of gas and we're all ready to go.
Good. Just a second, Patsy. We'll check these telegrams first. I'll shut the cabin door. We'll be all ready to start.
I've got the map laid out on this board.
Oh, good. So I see. Have you got your protractor ready there, Steve?
All right here, Captain.
All right. Here's the message from post number 1.
That's the one from the Pacific coast, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Here's what the message says. Greatest signal strength at 0 degrees.
0 degrees?
Mm-hmm.
Why, that's straight north.
Well, here. I'm all set to draw the line.
Here's the ruler.
There. That's it.
What in the tarnation does that mean? Why, this line runs right between the others.
It's almost exactly between. In fact, Shark must have been midway between the points he broadcast from the other two lines.
We will check that by the second message. Oh, then here it is. Greatest signal strength at 317 degrees. Got that?
Check's all right, but draw the line, Steve.
Here, go
All
on.
right, just a second, Patsy.
That's it. Aha, that proves it. When Ivan Shark broadcast last night, he was halfway between those other 2 points.
Gee, do you suppose that means that Chuck is at that point?
No, I don't, Patsy. Shark wouldn't have the nerve to broadcast in the place where he's keeping Chuck and Frank Crane.
Then where do you think he's keeping Chuck?
It's somewhere in that general area, Steve. Just exactly where, I don't know. We've got to listen to Chuck tonight and hope and pray that he'll give us the rest of his secret message.
All right. We ready to leave?
Yes, Steve. We're ready. I'll take the controls. We should be in Reddington by noon. All right, here goes for the starter.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, we haven't got much time left. It's 8 o'clock now, and we've just got to rescue Chuck before 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Well, it looks as though Ivan Shark has certainly fooled Captain Midnight. The last time the criminal broadcast, it was from the hideout where Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane are located. But Captain Midnight does not believe that Ivan Shark would do such a thing, which is exactly what the criminal intended. There are only 42 hours left to rescue Chuck and young Crane. Will Captain Midnight be successful? Tune in to Captain Midnight. Now, don't forget what we told you to do for that winter-weary feeling that every car begins to have about this time of year. It's time to have your car made summer-ready at your Skelly service station. No, summer isn't here yet, I know. But as far as your car's concerned, winter is over, and it's time to do something about it. The oil in the crankcase is thin and winter-worn. It's probably diluted with gasoline, too, from pulling out the choke too much on cold mornings. So you can understand why your car wants to be made summer-ready, not next week or the week after, but right now. So if you want to do your dad a real favor, tell him to stop over at your Skelly service station this week for sure. have the Skelly Man drain the crankcase, flush it out, and refill it with fresh, clear, sparkling Skelly Tagoline or Uniflow motor oil of the proper grade for your car and for your weather. Remember, though, to ask for Skelly Tagoline or Uniflow motor oil. Your Skelly Man can tell you how these two oils are made to stand abuse, and they're the oils for you to use in your car. Now, don't forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Can Captain Midnight locate Chuck and rescue him in the short time that remains, or will Ivan Shark carry out his terrible threat? Be sure to listen Wednesday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly Man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But first, let me tell you fellas and girls about the dream I had last night. Boy, oh boy, was it a riot. I dreamed I was just pulling up to a stop in front of my house when I heard a mysterious voice. Oh, boy. Home at last. Gee, I hope supper's ready.
Hey, Don.
Huh?
Oh, Don. Help me. Help me.
Who said that? Who called my name?
It was me, Don. I'm your car. Won't you help me? All you do is drive me around. You hardly pay any attention to me anymore. I've been a good little car. Won't you help me?
Hey, what is this? I didn't know my car could talk.
I know. It's because you never listen to me. But please, Mr. Gordon, I need your help. I'm so winter-weary, I can hardly drag my wheels around. My oil is all winter-worn and thin as skim milk. I think maybe I'm anemic.
Well, I had no idea it was so serious. Come on, car. We're dashing right over to the Skelly service station.
Ah, there it is. Turn right in here, boss.
Okay. Well, here we are. Hi there, Skelly.
Good evening, Mr. Gordon. Oh, quick. Somebody do something. Oh.
Serious case, Doc. Serious case. Winter prostration, I think.
I know. It's that old winter-worn oil. We'll take it out and give him a few cans of Skelly Tagoline.
Good.
Now for that Tagoline. I'll open this can for him.
Ah, that's the stuff. Pour it right down in.
Oh, boy. More.
Give him another quart, Skelly.
Okay. He's almost full now. There you are. Plumb full of summer-weight Tagoline motor oil. I guess that'll help. Oh, I'll say. Boy, oh, boy. I'm a new vehicle. Hop in, Don. We're going places. Boy, oh, boy. Let's prance down the main drag and strut our stuff. Eh, Don?
Sure. Say, you sure did things for that old winter weariness, Skelly. I'll tell you what. We'll be back tonight, and you can finish that summer-ready job.
I think the old boy still needs some good summer lubrication in his joints.
Don't you worry, Skelly. I'll bring him back. That Skelly Tegaline is sure great stuff. Boil, boil, boil.
Yes, sir. So that was my dream, fellows and girls. Wasn't it a scream? But say, just remember, if your family car could talk, that's probably just about what it would tell you. Because it really is time to have the car made ready for warmer weather. Now, you tell Dad about this, won't you? And tell him to drive into your Skelly service station for an oil change and a lubrication job that will be like a spring tonic to that winter-weary family car. And now to Captain Midnight. Only 30 hours remain before Ivan Shark's offer of safety for Chuck Ramsey expires. If Captain Midnight does not agree to Ivan Shark's dishonorable terms by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane will disappear forever. Chuck, however, does not know that Ivan Shark has set this time limit. Today, we find the master criminal addressing his servant Fang with Chuck Ramsey before him. Listen.
That will do, Fang. You will stand outside the door until I signal for you.
Yes, Master.
Well, my dear Ramsey, you have taken your detention with a remarkable amount of composure. But perhaps you will not be so composed after I have given you some news.
What is the news, Shark? From the way you speak, I guess it must be bad news.
Most men would take it as bad news, Ramsey. At least the average man would think so when he is told that the chances of his living more than 30 hours are very slim.
So that's it, is it?
Yes, Ramsey, that is it. It is with some regret that I have to announce that I have given Captain Midnight an ultimatum. He must agree to my terms by midnight tomorrow night, or I will be forced to liquidate you and young Crane.
I haven't heard that term used very often, but I understand what you mean.
This announcement does not disturb you?
No. It's nothing more than I could expect from you.
Such composure is remarkable, Ramsey. Remarkable indeed. But it is only a front, I am sure. Bravado, Ramsey. That's all it is. You must be quaking inside.
Well, regardless of what it is, I think you should give Captain Midnight more time to come to a decision.
That's where you're wrong, Ramsey. It is never safe to give Captain Midnight too much time. Captain Midnight does not deceive me in the least. He is merely stalling while he makes a vain attempt to rescue you. But I am not going to give him too much time, because he has done some very remarkable things in the past. As soon as he discovers, which will be by tomorrow night, that all his efforts are useless, he will agree to my terms.
If you're sure of that, then Frank Crane and I have nothing to worry about.
It is a strange thing, Ramsey. I feel certain of it, and yet there's a doubt lingering in my mind. That is why I've set the time limit for tomorrow night. We might as well get this over with quickly.
Didn't I hear you promise Captain Midnight that I could talk to him again tonight?
Huh? Your ears are very keen, Ramsey. But yes, you are right. I did give Captain Midnight that promise. He pretends that it is necessary for him to be sure you are still alive. But I would advise you to do this, Ramsey. If you value your life and that of young Crane, you had better persuade Captain Midnight to agree to my terms. If not, well, you know what to expect.
Yes, I do. But I don't think you'll be disappointed when you hear what I say to Captain Midnight.
I'm beginning to think that you are very sensible, Ramsey. And I am sure I will not be disappointed. But I warn you, Ramsey, do not attempt to give any information to Captain Midnight. If you do, the last thing Captain Midnight will hear is a pistol shot. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
Very good. I will signal Fang and he will take you back to your room. But remember, Ramsey, my offer must be accepted by Captain Midnight within 30 hours.
Yes, Master?
I wish to speak to Gardo, Fang, and you will take Ramsey here back to his room.
Gardo is waiting to see you now, Master. You'll come in, Gardo?
Okay, Fang.
You'll follow me, Ramsey.
Well,
What do you have, Chief?
We must arrange about tonight's radio conversation with Captain Midnight, Gardo.
Which way will we fly this time?
Well, I had intended to fly north, Gardo. But inasmuch as I have set the time limit for tomorrow night, I do not believe it makes much difference.
No, Chief. It ain't gonna make any difference. Why don't we go back to the first place we talked from? That sure ought to cross up Captain Midnight.
Excellent, Gardo. Excellent. Captain Midnight won't know what to make of that, I'm sure. Very good, then. You will have the plane ready for a takeoff at 11 o'clock. We must be in the air by 11:15.
Yeah. Are you gonna take Chuck Ramsey along?
Yes. Captain Midnight insists on hearing his voice, just to be convinced the boy is still alive.
Hey, ain't there something phony about that, Chief?
Huh?
Captain Midnight knows you ain't gonna put Ramsey out of the way until he turns down your proposition. Say, maybe they got some kind of a way of sending secret messages back and forth, huh?
Ridiculous, Gardo. I have listened to every word spoken by Ramsey and Captain Midnight, and I know too much about code messages to be fooled by them.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And anyway, they've only been able to say a few words.
Very good, then, Gardo. Have the plane ready at 11 o'clock.
Okay, Chief.
In the meantime, Captain Midnight and his group have been held up by a bad storm in returning to their base at Reddington. It is night, and Steve and Patsy Donovan are sitting in the cabin of the Spartan talking things over. Let's listen as Patsy says.
I'm worried, Steve. Honestly, I am. That storm delayed us over 8 hours. And here it is almost 9 o'clock, and Captain Midnight hasn't returned yet.
But he's only been gone an hour, Patsy. Maybe it was hard to locate the commissioner of police this time of the evening.
Yes, I guess maybe you're right. I certainly hope so. Oh, here comes Captain Midnight now.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Captain Midnight.
Hi, Captain.
How'd you make out?
Well, I had some trouble finding the commissioner, Patsy, but after I did and told him my story, he said his whole organization was at my service.
Oh, that sounds good, doesn't it?
All right, now, here's the plan. The commissioner, Markham's his name, is arranging to have every available plane in the air to help us. And while I was in his office, he called the manager of Arctic Airways, who promised to put every plane his company owns at our disposal, too.
Gee, isn't that swell?
Uh-huh. Now, how soon are the planes going to get started?
Some of them will get started tonight. That is, in just a little while. They're going to cover the territory which I have marked as most important. That is the region between the 2 points from which Ivan Shark transmitted his radio messages.
Oh, that's swell. There's one thing we've got to be mighty careful of.
Now, what's that, Steve?
Well, there isn't much doubt about Ivan Shark's hideout being very well hidden. It'll probably be possible for a plane to fly over it and never see it. Naturally, Shark won't have any lights burning. But if planes do fly over him, he may get scared and, well...
Yes, I know what you mean, Steve. But our safety lies in the fact that Shark thinks I'm 2,000 miles from here, at Ridgeville Airport.
Anyway, the time limit's up tomorrow night at 12 o'clock.
Say, I just thought of something else, Captain Midnight.
Yeah?
What's to prevent Ivan Shark from listening to our radio conversation?
Well, that's been taken care of as well as possible, Steve. The commissioner's office is to be the clearinghouse for all radio messages. Every plane that takes off on the search is to be designated by a number in the order of their first takeoff. Now, for instance, we'll be the first one off, so we'll be called plane number 1. And no pilot will ever mention names or any other information that would tend to make Shark suspicious. Only numbers and locations will be used.
Oh, I see. That ought to work swell.
Oh, gosh, now wait a minute. I've just thought of something else.
Now what?
We have reason to believe Shark is transmitting his messages from his plane.
That's right, Steve.
But how about the listening posts? Ivan Shark is going to talk again tonight at 12 o'clock. Maybe
And
we
that,
could...
Patsy, is the most important thing of all. Commissioner Markham has arranged for several listening posts to check on Ivan Shark at 12 o'clock. It may be possible to find out exactly where he is. All right, Steve. We're all ready to take off now.
All right. Say, which way are we going to fly?
Well, we're going to head for that first position, the one from which Ivan Shark talked the first time. Then, from there, we'll head straight west and fly over the other 2 positions. We'll see what we can find out.
Well, swell. I'll run and get the engine started right away.
Okay. And, Steve, be sure and warm it up well now.
Right.
Well, Patsy, you better run and get Pinky and Slim. By the time they get here, we'll be ready to take off.
I'll have them back in a couple of minutes.
Well, events are approaching a dramatic climax. At 12 o'clock, Ivan Shark is going to the point from which he made his first radio broadcast to Captain Midnight, and Captain Midnight is heading that way also. Will the 2 planes meet in the air? Don't miss the conclusion of the thrilling search for Chuck Ramsey. Listen to Captain Midnight. Say, some time ago, you'll remember, we had a dad's night on this program for fathers of Flight Patrol members. Well, it was so popular that we've decided to have another on our next program. So remember, all you fellas and girls, have your dads listen in with you to the next adventure of Captain Midnight. Now, Friday is Dad's night on this program. Don't forget, will you? Because we're going to have a special message for the fathers of Flight Patrol members Friday night. So you tell Dad to be sure and be with you at your radio when Captain Midnight next comes on the air. So don't you forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. Can Chuck give a final secret message over Ivan Shark's radio while talking to Captain Midnight? Can Captain Midnight outwit the master criminal? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly Man, saying goodbye and happy landing! The Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. But now remember, tonight is Dad's night. And I surely hope lots of you fellas and girls have brought your dads along with you to hear tonight's exciting adventures of Captain Midnight. And I want to say this to you, Dad. You certainly have some sons and daughters to be mighty proud of. Why, if you could just see the hundreds of fine letters written by these young Flight Patrol members telling of their interests and aims and ambitions, you'd know why I say that. You can feel happy and proud that they have this consuming interest in aviation that's common to all the young friends of Captain Midnight. It's a wholesome interest for wide-awake young folks. It keeps their minds busy with worthwhile things, and their enthusiastic letters prove that they're getting a lot out of it. So again I say, Dad, you have a lot to be proud of and thankful for in your wide-awake young aviation enthusiasts, the members of Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. Now, I know they've been telling you a lot about Skelly petroleum products and Skelly service for your car, too. Naturally, they like to see you patronize their friend, the Skelly Man, who helps to bring them this Captain Midnight program. But there's more to it than that. We'd like to have you patronize your Skelly Man, too, of course, but we want you to give him your business because you really feel he's giving you more for your money. We want you to find out what Skelly courtesy service means. We want you to find out that you get more than top-quality motor oil and gasoline and lubricants at your Skelly service station, more than expert lubrication service, more than guaranteed products and auto accessories. We want you to find out for yourself that it's a real pleasure to do business with your Skelly Man, that there's complete satisfaction at the sign of the big letter S that stands for Skelly Service. So stop in, won't you? Time now to have your car made ready for warmer weather driving. Your Skelly Man knows exactly how to do it. Stop in and see him, and he'll appreciate it, I know, too, if you tell him you're the parent of a wide-awake young friend of Captain Midnight's. And now to Captain Midnight. Events are rapidly approaching a thrilling climax in Captain Midnight's attempt to rescue Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane. Captain Midnight has arranged for a radio actor with a voice similar to his to talk to Ivan Shark at 12 o'clock that night, thus leading Ivan Shark to believe that Captain Midnight is still at Ridgeville Airport, over 2,000 miles away. As our scene opens now, we find Captain Midnight flying high over the wild country north of Reddington. Steve Donovan is in the co-pilot's seat beside him, and immediately behind them is Patsy Donovan. In seats further to the rear are the faithful old miners Pinky Drake and Slim Poole. Listen as Steve asks,
Where do you think we are now, Captain Midnight?
Well, we're getting close to the first point from which Shark broadcast. We're certainly within 30 or 40 miles of it.
Gosh, I don't see how you can tell where we are, Captain Midnight. I can't make out anything below.
By the tarnation, it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
You couldn't find nothing anyhow, Pinky. If your head wasn't tied onto your body, you'd lose that.
Says you.
We've been flying on this course now about an hour. That ought to put us almost across the Peace River.
I saw some water a little while ago, Captain Midnight. It was over to the east. It looked like an awfully big lake, too.
Yes, Patsy, I noticed that. That's what makes me think we're right on our course.
Well, according to this map, that must have been what they call the Lesser Slave Lake.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. I've seen it from the air before.
Gosh, Captain Midnight, it must be getting pretty close to 12 o'clock. Don't forget we've got to listen to Ivan Shark talk to you.
Now, Patsy, you mean talk to someone he thinks is Captain Midnight.
Yes, that's what I mean. Won't it be exciting, Captain Midnight, to listen to a voice that sounds so much like yours that you can't tell the difference?
Yes, Patsy, it will be. I just hope it accomplishes its purpose.
You mean that Ivan Shark won't get wise?
Yes, Pinky, that's it in a nutshell.
Well, it's 8 minutes of 12 right now. We've got plenty of time yet.
I was just thinking, Captain Midnight,
Huh?
we might be awfully close to where Ivan Shark is broadcasting from. His voice should sound very loud, while the voice from Ridgeville would be very faint.
That's the way it'll work out, Patsy.
As a matter of fact, we may be closer to Ivan Shark than we realize.
Why, the great grizzly. What's that?
What do you mean, Pinky? What do you see?
I was looking out this here window on the left, and it seems like I seen a light.
Where was this light, Pinky?
Out this way, Captain Midnight. There. It seems like I see it now.
Gosh, I don't see anything. Everything looks black below us.
Tain't down that way, Patsy. Why, the old hemlock. Maybe I'm a-seeing things.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time.
Wait a minute. Well, you're looking up in the sky, Pinky. Is that where you saw a light?
Yeah, I had it, and now I lost it.
No, I see what you was looking at, Pinky. There it is up there in the sky. It's a star.
I see that star all right, but was that it, Pinky?
I see that star, but I don't think that was it. Now, look out far.
I see it. Why, it looks like the tail light of an airplane. Now I see a green light. And there's a red light, too.
Patsy's right, Captain. We're looking at the navigation lights of an airplane.
Yes, we are. The ship's off to our left and a little bit below us. We're going to dive down and see who that is.
Jiminy Crickets, Captain Midnight. Our own navigation lights. They're out.
Yes, Patsy, I switched them out. We're not going to take any chances.
Great guns, look at that. Those lights. Why, they've disappeared.
My gum, they sure have.
I don't see a single thing down there. Those lights in the plane, too, have completely disappeared.
Well, what do we do now, Captain Midnight?
I'm opening this throttle wide, Steve. We've got to find out who's flying that plane.
Sure mighty darn funny he'd switch out them lights.
Maybe he done it for the same reason Captain Midnight switched out ours.
Yes, I think you've hit it, Pinky. He must have seen us just after we saw him. He's probably coming toward us to find out who we are.
I'll bet it's one of the planes from Reddington.
That's just what I think, too, Patsy. Do you think we better radio a report in, Captain Midnight?
Yes, I do, Steve. You make the call while I do the flying.
Okay. Number 1 reporting. Lights of plane seen in air northwest of Lesser Slave Lake.
Okay, number 1. Okay, number 1.
Do you see anything of that ship, Patsy?
Not a sign, Captain Midnight. Straining my eyes as hard as I can, but I can't see any sign of it.
Oh, I was hoping we might see the exhaust flames from his engine.
Darned if it ain't dropped right out of sight.
By George, I've just thought of something.
What now, Steve?
Well, if that ship was one of the planes from Reddington, it would have come over toward us to find out who we are. But it didn't. It must have dived for the ground to get away from us.
That's good reasoning, Steve. And if that ship isn't one of the planes that are helping in the search, it probably is the one ship in the world we want to find. The one flown by Ivan Shark.
But what are we going to do, Captain Midnight? Is there any chance of finding the plane in this darkness?
No, not much, Patsy. We'll get back on our course and follow out our original plan.
And now we go back in time several minutes. Another plane, a powerful bimotored ship, is flying through the black night over that wild country. Ivan Shark is sitting at the controls, and beside him in the co-pilot seat is his chief pilot, Gardo. Listen as Gardo asks,
We've gone pretty near far enough, haven't we, Chief?
We'll continue on this course for 8 minutes, Gardo. Then you will take the controls and make a wide circle while I call Captain Midnight.
Coming back to this point sure will fool Captain Midnight, all right. He won't know what to make of it.
Now, Gardo,
We will have him completely puzzled.
Yeah. Hey, that sure is a good one, Chief. Having Captain Midnight 2,000 miles away and puzzled at the same time. It's too good to be true.
He may not be 2,000 miles away, Gardo, but we will know that in a little while.
Yeah, it's only about 8 minutes till we hear his voice, and then you'll get the reports from your listening post in a half hour after that.
Yes, Gardo. And this time...
Hey, what's that?
Huh? What, Gardo? What do you see?
Above us, Chief, and to the right. There's a ship. I can see its navigation lights. Quick, switch out our lights.
All right, they're out. You stupid fool. Why did you not keep your eyes open?
Hey, what are you going to do now, Chief?
I've opened the throttle wide. We're diving from that plane. Strange ships are things we've got to keep away from. Where's it now?
I can't see it no more, Chief. I guess he must have been going the other way.
You're sure he didn't turn out his lights?
No. We just left him behind, Chief, that's all.
I don't like this idea of meeting other planes in the air. Someone might get curious about us.
Oh, now there ain't nothing to worry about, Chief. This Arctic Airways crowd are flying in and out of Reddington all the time.
Well, I'll continue diving until there's no chance that ship followed us. You better go back and see that Chuck Ramsey is safe in the baggage compartment. Then in about 3 minutes, you bring him forward to the cockpit. I'll be ready to talk to Captain Midnight by then.
And now back to Captain Midnight. It is 2 minutes before 12 o'clock. The engine is laboring as the plane climbs at a steep angle. Listen as Captain Midnight says.
All right, keep her climbing, Steve. I'd like to get a couple of 1,000 feet more.
Okay, Captain.
How high are you going to go?
To about 12,000 feet, Bessie.
We've only got about 1,500 to go. Boy, are we climbing. Just take a look at that altimeter.
Yeah.
I'm all set, Captain Midnight. My pencil's ready to take down every word.
Well, now listen, the voice from Ridgeville may not be very clear, but that won't make any difference. The most important thing is to get Chuck's speech. All right, Steve. Level off now. Throttle that engine.
Right you are, Captain.
How much time left, Patsy?
Only a few seconds, Pinky.
Gosh, won't it be funny hearing a voice just like Captain Midnight?
Quiet now, everybody. Quiet. It's almost 12.
Ivan Shark calling Captain Midnight. Ivan Shark calling Captain Midnight. Go ahead.
Captain Midnight, answering Ivan Shark. Captain Midnight, answering Ivan Shark. Go ahead.
Are you ready to give me your answer, Captain Midnight? Go ahead.
I will give you my answer at the end of 24 hours. And now I demand to hear from Chuck Ramsey. Go ahead.
Very good, Captain Midnight. Take the microphone, Ramsey.
Hello, Captain Midnight. This is your last chance to come to an agreement with Ivan Shark. Please think it over. If you do not agree, this will be the bridge that will separate us forever. You should do the right thing, the thing that will surely bring us together at last. If I do not see
that will be enough, Ramsey. If you do not see Captain Midnight again, it will be his fault. I trust you heard that, Captain Midnight. Go ahead.
I have heard every word you have said, Ivan Shark. And tomorrow night, at 12 o'clock, I will give you my final answer. Captain Midnight, signing off.
Great guns. That voice sounded exactly like Captain Midnight.
That'll sure fool Ivan Shark, all right.
All right, Patsy. Did you get every word Chuck said?
Yes, Captain Midnight, I did. And I got every word of Chuck's secret message, too.
Well, Chuck has succeeded in getting through a secret message to Captain Midnight right under Ivan Shark's nose. But what does this secret message say? Don't miss the finish of this exciting adventure. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Now, just one more word to you, Dad. When you bring the family car into your Skelly service station to have it made summer ready, here's something else to remember. Maybe, for some reason or other, that wide-awake boy or girl of yours hasn't yet had a chance to join Captain Midnight's famous 1940 Flight Patrol. Now, there's an organization every youngster will get a great deal of pleasure in belonging to. And it doesn't cost a single penny to join. You simply bring your boy or girl into your Skelly service station the next time you stop in, Tell your Skelly man you'd like to have him sign up a new member in Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. Now, you don't need any seals or labels or box tops or anything like that. Why, you don't even need a penny for a stamp. Your Skelly man will enroll your boy or girl right then and there. He'll give them a Flight Patrol membership card and send right in for a free spinning medal and pocket piece bearing the secret password, Corporal Hofa. And here's something else. It's just about the last chance to join up. Soon the membership rolls will be closed. So act now. Have your boy or girl join Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol at your Skelly service station the very next time you're out in the family car. And don't forget to tune in again Monday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. What does Chuck's secret message mean? Will Captain Midnight be able to decipher it in time to save Chuck and Frank Crane? And what will Ivan Shark do? Be sure to listen Monday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. And now, I have an announcement I don't want any red-blooded fellow or girl anywhere to miss hearing. And if any of your friends aren't listening in tonight, I hope you'll do me and them the big favor of telling them what I'm going to tell you right now. Listen, now is your last chance to join Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. In a very short time, the membership rolls will be closed up tight, and we can't take any more members. So, if there are any wide-awake, air-minded young fellows or girls anywhere in Skellyland who haven't yet joined Captain Midnight's thrilling 1940 Flight Patrol, now's the time to act. And act quickly, because look, this is what it means. First, it means your last chance to belong to one of the swellest radio clubs on the air, absolutely free. Second, it means your last chance to get your very own official Flight Patrol membership card to keep as a memento of your friendship with Captain Midnight. And third, it means your last chance to get one of those exciting, bright, gold-colored spinning medals of membership to carry with you as a lucky pocket piece and as proof of your membership in Captain Midnight's own secret aviation adventure club. What's more, this beautiful big spinning medal of membership has the secret password on it, too. And there's a hole drilled right through it so you can string it on a chain or a cord and use it as a watch charm, medal, bracelet, or necklace ornament. Boys and girls alike are crazy about these beautiful medals of membership that you get absolutely free when you join the 1940 Flight Patrol. So remember, won't you, to tell all your friends that now is their last chance to join Captain Midnight's to join Captain Midnight's to join Captain Midnight's to join Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol. Tell them all they do to join is stop at the Skelly service station the next time they're out with their mother or dad in the family car. They just tell the Skelly man they want to join, and he'll do all the rest. And it's absolutely free at any Skelly service station in the United States. So now, you have 2 things to remember. One is, have your family car made summer ready now at your Skelly service station. The other is, tell all your friends that now is their last chance to join Captain Midnight's 1940 Flight Patrol, and it's absolutely free. And now to Captain Midnight. In order to prevent Ivan Shark realizing that his hideout may be found, Captain Midnight had an actor imitate his voice at Ridgeville during the radio negotiations with Shark. During this, Captain Midnight and his friends listened in from their plane as they winged their way northward toward where they think Shark is. Patsy Donovan wrote down every word that Chuck said, and almost immediately after the conclusion of the conversation, she exclaimed excitedly that she had Chuck's complete secret message. Her friends in the Spartan are greatly excited. Listen.
Chuck used the same system he did in the others. Every 10th word means something in the secret message. The first 10th word is come. The second one is over. The third one is bridge. After that is the word right. And the last one is at.
You're absolutely right, Patsy. Those are the 10th words, and do you notice something else?
I'll say I do. The 5 secret words begin with the letters C-O-B-R-A.
Great guns. Well, that spells the word cobra.
Right. And the last 5 words, which Chuck has already given us twice, begin with the last 5 letters of the word Cobral Hofa.
Gosh, all hemlock, Patsy. What's the complete message then?
Chuck has taken the word Cobral Hofa and made a secret message out of it. And here's what it is. Come over bridge, right at long home on flying arrow.
The only thing is, what in the world is the flying arrow? Is there any place on the map named that?
No, Steve, I don't think so. I've looked the map over carefully, and I haven't seen anything like that. But we've got to find it, because everything depends on it. And remember, we've only got 24 hours left.
Calling number 1. Calling number 1. Go ahead.
Oh, wait a minute. Quiet, everybody. There's a radio message coming through.
Calling number 1. Calling number 1. Go ahead.
Number 1 answering. Number 1 answering. Go ahead.
Return to your base at once, number 1. Return to your base at once. Go ahead.
Will return at once. Number 1 signing off.
What in the world can have happened, Captain Midnight?
I don't know, Patsy. But it must be very important, or Commissioner Markham wouldn't have sent a message like that. I'm opening this engine up, and we'll get there as quickly as we can. I'll see him as soon as we land.
Now then, Captain Midnight, if you'll look at this map on my desk, I'll show you something of vital importance.
Yes. Yes, I see. I'm beginning to understand why you called me in.
As you've noticed, I've drawn lines from the listening post to the point from which Ivan Shark made his radio broadcast.
Wait a minute. Why, he was talking from almost the exact spot I was last night.
Yes, Captain. And what's more, we know you were very close to Shark because our listening post triangulated your position just before.
Wait a minute. You mean when I reported seeing that strange plane?
Exactly.
This confirms the conclusion I've come to, Commissioner. If that ship I saw last night had been one of the ships on the searching party, it would have come to investigate me instead of switching off its navigation lights and flying away.
Exactly, Captain Midnight.
The question now is, where did Shark fly to after we saw his plane?
If young Chuck Ramsey is right, Ivan Shark's base is at the point called the Flying Arrow. If I only knew what he meant by the Flying Arrow.
What Chuck calls the Flying Arrow must be the name given by him to a particular spot or section up there. Our problem is to find something that looks like a flying arrow, and we can't do that until daybreak. There are only about 22 hours left before Ivan Shark's ultimatum expires. And somehow or other, we've got to find Chuck and young Crane before that time limit's up.
Our force is with you every inch of the way, Captain. We'll put every available ship in the air at daybreak.
Right. And thank you, Commissioner. By daybreak, I'll be 5,000 feet in the air. Good night, sir.
Captain Midnight keeps his promise, and as day breaks, he and his party are in the air and searching for the Flying Arrow. Meanwhile, our scene changes to Ivan Shark's hideout. The criminal is in his study, pacing restlessly back and forth. It is 9 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, there comes a signal.
Yes, Fang, what is it?
It is Gardo, Master. He wished to see you at once.
Very good, Fang. Come in, Gardo. Close the door, Fang.
Yes, Master.
I had to see you right away, Chief.
Well, Gardo, what is it?
We just got a code radio message from Reddington.
You mean from Lefty?
Yeah, Chief, it was from Lefty. He says to tell you something big is going on. There's a big manhunt starting. There's more planes at the airport than there's ever been before. He says that early this morning, all the planes took off and headed up in this general direction.
Well, Gardo, it looks very much as if the Canadian police have received a message from Captain Midnight.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, all right. Captain Midnight must have wired them the location you talked from.
Undoubtedly.
Hey, listen, Chief. There's a ship now.
Yes, I hear it, Gardo. It must be to the north. Ah, there it is. Look out this window.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the ships, all right, but it don't look like he's coming this way.
No, he's passing to the north. But we'll have more planes over us before the day is out, Gardo.
Do you think they'll be able to spot anything?
They can't see off lane. It's too well concealed. This house, they may see that. But it's known to be a large hunting cabin owned by a wealthy American. The Canadian police have no reason to suspect this place.
Yeah, I guess we got nothing to worry about. Captain Midnight's 2,000 miles away, and he's got to give us his answer by 12 o'clock tonight.
All we've got to do, Gardo, is to sit tight. We'll pay no attention to any planes that may fly over us. But give the order that no one is to go outside. There must be no smoke, no signs of life of any kind.
Okay, Chief, I'll tell the men, but...
Something must have happened.
Miss Fury, I wish to see you at once, Master.
Tell her not to bother me now, Fang. Gardo and I are talking.
It is most important, Father. I must speak to you at once.
Very well, Fury. But it had better be important. Close the door, Fang.
Yes, Master.
Now then, Fury, what is this important news?
We have been tricked, Father. Completely tricked.
What nonsense is this, Fury? What are those papers you have in your hand?
There. Put them on your desk and look at them. They will prove what I have said.
These are the words that Chuck Ramsey used in speaking to Captain Midnight.
Exactly, Father. We have been so stupid as to allow young Ramsey to send a secret message to Captain Midnight.
You're crazy, Fury. You must be out of your head. And tell me, how does it happen you have these?
Each time you talk to Captain Midnight, Father, I listened on my own shortwave set. And I made a copy of the whole conversation, including what Ramsey said each time. I told you before I thought the words he used were rather strange.
Well, what words did he use? What is this secret message?
You are an old hand at this, Father. You have used similar systems before. Take Ramsey's first two messages to Captain Midnight. Compare the 10th word in each
hold
message.
your tongue, Fury. I studied these. Yes, you're right, Fury. Ramsey has been trying to trick us. The 10th word in each of his two messages are the same.
Yes, Father. And there are 5 of them altogether. What do they say?
Listen, Guido. Listen to this. The 5 words are long home on flying arrow.
Long home on flying arrow. Oh, what does he mean by flying arrow? I never heard of no such place like that.
Now I see the whole thing, Father. Chuck Ramsey was in the cockpit with you just before we landed here. Is that not true?
Yes, Fury. And he got a good look at the ground below.
I get the long home, all right. That's this house. But what's the flying arrow?
Oh, you numbskull, Gardo. What does this high ridge look like? It is long and narrow, and it has a point at one end, and is broader at the other, like the feathered tip of an arrow.
Fury is right, Gardo. From the air, this ridge looks like an arrow.
Oh, supposing it does. Captain Midnight's down at Ridgeville, ain't he? And that's over 2,000 miles away.
Ah, you stupid fool. Captain Midnight could have telegraphed a message to the Canadian police. Could he not?
Maybe this ridge looks like a flying arrow to Ramsey, but it won't look like that to anybody else.
Yes, I think Gardo is right, Fury. If the pilots of these planes are searching for us, they'll be trying to find a spot on the map known as the Flying Arrow. And there isn't any such place.
Oh, just a moment. You say Captain Midnight is at Ridgeville, over 2,000 miles away. Chuck Ramsey tricked us in sending this message. Perhaps Captain Midnight has tricked us into thinking he is still at Ridgeville.
Well, I'll find out about that right now. Gardo.
Yeah?
You send a code radio message to Maxie at Ridgeville. Have him find out if Captain Midnight is still there.
I'll send it right away, Chief.
But this is not all, Father. You have not looked at the last message Chuck Ramsey sent to Captain Midnight last night.
Yes, I'm looking at that now.
I have underlined every 10th word. Read them out loud, and then follow up with the previous message.
Very well, Fury. Here's the way it reads. Come over bridge, right, at Long Home, on Flying Arrow. You're right, Fury. You're right.
Well, Fury Shark has discovered Chuck's secret message of communicating with Captain Midnight. And the infuriated Ivan Shark knows the secret message which Chuck has sent to Captain Midnight. What will he do? And will Captain Midnight find Chuck in time? Be sure to listen next time.
your Skelly man is specializing right now in making cars summer ready. You know what that means? Well, making your car summer ready means draining out that thin, worn-out winter oil and filling the crankcase with clean, sparkling Skelly Tagoline or Uniflow motor oil of exactly the proper weight for your car and for your weather. It means checking the gear lubricants to see that they're exactly right, too. It means taking care of the battery, the tires, and all the other things that ought to be checked over after a long winter's driving. There's no extra charge for this service. So why not stop in and let your Skelly man make your car summer ready tonight or tomorrow for sure? You'll be glad you did. And say, here's something else. If you or any of your friends haven't yet joined Captain Midnight's exciting Aviation Adventure Club and received your swell membership card and spinning medal, now's your last chance. Join up right now at your Skelly service station. It's absolutely free, but you must act quickly. And say, I'll tell you something very special about that on our next program. So be sure to listen in. Don't forget to tune in again Wednesday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight. Brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. So Ivan Shark has discovered that Chuck Ramsey sent Captain Midnight a secret message. And Chuck is still in Shark's power. What will happen next? Be sure to listen Wednesday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly man, saying goodbye and happy landing! Skelly Oil Company presents Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight, brought to you 3 times each week by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. And now, your very closest attention for one of the most thrilling and sensational announcements of the year. Listen. How would you like to be the first one in your crowd to build your very own model airport? A swell big model airport complete with hangars, shops, air beacons, buildings, and equipment of every kind. How would you like to fill this airport with model airplanes that you've built yourself, topped off with a beautiful big model of Captain Midnight's own Spartan bomber? And that isn't all. How would you like to have a complete set of warplane wing markings of all the major countries in the world to transfer onto the wing and tail assemblies of your model military planes of all the different countries? But wait, here's why I'm asking you all these questions. Captain Midnight himself is going to tell you how you can get all these things and lots more besides, absolutely free. Captain Midnight will talk to you now by radio from the cabin of his powerful monoplane. All right, Captain Midnight, go ahead.
Hello, fellows and girls. All the things Don Gordon has just told you about, directions for making that swell model airport, how to get the plans for the Spartan bomber, the free set of warplane wing markings, yes, and many other big features, are all in the new issue of our own Aviation Adventure Club newspaper, the Flight Patrol Reporter. Now, I want every single member to have one. So whatever you do, don't miss getting your very own copy of the new Flight Patrol Reporter. Now, that's all for now. Go ahead, Don.
Thank you, Captain Midnight. And I'm sure all your loyal members will respect your wishes and get their copies of the new Flight Patrol Reporter with all these sensational new features. And remember this, they're absolutely free. Now, here's all you do. Just stop at your Skelly service station and show your Skelly man your Flight Patrol membership card the next time you're out with Mother or Dad in the family car. your Skelly man will give you your free copy of the new Flight Patrol Reporter right then and there. And say Captain Midnight is right. The new Flight Patrol Reporter shows you just how to make a thrilling model airport, different from any you've ever seen. It tells you how to get the famous Spartan bomber model kit or plan. It gives you the wing markings used by the world's greatest fighting planes all over the world, and dozens of other exciting features besides. But now, get this. If you're not yet a member of the Flight Patrol, your Skelly man will help you join up right away so you can still get your free Flight Patrol Reporter the very same day. But remember now, don't put it off. Get your free copy of the thrilling new Flight Patrol Reporter at your Skelly service station tonight. And now to Captain Midnight. Events are rapidly approaching an exciting climax in Captain Midnight's determined effort to rescue Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane before the time limit set by Ivan Shark expires. But in the meantime, the criminal has discovered the secret message that Chuck has sent to Captain Midnight. As our scene opens now, it is noon, and Captain Midnight has just landed his Spartan plane on the Reddington Airport. Commissioner Markham approaches and says,
Well, what luck, Captain Midnight?
None at all, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm afraid this is like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Perhaps it's even worse than that, Commissioner. None of the other pilots have discovered any trace of the flying arrow either?
No, Captain. They're back empty-handed.
Judging by the number of planes on the ground, I guess everybody must be in for refueling.
Yes, they're all in, but a few got away late this morning. I imagine there'll be planes coming and going all afternoon.
I don't suppose you've had any word from any of your ground stations, have you?
Not a word, Captain Midnight. You'll be taking up again as soon as you've refueled, won't you?
Yes, we will, Commissioner. Just as soon as we can get the oil and gas tanks filled.
There's the refueling truck now. How about having a bit of lunch with me? Perhaps my radio operator will have some information.
I'll be glad to, Commissioner. I'll be up at the restaurant, Steve. Come up there when you're through.
Okay, Captain Midnight.
In the meantime, we return to Ivan Shark's hideout. The criminal is in his study, looking out of the window at an airplane in the distance. Suddenly, there comes a signal.
Gardo to see you, Master.
Very well, Fang. Send him in.
You will come in, Gardo.
Okay, Fang.
What is it now, Gardo?
I got a code message from Maxey at Ridgeville, Chief. Things don't look good at all.
I see. Then Captain Midnight, I take it, is not there.
Well, here's the message, Chief. I wrote it out on a piece of paper for you.
Very well. So this is it.
Yeah.
Captain Midnight took off from Ridgeville Airport shortly after 11 o'clock the night before last. He did not land again at Ridgeville.
Hey, listen to that plane. It's getting closer.
That's the third plane we've seen here this morning, Gardo. If we pay no attention to them, I tell you, they will not spot us.
Yeah, but what about this message, Chief? What kind of a trick is Captain Midnight playing on us? You had your listening post check on him last night, didn't you?
Yes, Gardo, I did. And the report was that the voice was coming from near Ridgeville.
Yeah, but according to this message, Midnight left there the night before last. And that's more than 24 hours ago. Hey, he must be up here somewhere. But how could he be up here and talk from down there?
There's only one possible answer, Gardo. Captain Midnight did not talk from down there. In fact, it was not his voice we heard at all. It was someone else hired by Captain Midnight to mislead us into believing he was still there.
Yeah, I guess both this kid Ramsey and Captain Midnight have put one over on us.
Oh, no, not yet they haven't. Ramsey and young Crane are still locked in that room here, aren't they?
Well, sure they are, Chief. But things are getting rather hot for us. Captain Midnight 2,000 miles away is one thing. But knowing he's sticking his nose around here is something else.
Yes, Gardo. It is something else. Let me think.
Maybe we'd better give Ramsey and young Crane the works and then get out of here, huh?
It's useless to attempt leaving here in daylight, Gardo. There are too many planes in the air. Like this one to the east right now.
Well, supposing one of them figures out this flying arrow business.
Well, they haven't yet, and I don't think they will. But at any rate, it's useless to attempt leaving here until dark.
Well, shall we take out of here then?
I'm not sure, Gardo. But you'd better have everything in readiness.
Okay.
Go now and leave me here to make plans for the future. Report to me later.
Not far away is the room where Chuck Ramsey and young Frank Crane are imprisoned. They are standing by the single window of their room, watching the distant high-flying plane. Listen as Frank explains.
I can't understand it, Chuck. That's the third plane that's been flying around here this morning.
I know it, Frank. Something's up. I can feel it in the air. Even Fang looked at us kind of funny when he brought in our food a little while ago.
Do you suppose Captain Midnight is flying one of those planes?
Only one of them got close enough for me to get a good look at it. And I know it wasn't a Spartan.
Well, I was hoping this one was going to fly right overhead, but now I don't think so.
No, I think he's going away to the west.
Oh, something must have happened. Do you suppose Captain Midnight did get your message?
I'm not sure, Frank, but I do think this. I think that each time Ivan Shark talked to him on the radio, Captain Midnight had his position triangulated, and he's probably communicated that information to the Canadian police.
Oh, gosh, I sure hope you're right, Chuck.
The only thing I'm worried about is that Ivan Shark talked to Captain Midnight at 12 o'clock last night. And that means that Captain Midnight was at Ridgefield at the time. Ridgefield's over 2,000 miles away.
That makes things rather hopeless, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I guess our only chance is that one of these planes will spot this place before dark tonight.
But, gee, Chuck, suppose one of them does spot it. Suppose the pilot does come down to investigate. That doesn't mean we can get away from Shark. He's not going to allow himself to be captured, and one of the first things he'll do is to...
I know what you're saying. You mean that he'll get rid of us. Gee, that plane is gone, and another chance is gone with it. But to come back to what you were saying, we've got to take a last desperate chance of breaking out of here. Now, here's what we'll do. We'll wait until after dark, and then we'll smash this window and...
Late in the afternoon, just as the sun is setting, flying very high, Captain Midnight's plane nears Ivan Shark's hideout. The famous pilot is at the controls, and behind him are Steve and Patsy Donovan, and Pinky Drake and Slim Poole. Listen as Steve exclaims.
Well, we're coming to the center of the circle, Captain Midnight, point to which we've been working.
Yes, I know it, Steve. It looks as if we'd followed my system for nothing.
This is the point from which Ivan Shark made his third broadcast, isn't it, Captain Midnight?
Yes, it is, Patsy.
If that's where it is, it's a darn cinch Ivan Shark wouldn't be a holding Chuck there.
Yeah, any dumbbell could tell that.
All right, come on now, you two. We're all too tired for that. But I'm afraid Pinky's right. Ivan Shark certainly wouldn't be holding Chuck at the same place from which he made one of his broadcasts.
Maybe we better hurry back to...
By the great grizzly, Patsy. What are you staring at?
Captain Midnight.
Yes, Patsy, what is it?
Keep the ship headed in the same direction.
What in the world do you see, Patsy?
I don't know yet, Steve. Maybe I'm crazy, but look, Captain Midnight.
What?
Look out to our left. Not just below us, but farther away.
Yes, Patsy, I'm looking, but what do you see?
I see something that looks like an arrow.
What?
Turn a little to the left, Captain Midnight, and let's get closer.
All right.
By the tarnation, Patsy, I don't see nothing that looks like an arrow.
Neither do I, Patsy. Look,
Wait a minute. Hold it, everyone. Hold it. I believe you've got something there, Patsy. Look, Steve.
Yeah.
Look down there. Must be 3 or 4 miles ahead of us there, see? You see that long ridge?
That's it. That's what I was looking at.
Well, yes, I see it, but Well, say, that does look a little bit like an arrow.
You bet, and the closer we get, the more it takes on that shape. Look, there's a long shaft made by those woods on top of the ridge. And at the eastern end, there's something that looks like a point, see?
And at the western end, it broadens out in a shape just like the feathers on the tip of an arrow.
Yes, now I see. Why, it looks just like an arrow.
And look, Captain Midnight, on the center of the ridge, there's something that looks like a house.
Just a minute, Patsy.
Gosh, if that's the place, we'd better dive down and look it over.
No, Pinky, no. That's the one thing we mustn't do. At least not yet. But you're right, Patsy. There is a house on that ridge, and it's a long, narrow one.
And what's more, there's a bridge on this side. Must be over a ravine.
Quick, Patsy, quick. Read Chuck's secret message there again. Hurry.
Well, here it is. Come over bridge, right at long home on Flying Arrow.
Everything checks. This must be the place. Well, Ivan Shark certainly pulled a fast one on me that time. He assumed that the place he broadcast from would be the last place that I'd look. And he was right.
And look, on the other side of the ravine, there's a long, narrow landing field.
Mm-hmm.
This is the place. It's got to be.
Quick, Steve, take over the wheel here.
Right.
And keep on straight ahead. And don't do any kind of flying that would make watchers on the ground suspicious. I'm going to call Reddington.
Number 1 calling. Number 1 calling. Go ahead.
Go ahead, number 1. Go ahead.
Have found Flying Arrow. Check my position by triangulation and send every available plane. We'll keep calling so you can check signals. Go ahead.
Righto, number 1. We'll send help immediately.
All right, here, I'll take that wheel, Steve. Right. You keep calling while I hold the ship in a wide circle so as to help the listening post get our position.
Right you are, Captain Midnight.
Number 1 calling. Number 1 calling. Number 1 calling.
At last, Captain Midnight has found Ivan Shark's hideout on the Flying Arrow. But Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane have not been rescued yet. Don't miss the thrilling climax of this exciting adventure. Tune in to Captain Midnight. Remember, Captain Midnight expects every member of the 1940 Flight Patrol to do his duty, and that is to call for your free copy of the new Flight Patrol Reporter the very next time you're out with Mother or Dad in the family car. And man alive, just think of all the fun you'll have building that Keene model airport, making model planes, tracing and coloring those warplane wing markers on your model fighting planes, reading all the exciting aviation features and Adventure Club news in your own Aviation Club newspaper. And don't forget this, it's absolutely free to every member, whether you already belong or whether you join up right now at your Skelly service station. And what's more, it's your last chance to join the 1940 Flight Patrol, because in a very short time, the membership list will be closed once and for all. And tell all your friends about it, won't you? And remember yourself to see your Skelly Man for your exciting new issue of the Flight Patrol Reporter tonight or tomorrow for sure. And don't forget to tune in again Friday, same time, same station, for further transcribed adventures of Captain Midnight, brought to you by the Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers and Dealers. So Captain Midnight finally located Ivan Shark's hideout, where Chuck Ramsey and Frank Crane are imprisoned. But he still must rescue them. Can he do it? Be sure to listen Friday. Until then, this is Don Gordon, your Skelly Man, saying goodbye and happy landing!